Beginning disclaimer, this video has spoilers for everything in Elden Ring. It assumes you are aware of every level and major boss, and are aware of all 3 endings and their associated questlines. This video is also not structured with the predisposition of being accessible to legit newcomers. If you have beaten the game, however, you'll have the questions you need not to get lost. Although, if you really don't want to watch this video, then you can consider these following parts your summary. In the lands between, that is to say, in the fictional setting of this video game, magic is the art of making what's imagined into what's real. Here, any image you envision, regardless of the method for that image's conception, being it one made from studying the outside world, the worshipping of something, or an image that's been imagined by someone else and then given to you, can, if the imagined phenomenon itself is complete enough, be forced into an existence entirely of its own, mind brought straight into matter, without any of reality's material limitations holding back their potential. And so, the possible forms magic can take, by its very nature as what's taken from the mind and made real, is without any limits and variety. Creating things from nothing, through sorceries and incantations, powers like teleportation through pools of blood, the physical transformation of living things, like what happens to the bodies of the Erdtree Guardians, servants of Rot, and the growing of omen horns on the Sanguine Nobles, and even the creation of entirely new life forms, like with the Crystallians. The actual performing of this magic, however, has 2 strict limitations. To start, this magically enabled realization of the initially unreal is solely able to be manifested from an individual's imaginary vision. Examples of these visionaries would be like fellow scholars studying a common subject, thus establishing a vision made from their observations, believers of a shared faith, establishing their vision from their agreed beliefs and trust in those beliefs, and even individual people who manage to conceive entirely new forms of magic all by themselves, through naught but hard work and focus. In essence, this first limitation behind magic's usage is exactly reflected by how sorceries and incantations require you to have a high enough amount of relevant knowledge in order to cast them. It's representing whether or not your character is capable of properly conceiving the effect that they're trying to make into reality. If a spell isn't able to be properly conceived, the magic isn't able to happen. And conversely, the better something is conceived, the more powerful that magic is able to be performed. Let's look at this principle in action. It's actually quite intuitive. You are someone who is about to use magic and cast a spell. The spell you envision is of a fireball appearing in your hand that after appearing, you'll then throw to explode upon wherever it lands. Your conception of this image is powerful enough that you succeed in magically manifesting that image from your own mind into real life. The exploding fireball now materially exists. It exists for you, the rest of the universe, and perhaps most relevantly, the victim to whom your fireball was created for. And, depending on how effectively you conceive the spell that you want, the more effectively you make the magic that you create. The subjective fantasy of your spell, which existed only in your mind, has now been cast into objective reality, existing now outside of your mind. The likes of ordinary plants and animals and inanimate objects like the clouds lack the conscious capacity required to imagine something solidly enough as to use magic themselves, and so remain untouched by any sorts of magical effects unless some kind of outside influence induces those manifestations onto them. But here is also reached the second principle in regards to the nature of magic. Its potential for variety is limited literally only to the imagination, therefore limitless. But the scale by which that image can be made manifest is directly proportioned to the spending of a unique metaphysical resource, that which the souls of all living things are composed of. The power of life itself, the essence of life, as Gowry puts it, souls, or, for a more unique name, immortal essence, as Marika calls it. To make this resource's usage more clear, however, I'll be tending to refer to this subject as merely magical energy, but names like life energy or life force would be most accurate overall. As its in-game labels suggest, this immortal essence is intrinsic to all forms of life, and continues to exist even after the original creature where the energy came from has died. As my made-up label suggests, magical energy is what's used when performing magic. Here's what I mean. You'll pretend the act of casting a spell is, in this case, the act of using a flashlight. The first limitation, as discussed earlier, is of the image itself that you aim to magically create. This will be represented by the actual design of the device. In this case, since it's a flashlight, it takes electricity, and uses a light bulb to convert that energy into light. Now our second limitation, magical energy, will be represented by the flashlight's power source, electricity. As you've probably guessed, the analogy I'm building here is that for magic to be successfully performed, or for the flashlight to actually work, the design you use must be sound, and you must be able to supply the energy that the design itself requires. The reason it's worth explaining these fictional processes in the first place, however, is that these fictional concepts exist as ordinary natural forces. Just like the other real-life object forces that exist in Elden Ring setting, like energy, gravity, entropy, and so on, the existence of souls, of an essence of life, are fundamental factual parts of its universe. Light bulbs, again, for example, did not exist before they were invented by human hands. The fundamental forces, however, that exist behind a light bulb's function, of electricity and radiation and so on, obviously had already been there. They'd been already existing since the beginning of the universe. They're objective facts of life. When we created the light bulb, it wasn't the creation of something physically new. Rather, what we physically did was envision the use of such objective forces in a specific way that they achieved a specific effect. And in essence, this concept is what this setting's magic system is. In Elden Ring, the process of magic is the utilization of magical energy, a unique ethereal resource innate to life, by those who are able to invent ways of doing so. Literarily speaking, the concept of magic is used as an allegory for the idea of deferring technological advancements amongst different groups. Some magic is more advanced, some magic is more primitive. Some forms of magic end up accomplishing the exact same thing, only with different methods that ended up converging. And some forms of magic are just completely unique, not found anywhere else. You'll find all of the logical implications that come from a premise like this acknowledged in the game itself over the course of its story, both in its literal events and in its actual moral lessons. And although the game doesn't spell it out, since one of life's more notable aspects is that it, well, reproduces, magical energy can also, to an extent, be considered renewable as well. Return to how this works in universe, though, the power of life is shown to not exist in any kind of homogeneous volume amongst all of its forms. Some beings have relatively little energy, and as such, the magical effects able to be produced by them are comparatively small. Other beings have a lot more energy, with the magical effects able to be produced by them being comparatively huge as consequence. And just as electricity can be made as a more versatile form of energy than the raw power originally used to make it, let's just imagine that the flashlight's batteries from earlier were powered by a hand crank or something, the power of life can also be converted into different forms, such as the letters of a formless language of light imbued with life, or magical amber harboring the vitality of residual life. And I'll be explaining these both in more detail later in the video. Finally, it is worth acknowledging that the design of Elden Ring's magic system is indeed very conventional. Dare I say cliché, on account of us dealing with life force over here. The only thing they don't do is give us a commonly accepted in-the-universe word for this energy, like mana or quintessence or whatever. But George R.R. Martin isn't famous for being avant-garde, is he? And From Software isn't a company you'd call particularly experimental either. That doesn't stop them from both being heralded as the best, though, does it? It just goes to confirm what's been tried still reigns true. The feeblest factor by far in determining something's quality will always be its novelty. We can wrap everything up as follows. The second fundamental limitation of magic in Elden Ring is that the more magical energy you have at your disposal, the more magical stuff you're able to accomplish. This principle can easily be seen by looking at the works of Mohg, Lord of Blood. Mohg's mausoleum, as we well observe, is stuffed to the brim with his accursed flaming blood, populated with blood zombies, slimes made of blood, sanguine nobles, and the red albinorics, all with their fancy Lord of Blood related abilities. Not to mention the mountains of this cancer-like blood meat. Outside of this single bit of turf, though, the only places where Mohg's blood stuff manifests are places directly controlled by his followers. For a faith whose magic is drawn from the life force of a mere demigod, reality sucks. Magic from the power of a god themselves, however, well, we know that to be a different tale entirely. Such wide reaches as these, we'll find, are the destined path for those born as those known as Empyreans. More than just the child of a god, an Empyrean is someone uniquely capable of becoming a god themselves, able to manifest a vision on scales so utterly massive as to span entire territories. This power of a god can go on to convert the land itself, all of its plants and animals, and the very clouds above, all to a singular imagination's ideology, or as the game would say, unto a single order. On our gods' newly consecrated turf, the rules of their order are made to direct everything, now subject to the ideology described by the vision that they now totally embody. All things become subject to our new god's order, so crushing in its magnitude as to even reach past the realms of reality and influence the outright metaphysical. Even the very passages of death and of souls will be directed down a singular path. So all in all, you can perhaps imagine that the plot of Elden Ring revolves around the idea of if religion physically mattered. Imagine if in real life, what happens to your soul after you die was literally different, determined by if you were a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, a Hindu, a Buddhist, or an atheist, or whatever. And that you were in some place where it was illegal to believe in anything but, say, Christianity. Where all knowledge of other faiths that disagreed with Christianity, or any perceived threat to their totalitarian rule, was violently put down. Put down through invasion, through exile, through prejudice and slavery, extermination and imprisonment,
Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
or you and everyone you've ever known, and your entire society as a whole being completely wiped out.
We commend your deeds. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount.
To make matters worse, these Christians who've conquered your lands have even found a way to infuse their religion, its ideals, into the very earth under your feet, magically manifesting the vision of their ideology into material truth. Now, the mere conception of a world before, separate from its current rulers, is impossible to fathom and illegal to try. All that preceded the current age is thrown away, discarded under the label of a savage, chaotic, pagan prehistory. Now, when the time comes that you eventually die, your soul will have no other directions but to be sent into Christianity's afterlife, whether you want to or not, as enforced by your colonizers. No matter what faiths existed before, that you or your people might have followed before, indeed, even if your original faith was in fact the progenitor to the current one, with your world so utterly subjugated under the heel of Christ, nothing will ever await you but the gates of St. Paul or the very depths of hell.
In Marika's own words, the Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes. A powerless upstart.
Now, let me stretch this image a little more. Imagine that in truth, the Christian God wasn't as omnipotent as his worshippers preached that he was. Despite espousing infinite power and an eternal existence, what if it turned out he was ultimately just as finite as you were? What if, despite all outward appearances, you and God were in fact fundamentally the same kind of creature? A sapient life form, disparate in circumstance but ultimately congruent. Instead, in tricking you into worshipping him, each and every of your society's souls get tossed according to this outer god's whims, granting him a unique resource with boundless possible uses, a magical power innate to life.
Art draws upon the powers embedded in Glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars.
This raw magical power, through the order of your vassal beast, becomes converted into a form of the utmost east to use, the letters of a magical language.
I can see how and why immortal essence exists, a spirit under the Golden Order.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well...
Shall I turn your runes to strength?
By the subjugation of a world with intelligent life, by making it follow your order above all else, by making your worshippers live and die for you, a steady stream and thus a stockpile of this omnipotent, immortal essence is assured. But, being now of eternal life, you are also aware of the long term. You know that no planet can ever be eternally fit for life. How long before just the human race dies out? What about when the sun expands to scorch the earth dry and swallow it whole? That's only like 7 billion years away. Sure, to a shitty, short-lived, wool-eyed mortal, that's incomprehensibly distant. But you're not merely mortal. You've lived for millions, maybe even billions of years already, and for as long as you got something to say about it, you'll live infinitely more, so your wellspring might as well be running out next week. Fortunately, however, the universe is a very, very vast place. Out there are more solar systems than there are singular grains of sand on Earth, so it goes without saying that the Earth itself isn't the only world with life, intelligent enough to follow your faith. So fire your shooting stars out onto space's great expanse. They may silently fly through the void for eons upon eons, but for someone as old and powerful as you already are, a million years or two may feel as fast as the many millions more you've already passed. And when they land on another civilized planet, birthing your vassal beasts upon their alien soil, and assisted by your loyal envoys, a pawn to spread your faith will be found. Thus is established another well from which to tap. Another world whose denizens' magical life force has now been pledged towards your endless expansion and your endless increase in strength. One more Erd tree among dozens before it, of which 100 and more will sprout afterwards, the essence of trillions upon trillions of more pathetic creatures bowing at your feet, just begging to be sacrifices to perpetuate your eternity. So edit that Elden Ring if you want. How could I possibly care for the creative endeavors a few fools do with that smidgenly taste of my unfathomable power? It's a beast of my very invention. The immortal essence sent through my vassal returns to its creator all the same. For no matter what mending rune you use or don't use when you repair the Elden Ring, regardless of if you paint the skies brown, gold, or gray, it's still the same single ending. 'Cause at its core it remains my Elden Ring. At the end of every age it stays, an order made from a beast created by none other than yours truly, heralded by my servants, not in order to serve you, but to make you serve me. So thanks for staying a pawn, Elden Lord. Marika's attempt at sovereignty was nearly an inconvenience, but in the sorry state she's in now, after you killed her, just to piece her back together like a broken doll, along with the Elden Ring her Empyrean body sustained, we can at least be sure we won't try anything again. Can you imagine if the Elden Ring had actually been destroyed for good, though? Oh well. So, have the deep seductions of these snake eyes roped your attention? Or are you merely gawking at this simple sharpshooter's band-aid rat bravado? I can line up a bunch of pieces into a nice sounding story, but if a nice sounding story was all I had, then what would you call this other than a presentation of my creative writing skills, right? If I am, then allow me to explain. Beginning with, of course, what this game actually means when it uses the word order. To preface, order itself is, of course, a mundane word from real life, so it has a lot of different real-life definitions with different connotations. However, within the bounds of this video game story, the term order is solely used to refer to a single extremely specific meaning. Since the concept of order in this game is so heavily fictionalized, given all the magical things attached to it, I feel like it's worth explaining to its surest details. The concept of order can be accurately defined as the enforcement of an ideology, with the assurance that the ideology itself is innately arbitrary. As a system of ideals, they're necessarily made by someone and then decided upon as what should be done. An example of the concept of order would be the names of fruits being listed by where their first letter occurs in the alphabet. An equal example would be if the names were ordered to be written in reverse instead. Here, the ideology is the pattern that someone decided fruits should be labeled in, and the enforcement is the actual placing of our fruits to fit that pattern. Design and implementation. In other words, as we went over earlier regarding the process of magic, imagination and manifestation. You could describe an example of perfect order as that of a computer program. Its code enforces the order envisioned by its creator with no less than 100% precision. By the computer's very nature, there is no misinterpretation and no compromises. Even if, in this perfect subservience, bugs and glitches in the program lead the computer to crashing, the error was not due in any way by the computer getting something wrong, but solely due to flaws in the order itself that it was given, as it was envisioned by the program's creator. A rune of transcendental ideology which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods no better than men. That is the fly in the ointment. The perfect subservience by which a computer acts would indeed be an ideal the Scarlet Rot and the Elden Beast can be said to strive for. Make everything yellow, or make everything red. No nuance and no compromises. The use of vision in this context is merely the vision of order that is going to be enforced. That is to say, vision refers to that ideology's actual, ideas. Forgive me if I sound really stupid. I'm just trying to be thorough in describing the story's use of vision and order outside of what those two completely ordinary words actually mean in real life. Alright, think of it like this. A lawmaker envisions a bunch of laws for a new system of government and writes them down. Their vision of order has now been transcribed, as it were, and the transcription can then be given to a powerful person who will go on to enforce the ideology of that new system. In this allegory, the paper whose laws are written on is the vision of order, as envisioned by the lawmaker that the enforcer acts as vessel for. In the exact same sense that the Elden Ring is a vision of order that Marika serves as vessel for, and the Scarlet Rot is a vision of order that Malenia serves as vessel for. These visions are just where the rules, envisioned by their creators, the GW and the sealed outer god of Rot, respectively, are transcribed. And for them, the Empyrean who is vessel to that vision acts as the enforcer of that ideology, as its god. Thus, the concept of order, the magical enforcement of an ideology. This metaphor can be stretched farther as well. Say the lawmaker is able to come up with their ideology, but also has a power to be the enforcer of that order themselves. That's what Ranni does at the end of her questline, envisioning an order solely of her own design, and applying it herself when she ascends as the god to replace Marika. With us as Night Lord, I guess. But we'll return to Ranni later. Just like how Columbus acted under the sponsorship of, the King of Spain or whatever, bringing the order of Spanish rule and Catholicism to the chaotic New World, Marika acted as a mere puppet ruler for the Two Fingers and their Elden Ring, themselves envoys to the greater will. Under that borrowed power, magically granted by the Elden Ring itself, she brings her golden order to the lands between to enforce its ideology over its own native societies. Thematically speaking. Anyhow, someone's ideology can, of course, be shared and prescribed in various ways. The most obvious means perhaps would be through written words. Or, if the intent was for the rules of an ideology being enacted to utmost precision, you could indeed allude to the nature of a computer program. Someone's ideology can be expressed through example as well, a true work of art that by itself embodied to its utmost the red blossoming order its creator envisioned.
Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
The ideology for an order can even be envisioned by someone on their own, for instance, through study of the natural world, drawing from what is observed and writing a set of rules to match.
I go now to the night sky. It is there I shall find mine order. Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night.
It may be relevant to explain what, literally speaking, I am actually doing. To draw on the sand, as it were, the target I'm aiming is for, in no uncertain terms. I am aggregating all of the separate, disjointed pieces of information that involve the various stories within this game, rejoining an otherwise fragmented narrative. Then, I put in my own words what the game's story literally is, and recite it to you, the audience. The reason any of this bears doing in the first place is due to Elden Ring's use of what's often called non-linear or disjointed storytelling, where events are told to us, for example, out of chronological order. And so, for the goals of this specifically, I'm restricted to, dare I say chained to, strangled by, working only within the elements of the narrative itself. Since the narrative of Elden Ring is so shallow and cohesive, plopping every piece into one place and looking at it is all I've got to do. Not that the detective work isn't a lot easier described than it is performed, but still. To reiterate, the goal I have for this particular project is simply to recount the narrative contained within the video game Elden Ring, released on February 25th, 2022 for PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, with zero speculation involved. In other words, piecing together the story as it exists solely within the canon of the game itself, and nothing outside of that. The reason I'm posing such a limitation on myself is, of course, that if I were to use elements of my own imagination in what's presented, referred to as speculation in the Soulsborne fandom, sort of like we're in a Bye-Bye Man situation where you aren't supposed to say what it actually is, it's what's called a headcanon, and obviously separate from the existing content in the video game that we all share. Because it's canon, the content of the work, plus the content that came from an audience member's head. Various headcanons can be better than the actual canon of a media itself, in various ways. But presenting my personal headcanons for this game as anything along the lines of, this is the true story, would be misleading you at best, which is why I'm putting such a tight restraint on myself in the first place. Because I am, and sometimes unfortunately, not seeking to make any kind of headcanons in the majority of this, as close as I can get to zero imagination will be presented. As such, I may only reference elements that literally exist within the game, information whose existence is not itself disputable, also known as that which is canonical. Of absolute importance, however, dare I say of grave importance, even the most important thing for your ears to hear in this whole pile of disclaimers, is that you must never forget the following. The canon story of this game is not inherently the best, quote-unquote, version of Elden Ring's story there is to be told. Quality in and of itself can only be held in the eyes of the beholder. The only thing canon inherently provides is the firmament that all of us consumers share by virtue of us buying, downloading, and playing the same video game. For people who consume media without producing fanwork of their own, that is to say, all of us most of the time, concerning ourselves with only the baseline that is canon is all that's desired. We buy the game, we play it, we watch videos about it and share pictures, and that's the end of that. But for those who aren't like that, those people who become interested in producing content for the fandom, I have an important message that I beseech you to consider. If you are unsure of what a canon element is regarding something you're making content for, or you personally dislike what the canon element of something is, simply make shit up. It's a lot more enjoyable than pretending to walk on eggshells. And so, for the times when I do bring up my own imagination, for any which reason, I will say so. But all that out of the way then, let's talk about Empyreans. We require the setting of 3 basic facts in stone to properly understand the concepts of Empyreans and how they're used within the story. Number 1, Empyreans are those born of a single god. This is simply immutable. Malenia's remembrance states it in extremely certain terms. Miquella and Malenia are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. Some may say that this wording is actually ambiguous. It is not. Just look at it. We can be easily sure of this anyway, since more than one person directly corroborates what Malenia's remembrance says. The matter of this being literally the entire purpose behind Ranni killing her flesh in the Night of Black Knives, the reason Miquella and Malenia were born the way they were, the reason why only Ranni, Miquella, and Malenia were selected as potential successors to Marika, the reason Mohg kidnapped Miquella in the first place, and the reason Marika herself was the one that had to be revived to bring back the Elden Ring. Even so, all that stuff might as well be background noise because of how explicitly the remembrance tells you what it means. There is objectively, and I'm using that word properly, no ambiguity whatsoever in Malenia's remembrance. There's no statement by the narrator to be recounting in-universe legend, such as when it uses variants of "it said" in order to purposely invite ambiguity to the situation, from stating merely that a certain idea was believed by the fictional people of the story setting, nor is it when the narrator is deliberately making an opinionated statement from an in-universe perspective for poetic reasons, such as in Malenia's own Great Rune's description. Her Great Rune should have been the most sacred of all. The description of the Blood Rose, glory be to his inevitable reign, or in the One-Eyed Shield, this evil deity is believed to have been slain by Queen Marika. Malenia's remembrance is giving us this basic fact on a silver platter. What explicitly defines the classification of someone as an Empyrean is them being born of a single god. That's why being born of a single god is what made Miquella and Malenia Empyreans. And to be perfectly honest, I do not understand why so many people seem to be twisting themselves into knots for the purpose of misunderstanding a sentence this utterly basic. It's written in the complexity of a first grade reading comprehension test. What need is there supposed to be to doubt this in the first place? Oh, but what about this comma? How do you explain this entire comma here, attaching the separate clause to the previous sentence? Is it really so unambiguous? Oh, I see. It's actually of a second grader's complexity instead. That entire comma over there could mean, well, it could imply just about anything. There are practically so many possible variations, it could send a literary analyst collapsing to their knees. Well, I ask that you sanction upon me a moment's turn. Allow me to, with my transcendent superhuman genius, reveal unto us all the deep, fathomless secret hidden inside this comma. My swollen, glintstone-ridden, Rick and Morty intellect will light your way with a gleaming erudition, and unearth its literary purposes. Prepare to have your mind blown by the depth and complexity of the following revelation. Anyhow, the other 2 things we need to establish are, number 3, that there is more than one way for someone to be born of a single god, and number 2, that Ranni came from the Amber Egg. Allow me the dalliance of really laying out every detail, so I can show what I mean, straightforwardly speaking, when I say I only refer to what exists within the game itself. I have my money where my mouth is when I say this video only uses what is canonical. To start, some details regarding the Amber Egg happen to be lost in translation. It's not integral, but it helps clear out some elements that are otherwise ambiguously written. A very special thank you to my friend Sweet Minnie for helping me with translation biz. Great Rune of Unborn Demigods. In the Great Rune of the Unborn's description, the English line says Great Rune of Unborn Demigods, with demigods obviously being in plural. The original Japanese, however, does not specify if unborn demigod refers to a single demigod or multiple, so the pluralization stated in the English script for this item should be ignored. Japanese relies on the context of the sentence for its reader to tell whether something is plural or a singular. Since this sentence is in itself written to be ambiguous, it meant the translator had to guess, and they just happened to get unlucky. Use of unborn. The word unborn, as it's used in Great Rune of the Unborn, can be considered as fairly accurate to the term used in Japanese, umare naki mono, simply using the verb umarero, meaning to be born. Umarero itself derives from the noun umare, which means birth, and giving that verb the negative conjugation of naki, to convert it into being simply the verb for not being born, and then adding mono, meaning person, to the end to indicate that the verb is in reference to an individual. How the Japanese term is used translates essentially into anti-birthed person. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no meaning between the English use of unborn and the Japanese use of umare naki mono that's been lost. It is true that the prefix un, compared to something like the prefix I came up with, anti, implies something more like a reversal rather than the more accurate implication of opposites. But I don't actually believe that. I mean, can you imagine? What prefix should they have used then? Negaborn, anti-born, contraborn, deborn? Well, maybe that one is alright. In any case, it doesn't matter. Unborn is fine. I don't think there's even nearly enough room to actually misinterpret what it means within the confines of the game. This term that's translated into unborn is obviously used in the phrase Great Rune of Unborn Demigods itself as well. And there it appears in just the same way, although with the addition of an explicit past tense from the verb's conjugation, something that was actually lost in its conversion to English. Umare nakata demigodo no dai rune. Essentially, and mind you I'm about to give an independent translation, this is not automatically the most accurate, the phrase is written literally as follows. A demigod that was anti-birthed, this is their Great Rune. Indeed, as the official translation says, Great Rune of Unborn Demigods. And as a final thing, the word for born, that's used consistently across all this stuff, including the term born anew, is specifically the ordinary word for birth, umare. Not the word for rebirth, which is completely different, kosei. To specify, the use of birth in the Rune of the Unborn has no relation to rebirth, like a caterpillar's, but is only related to birth, like a bird's. Anyhow, with all that properly understood, we can continue. All demigods are the biological descendants of Queen Marika, explicit canon, Enya. Of the demigods, only Ranni, Miquella, and Malenia were Empyreans, explicit canon, Ranni. Empyreans are those born from a single god, explicit canon, Malenia's remembrance. Therefore, Ranni, Miquella, and Malenia all share the parentage of Marika alone, modus ponens, automatically canon. And remember, I am not allowed to insert my own imagination into the situation. My sole concern is information that is present in the media itself. So since, by its nature, a work of fiction is a closed system, the use of valid deduction is inherently reliable in figuring out what is still canonical but not explicitly said. To reiterate, for the purpose of this project, I am ultimately concerned about determining what, when, and where regarding the events of the story, rather than just finding hows and whys that I personally find satisfying. How and why are obviously of great importance. When push comes to shove, and we think something doesn't make sense or is dumb, they are necessarily at the bottom of the ladder, and superseded by the 3 Ws. In other words, what is canonical is always canonical, including if we think it sucks. Anyhow, Ranni, Miquella, and Malenia all have the same parentage, as we've just established. Great runes are shaped by their owners, and direct siblings have great runes that are naturally similar in shape. Explicit canon, Mohg's Great Rune, as well as observably corroborated by Radahn and Rykard's rune. So, which Great Rune is similar to Malenia's? An induction, sourced solely from canon, not automatically canon by itself. The Rune of the Unborn was Ranni's Great Rune. Here we have my induction, in simpler terms, my proposal for what the game's canon could be. Of course, the real question is verification. How am I supposed to tell if this induction that, by itself, merely cooperates with what we've just gone over, actually is the truth, instead of some hypothetical other induction instead? Indeed, to prove that our induction was legit, we'd have to go over every single other element of the story that connects even indirectly with the induction in question, and see if there are any contradictions. Despite what I said previously, to discover the what, where, and when, we have no choice but to consult the hows and whys, and find what connects to everything else in the story, while, of course, still only using what content is canonical. By this principle of elimination, furthermore, the induction that ends up having zero contradictions will also end up corroborated by everything in the game as well. But how could someone like me even begin with the expectation that all, if not almost all, details of the story, both directly told and indirectly told, would coherently align with a single idea and not incoherently disagree with each other at the same time? Surely the only way such an ambition could prove fruitful by the end would be if the creators of the story in question were perhaps experienced or something in creating larger scale, complicated, non-linearly presented stories, such that a plot of such a size as this would turn out coherent when scrutinized in the first place. Elden Ring turns out to have a very coherent story. How Ranni came from the Amber Egg is corroborated by literally everything, without requiring the use of our imagination, / the introduction of any story element not already present within the video game itself, / making stuff up. That's why it's Ranni that comes out of the Amber Egg in the first place in Renala's Phase 2 transition. And to be honest, did Ranni randomly coming out of the Amber Egg just not spark anybody's curiosity? Does this not by itself call for further investigation into what connection she supposedly has with the Amber Egg? Anyhow, that's who Renala thinks she's talking to in her Phase 2 transition as well, as she reaches out to the egg. Ranni is her beloved who shall be countless born, forever and ever. Born is used instead of reborn in this case, because of course, Ranni's body is specifically anti-born, because she died. That's even why it's called Rune of the Unborn in the first place, because of the events of the Night of the Black Knives. Her body is dead. Her literal birth, what brought her into the world of the living, has figuratively been negated. Obviously, dead bodies cannot inherit great runes, and since Ranni was dead, her body didn't inherit any great rune at the time of the Elden Ring's breaking either. As such, the great rune passed on to, instead, the Amber Egg where Ranni's body came from. Literally, the great rune of the Amber Egg is the great rune of a demigod that had their birth undone. The use of the word unborn is indeed meant to be that precise. It also extends to explaining why the rune of the unborn looks the way it does. Physically speaking, it's accurate to say that we take the demigods' great runes from their physical bodies. I know that is like duh obvious, but it does matter, I swear. As shown by the great runes themselves only being inherited by those with direct genetic connection to Marika, as stated by Enya and further shown by how Kenneth Haight never inherited a great rune, despite evidently being a member of the royal family due to being next in line as the ruler of Limgrave. Yet Morga and Mohg do, showing that great rune inheritance was not something that was able to be controlled, and was specifically determined by objective factors. With all that understood, we see that the appearance of the great runes are determined by the physical bodies of their shardbearers. One, as stated outright by Mohg's rune, and corroborated by Radahn and Rykard's rune, and two, shown further between the lines by the appearances of the great runes themselves. Godric's great rune is faded. Rykard has a serpentine figure coiling around it. Radahn's great rune is on fire somehow. Morgoth's great rune has his red accursed blood underneath the yellow great rune, making it orange. Mohg's is soaked in accursed blood, providing an effect completely different from the other great runes when equipped. And Malenia's is half-rotted with Ionian butterflies. Ranni's Amber Egg, inheriting the great rune instead of her actual body, holds a great rune that is visually tiny, because it's a reincarnation, countless born and so on within the egg, just without a soul, since Ranni's soul is still in the world of the living, so the egg is never going to actually hatch. This is why the creations of the Amber Egg are also shitty, and why you need to consume larval tears in the first place to conduct reincarnation, as to substitute the missing component, and ultimately why the great rune itself is so small. Even further along, it shows as well how, logically, Ranni's slaying of her Empyrean flesh would be successful in achieving what she wanted, as despite having been born with the right to inherit of a chunk of the Elden Ring due to her physical body's genetic connection to the Elden Ring's vessel, killing her flesh successfully severed it, freeing her completely from that connection, As Ranni goes on to confirm for us herself, and by how her corpse atop the divine tower of Liurnia has no signs of a great rune either, she was successful. And perhaps most importantly, this is how Ranni was born an Empyrean in the first place. Despite being known as a child of the mortal Rennala and Radahn the Marika, she came from an egg made through the powers of the Erdtree. As such, she counts as a child of Marika alone, thus fulfilling the requirement of being born of a single god, and explaining how she's Empyrean. This is also what the original purpose of the Amber Egg was, when Radahn first gifted it to Rennala before she became trapped in the Grand Library of Raya Lucaria, and now began to use it for the forbidden rite of reincarnation, as Muriel tells us. The Amber Egg was not only gifted by the Leal Hound of the Golden Order himself, so obviously he didn't gift it to Rennala with the initial expectation of her using it as a heresy machine, but it's also made of amber, and thus from some time around the beginning of the Age of the Erdtree, as the Erdtree itself only produced sap before the end of Godfrey's reign. Ranni coming from the Amber Egg, and thus being how she's Empyrean, also goes on to directly explain why Miquella and Malenia were born the way they were. By the end of Godfrey's reign, the Erdtree's blood had run dry, meaning that by the time it was decided that Malenia and Miquella were able to be born, there was no amber with which more golden eggs could be produced, leading to the twins having been conceived through natural sex between Radahn and Marika instead, thus still fulfilling the bloodline requirement of being born of a single god, yet resulting in them being born vulnerable. And in the case of any doubts, we can be sure that Malenia and Miquella were born through ordinary sex in the first place by the simple fact that Malenia has a belly button. The twin prodigies were born vulnerable due to the genetic defects brought by the self-cest between their mother and father, while Ranni was born asexually, through the immaculate conception of the Amber Egg, and as such, our lunar princess did not suffer from any defects due to her birth, that the requirement for being born an Empyrean would otherwise imply. This is all just the internal logic of Elden Ring's magic, of course. We aren't given any explanation of how the Amber Egg is actually supposed to work. In this case, the burning question of how is stamped aside by the presence of what, and just like how the likes of Kenneth's family history don't make it into the game, or that the entire continent of the Lands Between apparently has only one farm on it, these irritations exist for the sake of narrative brevity. In order to maintain the shallowness of Elden Ring's greater plot, all information irrelevant to its narrative is purposely left out. As an aside, I also imagine this whole situation might be a showing of how Empyreans are supposed to be born, diegetically speaking. To compensate for requirements of being born of a single god, the only way to produce an Empyrean without any genetic defects is necessarily through asexual reproduction. For Ranni, it was done through the magic of the Erdtree, but since we have no other instances regarding the births of explicit Empyreans specifically, we don't actually have anything else to go off of. So for now, you can ignore this idea. Unless the DLC comes out and reveals somehow that I was totally right. In that case, don't ignore this, and send me confetti ball emojis to my Twitter, at @TLGtweetW instead. Last and perhaps most obvious of all, this is also why what is otherwise a massive chunk of fossilized tree resin is referred to as, of all things, an egg in the first place. Rocks are not typically recognized as eggs, of course, and neither are there any other pieces of Erdtree amber, so why is it the case for this one? Since this piece of amber in particular is where Ranni came from, an object where a living thing had been born from, that is why it's called an egg. So, now that we've established number 2, we can also establish number 3, that self-cest is not the only way with which Empyreans are able to be created, just one possible method of fulfilling the born of a single god requirement. And that is how I can, in the first place, adequately determine what is canon, rather than some other hypothetical thing instead. That is also why nobody in their right mind has ever made videos structured like what you just saw. By the very nature of this game's non-linear storytelling, everything feeds into each other, and you'll find yourself dealing with a carpet-sized Sudoku board. Any which ways, the purpose of me having shown all that was, again, just to communicate what my process behind the curtain actually looks like. For the rest of this video, the same kind of nonsense of what you've just seen has all still happened. A considerable amount of repeating myself will end up being required as we go through the various stories of this game, but I will do my best to stick only to what's strictly necessary. So, what's so special about being Empyrean? Let's bite into it. Just for posterity, let's all confirm the people who are actually Empyreans, which to reiterate, we know for a fact is determined by your genetics. Ranni, Miquella, Malenia, Marika, and the Glowmide Queen, assuming of course that the Glowmide Queen is an entirely separate person, and not, say, a different character's alternate alias. And almost definitely Melina as well. Melina is herself one of the demigods already, obviously, but I believe that since she was born at the foot of the Erd Tree specifically, and by the unique psychic connection she evidently has with Marika, Melina is also an Empyrean as well, and that when she tells us how she was born, what she's describing is her being born through the power of the Erd Tree directly, just like Ranni was. In any case, Empyreans obviously are special in some important way. There wouldn't be such a ruckus about them if they weren't. Fortunately for us, there are a spry trio of old fogies in this very game who know all the details, and they just happen to let us in on some select bits of the secret. At least enough for us to figure things out ourselves. Let's hear what they all have to say, and I'll write down beside them what's most pertinent.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order. Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth. Even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
With no other details in its definition and the diversity of entities given the title of God in this game, showing a distinct lack of a pattern besides all the dusty labeled fellows being super powerful, it is important to confirm in this setting that the term God is just a title, given to any entity that has an adequate power level. There are no other qualifiers behind a creature being named a god. That is to say, Marika, Malenia, the Fell God, the Outer God sealed within the Lake of Rot, the God-devouring Serpent, the Greater Will, the Formless Mother, and Placidusax's missing spouse. It's also worth noting that, observing from what we see firsthand with Malenia, and guessing from what little we see of a pre-fractured Marika, both being Empyreans who have ascended to godhood, is that their bodies don't look any different from before their ascension. Even after reviving as a goddess of Rot, Malenia unmistakably remains human, just a powerful one. There's no biological distinction to be had between a human and a human Empyrean who's ascended to godhood. Of course, this also aligns with how the ascended to godhood human, Marika, successfully had children with the mortal human Godfrey, one of which went on to have his own children, and so on without any complications. All of this goes to show, I say, that the nature of being a god is solely in reference to achieving a certain level of power. You'll also notice how the words God and Outer God are both treated as mere common nouns in the English translation, as opposed to something like how the Great Ones in Bloodborne were capitalized as proper nouns. This is because the only distinction between a god and an outer god in Elden Ring is that normal gods come from the earth, and outer gods come from outer space. Outer is just descriptive. This language is present in the original Japanese as well. Marika is called the standard word for a god or deity, kami. Empyreans is translated from the word for a godlike person, shinjin, and outer god merely adds satonaru, meaning outer or external, to kami. Satonaru kami. It's true the term outer god is also used for the standard Shitcraftian pantheon in Japanese, but for self-evident reasons, such as the outer gods having human-like goals, such as the want and subjugation of territory, being threatened enough by the ambitions of humans to take disciplinary action, as shown against the Nox, and being able to be straight-up killed and defeated, as shown by the outer god of Rot being sealed away by the mortal blind swordsman. We can tell that what's described as the outer gods in Elden Ring are not Lovecraftian in any respect besides, say, being powerful and mysterious. And simply put, if that's what you'd call a Lovecraftian entity, then the Mafia or the Feds are Lovecraftian entities too, and that is certainly not accurate.
An Empyrean is no mere demigod. Queen Marika and her king consort Radahn were blessed with twin demigods, and Malenia was one of them. She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god to forge a new order. Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth. Millicent, my daughter, would you disown us too, as your mother did? We, children of the Scarlet Rot.
Disowned. It's pertinent to see what Millicent can tell us, to perhaps elaborate on what exactly Gowry means by Malenia having disowned the children of the Scarlet Rot.
There is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure.
Malenia resisted the call of the Scarlet Rot, which she carried, and the Order of Rot that it presented, until, as we see, choosing to finally answer its call when she removed her unalloyed gold needle that we find in the heart of Ionia, and then killing herself on top of Radahn. Thus allowing the Scarlet Rot to put the cycle of rebirth into practice, she blooms into the Goddess of Rot and unleashes the Rot onto the lands between itself for the first time. After which, she leaves the Scarlet Rot behind and returns to the Haligtree, disowning, as Gowry puts it, him and the Kindred of Rot. The Scarlet Rot is what presents the vision of what Gowry describes as the Order of Rot. Malenia had been vessel for the Scarlet Rot itself from birth, and yet there are no signs of this rot anywhere within Leyndell, the place where she was born. She had the rot within her, but it was never actually released onto Leyndell anywhere. Despite being born with the Scarlet Rot, Malenia succeeds in preventing it from killing her, as shown by her having only the non-functioning needle while at the base of the Haligtree. She was able to successfully prevent the Scarlet Rot from killing her even without Miquella's direct assistance, something that, as we see with Millicent, is not a given. By the way, this was the meaning of Malenia's dream that she recounts at the beginning of her boss fight. She'd been dreaming of herself continuously holding back the Scarlet Rot inside her body, while still defending the base of the Haligtree, for as long as it would take for Miquella to come back. The unleashing of the Scarlet Rot was something Malenia, while alive, gets to choose. Unleashing the Order of Rot onto Caelid, or holding the Scarlet Rot back, was Malenia's choice. Wishing to raise Miquella to full godhood, Mohg wished to become his consort, taking the role of monarch, but no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber he tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. Ascending to godhood at all is a choice. An Empyrean's ascension is ultimately chosen by the Empyrean themselves. In conclusion, Empyreans are beings born with the capability to magically impose an order onto the land itself on a massive scale, becoming gods. The order an ascended Empyrean embodies is determined by the vision of an order that they're vessel for. This vision can be something either created by someone else and then given to the Empyrean, as we see with Malenia with the Scarlet Rot and Marika with the Elden Ring, or it can be made by the Empyrean themselves, as we'll see later with Ranni and her Laws of the Moon. The Elden Ring is, in essence, a magical edict, and like any law or set of laws, without a force to brandish the edict itself, it's powerless. This is shown through the grave importance Marika's followers had for defending the Erdtree, even after it stopped producing its blessings, and the necessity with which the forces of the Erdtree subjugated the lands between. Physically, though, the Elden Ring itself is very, very weak. Not merely in that it was easy to physically damage, as Marika nearly succeeded in destroying the Elden Ring entirely with naught but a primitive stone hammer, but also in the manner that it required the body of a god to continue living. Just like how a computer requires electricity to remain active, the Elden Ring literally cannot exist without a vessel to sustain it. If we allow Marika's body to crumble to ash, like songs in a melted CD, it's just gone. This, might I say, formless nature of the Elden Ring is, however, important in another way too. As I alluded to earlier, the Elden Ring is shown to be something that is able to be molded into supporting any ideology whatsoever. The first instance we learn of the Elden Ring being edited is, of course, of Marika and Malekith removing the Rune of Death, the act that creates what we now call the Golden Order in the first place. But this aspect of the Elden Ring is shown most prominently by the numerous variations of the Elden Lord ending, where not one, but 3 mortal tarnished, completely separate from each other, manage to compose their own mending runes, with which we can patch new features into the Elden Ring's order if we decide to repair it. In addition to, of course, already bringing Death Indiscriminate into the Elden Ring's order, since by this point we've returned the Rune of Death to it as well, the Elden Ring's malleability correlates with how runes, the characters of the 2 fingers formless language of light that the Elden Ring itself is made of, is not only something that's able to be taught to humans, but even able to be performed by humans separately from the 2 fingers afterwards, what with how Enya is able to use the power of the 2 fingers to turn remembrances into equipment, even after the fingers themselves become inactive. How we directly use the magic of the 2 fingers when we use our multiplayer items, writing our own runes into the air, and how Malenia is able to teach us the power of turning runes into strength, a skill known to be otherwise exclusive to the Finger Maidens. Just like a computer program, it's made of what's actually in-game referred to as code. By the way, I am never going to get over that it's literally called code. The Elden Ring is made of code. It's a fucking magic computer. The 2 fingers are its alien IT technicians. But by inserting new code, we're able to change what the program does. The Elden Ring is a tool versatile enough to support whatever order it's given, up to and including really stupid ones like the Dung Eaters. So it may be more accurate to describe the Elden Ring as a platform of order rather than the root of a singular ideology itself, as the 2 fingers described it. Now, you don't need eyes like mine to tell that the Golden Order was very important, but what we're actually told about the, tenets dictated in the Golden Order are minimal. This is for the sake of narrative brevity. Again, just as how every demigod beside the ones we actually fight in-game are left without names, in order to deliberately keep the plot shallow, all we learn about what the Golden Order itself is supposed to dictate is that which is directly relevant to the story. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Note how this is how the fundamentalists choose to describe the Golden Order. They are subjectively deciding to describe the Golden Order using the objective forces of regression and causality as analogies. This conceit is presented more explicitly in the original Japanese as well. The reason this is important to point out is how these definitions used by the fundamentalists paint the Golden Order as an ideology that apparently includes literally everything. And as earnest practitioners of fundamentalism like Corrin show us, that the Golden Order was believed to be inherently, legitimately perfect. Over the course of the game itself, however, we see that this premise is nothing but a farce. First off, recall how Golden Order fundamentalism is, comparatively, a new movement, compared to what was originally singular worship of the Erdtree itself. As we hear from Melena's recounting, Marika makes a speech at the minor Erdtree church, a product of when the sap of the Erdtree ran dry and the first generation of Erdtree seeds had fallen.
I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
Frankly speaking, Golden Order fundamentalism is medieval scholasticism, and this is a very direct thematic parallel. Explicitly, it's the use of reason and logic to retroactively justify the state religion. Facing the revelation that the Erdtree was not as perfect as initially believed, Marika's response is the establishing of a new direction, which would eventually be recognized as Golden Order fundamentalism. She changes the goalposts, as it were, and puts speed onto the observation of order itself. Losing the certain blessings of the Erdtree's sacred tears, followers of the Elden Ring will now work to justify the faith themselves, through study of the Golden Order itself that the Elden Ring describes. A once blind worship of the Erdtree, merely in response to the boons it provided, is no longer enough. That Marika's followers must not falter in their faith simply because their days of easy grace, with which the faith of the Erdtree itself had been first spread across the lands between, are over. Also, just to confirm, Radahn is not implied in the game to be the creator of Golden Order fundamentalism. Indeed, Radahnn's Rings of Light is in the Golden Order Principia, a tomb containing the Order's fundamental principles, but recall what the incantation's description actually says. A gift of gratitude to the young Miquella from his father Radahn. Gratitude for what? The Discus of Light incantation that Miquella made as a gift for Radahn. Obviously, Radagon's Ring of Light was composed after Miquella's Discus of Light, and since Discus of Light is itself already a fundamentalist incantation, it shows that Radahn is not implied to be the inventor of fundamentalism. To be clear, that isn't integral to anything, but I just thought it would be worth specifying. Maybe it would confuse the timeline in the future otherwise, when new content is eventually released. Fundamentalism came out of the need to propagandize the Golden Order, and somehow excuse its otherwise equally observable shortcomings. Golden Order fundamentalists sought to find, in science and mathematics, adequate justifications for what they'd already decided had to be correct. This premise is confirmed beyond a doubt should we follow Goldmask and Corrin on his journey to compose the Mending Rune of Perfect Order, during which we learn alongside Goldmask and Corrin that the Golden Order in its entirety had been founded on a, dare I say, fundamental lie.
The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radahn, also appeared.
Scholarship in all but name, Golden Order fundamentalism was created solely to justify that no matter what and despite everything, square pegs did fit into round holes. Since the Golden Order itself is supposed to be perfect, you could almost say they had no choice but to make it that way. Practically speaking, though, the Order itself is one of complete authoritarian control. As the fundamentalists described it, the Golden Order is supposed to be an order that encompasses the destruction of things, regression, and the creating of things, causality. And by this, we see how the fundamentalists justify their obsession with deciding what fit within the order and what should exist, and what was heretically outside the order and therefore shouldn't. Anything that didn't fit in the Golden Order's preconceptions were determined to, in simple terms, be existing incorrectly, and thus to be eradicated, like those who live in death. Not only, however, is the Golden Order in its entirety revealed to be predicated on a lie, but over the course of the game, multiple examples in-universe address how what the Golden Order proclaimed as heresy have only ever been completely arbitrary. The Lyrians were heretical, but now they're not. The Crucible wasn't heretical, but now it is. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds. You know, except for us. When Muriel tells us heresy is not native to this world, it is merely a contrivance, all things can be conjoined and all that, he is in fact correct. The story itself agrees with him, and this observation is indeed one of the main morals espoused by the game itself, that the concept of heresy is inherently fake. We can even find Muriel's premise proven to its utmost if we follow Fia's questline, and upon repairing the Elden Ring with the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, we embed the principle of life within death into the Elden Ring's order. Now unanimous, its contrivance as an existence outside the bounds of the previous order becomes observably defunct. Just like that, this ideology of the Age of the Duskborn is established, and through the powers of the Elden Ring, magically made into reality. The Golden Order was the vision of order that was written into the Elden Ring prior to its destruction. As I described earlier, what I refer to as these visions of order are, in other words, physical transcriptions of an ideology that can be given by its envisioner to be magically enforced by an Empyrean in their ascension to godhood. Malenia holds the Scarlet Rot inside her, and from her was established an Order of Rot. Mohg attempted to ascend Miquella unto godhood by putting his accursed blood inside him, and from him he aspired to establish his Mohgwyn dynasty. And, of course, Queen Marika held the Elden Ring inside her, and from her was established the Golden Order. So note that where we talk about Empyreans being vessels, it's in physical terms. The nature of this link, however, between an ascended Empyrean themselves and the vision of order that they're physically vessel for is shown to be a very magically powerful connection. From Marika, we of course see that the damaging of the Elden Ring shattered her own body in return, but we also see that Marika's body had become transmuted in a less destructive way as well, as Radahn bleeds golden sap when we strike him. This magical link is also shown to run both ways, for after we do kill Marika and her Elden Ring in the final boss fight, Godslain and all that, if we choose to repair the ring, the way we do it is by repairing Marika's body, bringing her and subsequently the ring back to life. This is also why the permanent removal of the Elden Ring's influence in the other two endings share a depiction of Marika's head being destroyed, removing any chance of her being put back together again. Marika's death and subsequently the Elden Ring's death are now both made permanent. This relationship between Marika and the Elden Ring is a direct effect of how she became a god by ascending as the Elden Ring's vessel. While the Elden Ring has power over her, she has a very direct power over it in turn. With her death, necessarily comes its death. This ultimate power she retained over the Golden Order was exactly what Marika refers to as well when she mocks Radahn in the echoes Melina recounts in Marika's bedchamber.
O Radahn, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
To start with the end, in regards to what Marika is talking about in the bedchamber dialogue, and in regards to the red-haired hero himself, Radahn is Marika, continuous present tense. Like the statue says, and as Corrin's questline explains, Radahn existed as a magical offshoot of Queen Marika the Eternal, made through the powers of the Golden Order. He was created at some point prior to the Liurnian Wars, where the rest of his story is known, up until the point of Marika shattering the Elden Ring. There are several disparate parts in the game leading directly to the player discovering that Radahn and Marika were, in truth, only one entity all along. Those being Muriel questioning why he was chosen as second Elden Lord, despite being apparently just a mortal champion, and rumors of the statue in Leyndell, Malenia's Remembrance in Great Rune, and Goldmask's questline, which requires you to unveil the secret of the statue and report it back to Corrin. Radagon's true nature is most observably expressed, however, in the spoken echoes of Marika's bedchamber, and in the game's final boss itself, where we actually fight him. First of all, it's worth pointing out that the bedchamber dialogue directly precedes the event of the breaking of the Elden Ring. I know it's obvious, but this is important to note because it shows beyond a doubt that before the shattering, Radahn and Marika existed as two physically separate bodies. They are spoken echoes, after all, of Marika speaking to Radahn. So along with the dialogue itself, we can tell that they haven't gotten to their Mephistopheles and Margareta situation just yet. That they both exist as separate bodies also corroborates with, of course, Radagon's past as the leader of the Liurnian Wars and a husband to Queen Rennala, during which Marika still remained publicly active, as shown by her speeches at the Grand Lift of Dectus and the churches in Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula. So we can put down for certain that prior to the shattering, while the Elden Ring was fully formed, Radahn and Marika were two separate people. Then, as we see in the paintings of the game's opening movie, and as explained by the description of Marika's hammer, the Elden Ring is broken by Marika, before Radahn takes control over Marika's body and immediately attempts to repair it. We see clearly that the fusion between Marika and Radahn, where they now share a single body, becomes present at this point. Where the Elden Ring has been partly destroyed, Marika and Radahn share a single body. And then, when we finally beat the final boss, and then stand in front of a dead Marika, we see that Radahn is nowhere. Initially, he took form over his and Marika's shared body to fight us, but there is only one person here now. Even if we decide to repair the Elden Ring, resurrecting Marika to do so, Radahn remains absent, with our Tarnished freely taking his spot as the new Elden Lord. Of the Golden Order was putting it lightly. As we see, Radagon's physicality was directly connected to the cohesion of the Golden Order itself, and it was this fact that Marika refers to when she taunts Radahn in her bedchamber.
Thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
In my opinion, it hardly gets more explicit than mine other self, but if you assume that this was Marika merely calling Radahn by an affectionate term, don't worry, because this is only the second pet name she gives him. The first one, as we hear, is Loyal Dog.
O Radahn, leal hound of the Golden Order.
In the original Japanese, she doesn't even zhuzh it up with fancy words. She literally calls Radahn an Inu, dog of the Golden Order, so it's safe to say that this is Marika being sarcastic, a script making use of a double entendre. Anyhow, it was this aspect of the Elden Ring's destruction that Marika taunted Radahn with. That the end of the Golden Order necessitated Radagon's end, besides hers. You might even say she was mocking him for being ultimately powerless to stop her. Indeed, even as Radahn would try to repair the Elden Ring and block all entrance to the Erdtree, as we see from Radagon's seal being over the impenetrable thorns, this was exactly what Marika knew he would do. Besides simply accepting his death and giving Marika what she wanted at once, it was Radagon's only option. This was also what Marika hinged her entire plan on in her creation of the Tarnished quest. As her spoken echoes at the capital outskirts reveal, Marika had always known that from her absence, the lands between would be solid by conflict within the vacuum.
Hear me, demigods, my children beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god.
And yet she also knew the Shardbearer's stalemate was inevitable, for as Morgoth first discovered, even after ostensibly winning the Shattering, by taking his place as Lord of the Royal Capital as the eldest of the Golden Lineage, defending Leyndell so well that its walls never fell even once, and maintaining the Golden Order's presence all the way up to the fringes of Limgrave over the course of the entire Shattering. Even after all of that, he would be spurned by the Erdtree too. He couldn't have done anything but be spurned by the Erdtree. As we face ourselves when we finally get there, and as the two fingers in the round table hold learn, Radahn refused to let anybody inside. Forcing the two fingers, who directly served under the greater will itself, and self-evidently seeking only that the Elden Ring be repaired, to end up with no other choice but to call back Us Tarnished that Marika banished long ago as a last resort to break the stalemate. That Marika specifically made preparations for, the personal enslavement of Hugh to craft a weapon able to kill her, Melna's original purpose that she relearns upon our going to Leyndell of being kindling for the first cardinal sin, and the betrayal of Malekith as mentioned in his remembrance, of a Tarnished eventually killing him in order to retrieve Destined Death and return it to the Elden Ring, despite locking away Destined Death having been his original singular purpose. When we eventually see Marika for ourselves, the return of the Rune of Death takes the form of her being impaled by a fragment of it going through her torso with a matching wound in the belly of the Elden Beast. The Rune of Death undoes the Erdtree's grace-given immortality, just like she witnessed the Black Knives do for Godwyn, allowing the brambles to be burnt away and for her and the Elden Ring her body sustained to finally be killed in the first place. Thus was the end goal that the Shattering itself and all of its carnage had been designed to lead up to. Indeed, such was the purpose behind Marika's creation of the Tarnished from the very beginning.
I knew you'd come.
Are you having second thoughts? Might I have a word, then? Your kind are meant to challenge them. To slay them. The demigods and their god.
So slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity. A man cannot kill a god.
How did Marika and Radahn know such a specific event would come to pass, though? That with the Golden Order's destruction, Radahn would himself be destroyed in as specific a way as refusing with Marika, all with enough surety that Marika was comfortable taunting him with it. Taking a step back, we're able to see precisely how, from how the fundamentalists themselves chose to describe the powers of the Golden Order, that one of the two incantations in the Golden Order Principia. You didn't forget that it's the law of regression in the first place that's used to reveal Radaghn's true nature, did you? If, as has been the most common alternate theory amongst the fandom, that Radahn was once a completely separate person, and was instead magically incorporated into Marika just before the Liurnian Wars, then as the law of regression dictates, with the destruction of the Golden Order that made him as he is, he'd have returned to his original mortal form, whoever he was prior to being known as Radahn of the Golden Order. Instead, he is eradicated completely. Reveals mimicry in all its forms. Now, God slain, the man has returned to whence he came. Radahn was. That's why the Sacred Relic Sword, which we see with our own eyes was made from Radahn after we defeat him in the first phase, is nonetheless described as a sword wrought from the body of Marika instead. It's what the Radahn icon description foreshadows when it tells us the hero aspired to be complete, for despite being, evidently, an individual with his own free will, Radahn was never a complete person. He was simply a separated piece of someone else. It's why Radaghn's name was present in the Golden Order itself as well, as Goldmask was able to notice in his study of it. And, of course, it's how Radaghn's children with Rennala still also counted as the direct offspring of Marika, inheriting great runes and justifying the presence of the Golden Sewing Needle, a tool for the tailoring of demigod attire specifically as one of Radaghn's initial wedding gifts, well before his epic divorce and return to Leyndell. Now, you may recall the description of the giant's red braid, where it appears to potentially imply that Radahn might have actually been one of the fire giants. This, however, is a misconception, one that came from the word choice of the English translation. The JP description spells it out more clearly. We're told by the Barrier of Gold incantation that it was only during the First and Second Liurnian Wars that Radahn fought for the Erdtree, and since the Giant Crusher weapon confirms beyond a doubt that the War of the Giants was the very first war fought by the Golden Order, along with the complete absence of anything even related to Radahn on the mountaintops, we see that Radahn had never even been present for the War of the Giants. So, as the item description itself wonders, how could Radahn have been cursed? As we've just gone over, it's because Radahn is Marika's very literal other self, some form of lesser manifestation of her that was eventually returned back to whence he came when the magic that facilitated his existence was destroyed. The curse of his red hair had actually merely been cast onto Marika instead, being the instigator of the Fire Giant genocide in the first place, physically present at the battles themselves, as her speech at the First Church of Marika confirmed, and personally marking a Fire Giant with a curse of her own. The originators of Radagon's curse already had an ample opportunity to do so. Thus, on Radagon's creation, he indirectly catches the red hair curse, and it manifests on him the same way it appears in Radagon's own children, and in Malenia. That's why the narrator brings the topic up with so much ambiguity in the first place. Radahn was indeed the victim of a curse. It's just not his curse. As we observed, the red hair had spread magically through their victims' genetics, in more physical terms, through their shared blood. Just like how Mohg's blood flame appears in Morgoth, despite Morgoth himself obviously having no willing connection to the Formless Mother, the magical power that Mohg's blood had become imbued with was spread to all who shared that blood, meaning the followers of his dynasty who imbibed his blood and his twin brother. With Radahn and Marika counting genetically as the same being, of course, the curse is able to manifest on him just as well as it does on Ranni and Malenia. And in the case of her permanent destruction when we choose the Lord of Chaos ending, we see that the red in Melina's own hair has faded just like the gold in her right eye. Indeed, I'd go so far as to say that it's clear that the red hair curse had always been from Queen Marika. However, as for how Marika herself and Miquella evidently lack red hair, as we see by several depictions of Marika and the single painting of Miquella we see in his opening cutscene, well, there isn't anything for it just yet. For Miquella at least, note how, besides this single frame, there is literally nothing else in the game that shows Miquella's hair color. Indeed, I think it would even be very preemptive of us to assume he was born that way. I would bet, even, that if anyone would know about banishing a curse, it'd be him. Time will tell us in time, after all, so if it turns out I'm wrong, and it's revealed that Miquella actually was born with blonde hair, I'm en route to a massive egg on my face. Until then, though, keep a tab on this for when the DLC comes out. With Radahn understood, it of course bears mentioning that he was merely one of Marika's later creations. The Golden Order and the Erdtree themselves are both accredited to have been made by Queen Marika. After all, her Golden Order and her Erdtree that she's also able to magically control, as shown by when Radahn blocked the entrance leading into the Erdtree with its unbreakable thorns. And as we'll see later on, Marika having the ability to just remove grace from the Tarnished. Now for the most part, those statements are accurate. It was Marika who entrusted Malekith to confine the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring when the Golden Order was first composed, but the actual Elden Ring's creation, which we know to be where the Golden Order actually comes from, was by the Greater Will and the Two Fingers. To reconfirm, we can be assured of this due to the fact that the Elden Ring itself is constructed from code, the language of light that's spoken by the Fingers. Prior to just Marika's reign, though, the Elden Ring itself had been present over the lands between. As Placidusax's Remembrance reveals, it was the ancient dragons who brandished the Elden Ring in their prehistoric age before the Erdtree. While we know nothing else about what the Elden Ring was like during the age of the ancient dragons, one place where it majorly differed from Marika's Golden Order was in the presence of destined death. As Enya tells us, the Golden Order was made by the removal of the red Rune of Death, as exemplified by the red tint of primordial gold. Modern gold is merely primordial gold, minus the red. As an aside, this is also why, when we see the powers of the Rune of Death, their colors are black and red, while the god-slaying Black Flame is only black, and why Black Flame only deals damage over time, while Rune of Death attacks deal damage over time and reduce the opponent's maximum HP. Recall as well how the Black Blade itself is made from obsidian, and how it, once we get our hands on it, along with what the Godslayer Greatsword and the rest of the Godskin Apostles' equipment are decorated with, is black obsidian specifically, wherein our Blasphemous Claw, the medallion on Malekith's hand, and the actual Black Blade itself when it was wielded by Malekith are of black obsidian imbued with the red of destined death. So yeah, am I a Snake Eyes, or what? Anyhow, just the same is the situation between the Erdtree and the Great Tree. more often referred to under the moniker of the Primordial Crucible. The game tells us that the Crucible is just a figurative name for the Great Tree itself by the items that describe it. In the first place, Crucible just means melting pot, both in English and in Japanese, where the word for crucible is also the word for melting pot. The term crucible sounds fancy, sure, but it's literally just a container where material is put in and melted down. Its use as a figurative expression in the first place comes from that being what a crucible actually is and used for. The primordial form of the Erd Tree, being a melting pot specifically, also thematically reaches over to other parts of the game, such as with the living jars. They are themselves actual crucibles of life, explicitly stewing the remains of the various corpses inside them, and being brought to life in the form of something different than their individual components. Regardless, we see as well from Solarius Tree that what's called the melting pot of ancient life isn't physically a container itself, as despite being explicitly modeled on the crucible of life that the primordial form of the Erd Tree was close in nature to, it is most certainly not in the shape of a pot. I might even say that it's in the shape of a tree. Using horn ornamentation observably identical to the horn ornamentation of the Crucible Tree Helm, which the Crucible Tree Helm explicitly name drops as being Great Tree ornamentation specifically, we can confirm that expressions of the primordial form of the Erd Tree and the Crucible of Life are both simply descriptors for the Great Tree. By the by, that expression of being the melting pot of ancient life is in the first place a reference to the fact that since the Great Tree was the prior form of the Erd Tree, it would have done the same thing the Erd Tree does, gathering the magical power of life from the lands between, hence where all life was once blended together. The Erd Tree governs all, after all, and you won't need me showing you just how expansively the roots of the Great Tree reach. And as a final note, if you're concerned by how descriptions of the Crucible describe it as close in nature to life itself and all that, and that such a fantastical phrase couldn't possibly be referring to something as physical as a tree, don't worry. The Erd Tree itself is also described, independently from the Crucible, as straight up being life itself already. But, while we may know what the Great Tree was called, you might think that we still don't know what it physically was. That the Crucible is always referred to as the primordial form of the Erd Tree itself, however, tells it to us. The Great Tree was not merely a similar plant, or a plant of the same species or whatever that the Erd Tree is only replacing in function, but the name of the Great Tree is the actual shape the Erd Tree was in prior to how it currently exists under the Golden Order. Before we continue though, for posterity's sake, it's worth reconfirming that the Erd Tree specifically belongs to the Elden Ring, not linked to Marika herself, but the Elden Ring which is linked to Marika. Functionally, the same outcome is indeed reached, which is why I said accrediting the Erd Tree to Marika is still mostly true. And as we can see by Radahn covering the entrance into the Erd Tree with brambles, completely unbeknownst to the Two Fingers themselves, there is evidently some kind of connection between Marika and the Erd Tree itself. But as we can see from the dozens of other Erd Trees shown in the Elden Beast Arena, Elden Stars being the most ancient of incantations that derive from the Erd Tree, the root-like growths on the Elden Beast's tail, and the fact that the color of the Erd Tree itself changes depending on which variant of the Elden Lord ending you choose, we can confirm beyond a doubt that the Erd Tree is, ultimately, from the Elden Ring. Anyhow, we're able to deduce that the Great Tree and the Erd Tree are the same single organism through pretty much the process of elimination. The most immediate discrepancy towards the idea that the Erd Tree and the Great Tree might be two physically separate organisms would be that there's no evidence of the existence of a giant tree other than the Erd Tree. Being a tree, a separate Great Tree would have to have leaves, a trunk, branches, and of course exist above ground. But besides the Erd Tree and Miquella's Halleck Tree, which is obviously not a contender for being the Great Tree, none of the sort exists. Was the Great Tree somehow cut down and cleared away? It can't be that either, because we also see nothing resembling what would be the cut-down trunk of a giant tree above the deep-root depths. The deep-root depths being important here, as it's the explicit origin of the Great Tree's root network, and while it isn't underneath any kind of giant tree trunk, it is, incidentally, underneath Leyndell, that is to say, it's underneath the Erd Tree. There's an Erd Tree avatar hanging out here too. Since the Crucible incantations themselves are ancient Erd Tree incantations, with the same logo as Erd Tree Heal, Blessing of the Erd Tree, and Elden Stars, it's well corroborated that the Erd Tree and the Great Tree are physically one organism. Now, the Great Tree was literally the earlier form of the Erd Tree before Marika's reign is also why its acknowledgement became heretical in the first place. Acknowledging the Crucible of Life begs one to also acknowledge how arbitrary the Golden Order's creation actually was. It uniquely threatened the perceived perfection that the Golden Order espoused, something that, to even question in the first place, was an obvious heresy. What was it that made the primordial gold red-tinted that isn't present in the Golden Order now? Is the Golden Order actually perfect if in the previous age it had something that's lacking in the current one? And so on. That's why the powers of the Crucible were made estranged from as time went on, and Marika's reign had fully established itself as the authority over the lands between. Recall how Godfrey and his army were only banished after Godfrey's campaign had ended, and that the Crucible Knights specifically served Lord Godfrey. There's no reason to be had behind censoring the Great Tree just because it predated the Erdtree, when the Golden Order has a cult literally worshipping the ancient dragons, a strategy along the lines of the Golden Order having tried to make some kind of false history, where their rule had always been in place since forever, would simply be asinine. Where there are people who were literally alive prior to the age of the Erdtree who are still alive. That the Erdtree's primordial form was the Great Tree is also corroborated by what little we do know regarding when the lands between were ruled by the ancient dragons. That being, since the ancient dragons worshipped the Elden Ring during the age prior to Marika, they would subsequently be with the worshippers of the form the Erdtree was in prior to Marika as well. Just to reconfirm, we know in the first place that the ancient dragons were the previous masters in the Elden Ring by Placidusax once having the title of Elden Lord, and that it was this fact that provided the logical basis behind the Golden Order's justification for the ancient dragon's cult's existence, since the ancient dragons literally did serve the Elden Ring itself, and the Erdtree itself, just in their primordial forms. Worshipping the dragons couldn't count as following something other than the Erdtree. And so, while there is still a lot of information yet unknown to us regarding the age before the Erdtree, we at least know that whatever did happen when Marika ascended to godhood, it involved what was called the Great Tree becoming the Erdtree. But I'm ignoring something very relevant, aren't I? Something that really seems to stand in the way of this idea that the Great Tree and the Erdtree are the same single organism. As the root resin description says, the roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, or so they say, and it is for this reason catacombs are built around Great Tree roots. What is the actual purpose supposed to be when phrases like "it is said" and so on are used? Just to establish ourselves, these item descriptions do not exist diegetically. This game's menus aren't being presented to our tarnished or anything like that, it's instead presented directly to us, the players ourselves. An Elden Ring's menu is, obviously, objective, it's reading us the game's data. Outside of real-life errors, like mistranslations and typos, the menu's purpose is to display to us correct information regarding the gameplay itself, and never present anything untruthful. Of course, we're intuitively aware of this from the start. The reason this is worth noting is because this preconception is written to extend to the actual item descriptions themselves. The narrator used in the item descriptions is an omniscient third-person narrator. So, just like any other third-person omniscient, like in the Narnia books for example, the narrator has no limitations in what it's able to tell us. And yet, like the rest of Elden Ring's menu screens, everything it says is intended to be read as true. To illustrate, our menu screen's narrative voice is able to, apparently, read characters' minds and tell us what their thoughts and feelings were, give us information about events that we never see, tell us things that themselves don't exist in the game, and even see into the future as well. Think about it. Despite all that otherwise impossible to verify information, as it were, not one of us have any doubt that all of it is still canonical to the narrative of the game, because we recognize that since these statements come from our menu, and our menu never gives us incorrect information, all the item descriptions are designed to be taken as truthful parts of Elden Ring's story. So, when, rather than just saying things outright, the narrator says in its myriad ways variations of "this is what is believed by the people of the setting" instead, the literary purpose behind it is to obfuscate some meaningful information while still remaining technically truthful. It's a method of introducing narrative ambiguity without breaking the contract of communication between the author and the audience. The particular contract in these item descriptions, of course, being that the narrator can't be wrong. As exemplified in the root resin description itself. The game's menu remains as we know it's intended to be taken as, a reliable source of information. It's not as if this is supposed to not actually be what they say, or anything like that. But this deliberately undefined, conspicuously anonymous "they" is not intended to be taken as a reliable source of information. In writing the description this way, we, the audience, are invited to consider what relevant details are purposely being left out. In the case of what's mentioned here, the most pertinent details that have been left out for us to ponder are why the roots of the Great Tree and the Erdtree are considered connected in the past, and why they aren't considered connected anymore. As we just gone over, the reason the Great Tree and the Erdtree roots would be considered connected is because they'd be, in truth, the same organism. The expansive root network across the lands between had simply grown during the age of the Great Tree, and thus are accredited to it. As for why they aren't considered connected anymore, it's due to the effects of the shattering. As the Lord's Divine Fortification tells us, all was broken long ago, with the Erdtree itself being no exception. As we already know, the state of the Erdtree is directly connected to the state of the Elden Ring. Comparing in-universe paintings of the Erdtree to how it currently is, we see that indeed, just like Marika herself was, the Erdtree too was physically shattered by the breaking of the Elden Ring. Just look at that gash. And not only is it fractured, but it's leaning. It's literally been broken in twain. And that is why the Great Tree's roots aren't considered connected to the Erdtree's anymore. The Erdtree itself was physically broken off from its roots when the Elden Ring was shattered. The root resin also tells us that before the Erdtree was broken, that catacombs were built around the Great Tree's roots. This act we know to be called Erdtree burial, where the remains of the dead are believed to be returned to the Erdtree. Now though, since the Erdtree is broken, their ashen remains remain unreturned, whereupon we can take those ashes ourselves and use a spirit calling bell to summon their ghosts from them to fight with us. This is also why all the ashes unreturned to the Erdtree that we obtain throughout the game are, where specified, from creatures who died after the Elden Ring was destroyed. Although to be honest, some of these spirit summons really stretch one's personal tolerance for ambiguity. Maybe this island is just supposed to be like out of range of the Erdtree or something. Wait, no, because there are catacombs on the Weeping Peninsula too, so it can't be that. Okay, I guess Marika's breaking of the Elden Ring itself was just, like, relatively really recently after the end of Godfrey's campaign. Well, I guess there is a bit in the game supporting that. Wait. Because by the Battle of Ionia, Radahn and Malenia were the last of the still active demigods. Godric was busy, Rykard was busy, Mohg was busy, Miquella was what Mohg was busy with, Morgott didn't have anything to do, Ranni was dead, and also busy, and the Battle of Ionia took both of them out. With the Battle of Ionia, the Shattering had entirely ended. So then, after a FromSoft trademark ambiguity pretend years later, after everything else, only then does our player character actually reach the Lands Between and begin the story of the game itself. Of course. Why would a single war, with less than half of its participants even be interested in fighting in the first place, take more than a few years anyway? This single detail of Radahn being specifically young when he became the Star Scourge, something that I'm going to presume was originally from Martin's work and kept by FromSoft rather than them adding them in themselves. Eat me out if they fucking did, because keeping in mind FromSoft's apparent allergy to the concept accounting, I'd hope they didn't deliberately put in such a plot point that pulls down the story's pants like this. The single detail has to be the exact point in the storyline where GRRM's development of it ended and From Software took the reins. I hope he gets a kick out of that. The other games never felt as contrived about this as Elden Ring does. Long ago, said to have once dwelled, I can't remember the last time, as the story is told.
You wish to know more of Lord Radahn?
Yeah, Muriel.
He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host.
Oh, and when was that, Muriel?
When he met Lady Renala in battle. He soon repented his territorial aggressions there.
Oh, great. It sure is a real relief to know that he soon repented after meeting Renala. Thank God it was only soon.
The mystery endures to this day.
To this day, huh? How long is that supposed to have been, Muriel? How many fucking days has it been that the mystery still endures to, huh? What day is it? What day is it today, Muriel? Glory days the Round Table hold long ago, before Godwin's assassination long ago, the war against the dragons long ago, before the giants had even lived in the mountaintops long ago, a million different fucking long agos. And don't even think about getting me going on it was said long ago. This has to be it. It just has to be. I'm keeping all this shit in the script. I can't fucking believe this. What was I talking about? Oh, you know what? This has been an elephant in my room since literally my first playthrough, right? And I have not seen anyone mention it. I know I can't actually be alone in this though, so for those of you who paid enough attention to notice it too, this is for us. What I'm referring to is that the war against the dragons and the destruction of Faram Azula are both events that, in fact, very obviously happened right before the beginning of the Shattering. It is incredibly spelt out, such that I'm legitimately confused that it isn't more commonly spoken of. To start, the ancient dragon cult of Leyndell. It's established, after Godwin the Golden defeated Fortisax and ended the war against the dragons, that it was founded. So the relevant timeline for us is this. Not exactly revelacious, I know, but only after all of this is when Faram Azula is finally destroyed. As the Rune's Greatsword tells us, Faram Azula was struck by a big meteorite. Meteorites have gravity magic, and this gravity affects time, that's why Faram Azula is lost in time. All of us already know this, obviously, so I'll only go into the greater implications of all this shit and how it interacts with fate and stuff in the next video. So stay with me until then. Anyhow, all that matters for this is that Faram Azula's actual destruction takes place after everything else. How might we know? By the material evidence we find in Faram Azula itself. Prayer Book of the Capital's Ancient Dragon Cult, a lost tomb that never reached the lands between. Evidently, members of the Ancient Dragon Cult were active in Faram Azula prior to its destruction. The destruction itself, obviously, being the reason why this book never made it to the mainland. And at the end of the level, the war against the dragons having been complete prior to Faram Azula's destruction is explicitly confirmed. After the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the Sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erdtree was to become dragons themselves. Yes, it is legitimately this explicit. The draconic tree sentinel exists as literal walking proof of Faram Azula's destruction having only occurred after the War of the Dragons was over, and the tree sentinels chose to become like dragons. Like I said, I don't know why this isn't commonly acknowledged. There are also Crucible Knights and the Banished Knights, the Crucible Knights being those who serve Godfrey, and the Banished Knights themselves being Knights of Stormvale who only got banished after Limgrave was conquered. The mere presence of these guys automatically disproves the in-universe legend of Faram Azula having been slowly crumbling since prehistoric times by themselves, but let's not get too distracted. In any case, for all these people to have been stranded in Faram Azula as they currently are, they'd of course have to have been in Faram Azula prior to its destruction. To cover every base, however, let's look through any potentially alternative inductions. I know nobody's actually suggesting these. The existence of the Ancient Dragon Prayer Book, by its nature, already confirms that the Dragon Cult had been founded prior to Faram Azula's destruction. The building up of these straw men here is solely for the sake of posterity. So, would it in fact be possible for the Draconic Tree Sentinel, the Knights of Stormvale, and the Crucible Knights to have all somehow made it to Faram Azula after it was destroyed? As we see for ourselves, now that Faram Azula is destroyed, there are only two possible ways of getting there. The first cardinal sin, and a sealed waygate atop a mountain south of Caria Manor, guarded by the headless ghosts of 3 Carian Knights. Well, we can safely conclude that those are not possibilities. Of course, there also isn't any reason for these people to have purposely stranded themselves in Faram Azula in the first place, if they actually had come of their own volition at all. Despite that, would it still perhaps be possible for the ancient dragon cult to, in some way or another, still have been able to worship and cooperate with the ancient dragons after Faram Azula's destruction? Or for the ancient dragons themselves to have fought Leyndell after their city of Faram Azula had been destroyed, while at the same time such a circumstance also not being mentioned anywhere in anything relating to the war against the dragons? Somehow, I doubt it. So all in all, this is the relative timeline for Faram Azula, with Faram Azula's exact point of impact being ambiguously either before or after the very beginning of the actual civil war. It's no authorial mistake that this instantly explains all the weirdness relating to the ruins of Faram Azula and the ancient dragons that we've encountered since the beginning of the game itself. It's why the extensive destruction caused by these pieces of Faram remain unrepaired by the time we get there, countless years after the shattering itself had been over. It's as if they only landed right around the shattering itself, where the civil war would be what prevented them from being repaired. And this is because they were. Actual manpower is obviously not the issue. These guys have trolls. But, what with the war and all, they just never had the opportunity or sufficient reason to actually do it. Imagine civil wars tend to make one busy, and big road cleanup projects get put lower on the to-do list than per usual. This also, of course, all applies to the corpse of Grandsax as well. His attack literally starts the war against the dragons, and yet not only has his corpse not been cleaned up, neither has any of the damage he's done to Leyndell itself been rebuilt. One more thing though. When the Nox made the Dragonkin soldiers, they had intended for the Dragonkin to be immortal, as they used the allegedly immortality-granting Gravelstone scales of the ancient dragons in their creation. So why didn't it work? Reasonably, I'm certain that there are exactly 3 possible explanations. Recall the appearance of most every other ancient dragon we encounter in-game. The Gravelstone seal informs us that the scales of the ancient dragons are imbued with gold, but none of the actual ancient dragons we encounter exhibit this trait prominently, but in their wings. And for the corpses of ancient dragons, like Grandsax himself, there's no gold whatsoever. 2 ancient dragons, however, do exhibit gold prominently. The Lich Dragon Fortisax, who's undead, and the Dragon Lord we kill after traveling back in time, Placidusax. Both of these guys give us an inkling as to what otherwise healthier ancient dragons are supposed to look like. Specifically, they confirm for us that ancient dragons were actually imbued with gold. It's apparent that the rest of the ancient dragons, unprotected by the ravaging of age as these two happen to be, one by being undead and or trapped in some kind of dream realm, and the other by being murdered before he could grow old as the others we face, have had the gold in their scales fade away. And, of course, none of these ancient dragons, at least in the precise states that we find them in, prove to be any less mortal than anyone else we fight. Assuming the belief that Gravelstone scales being what provided the ancient dragons their immortality is legitimately true, currently there exists the chance that such an idea, as believed by the Nox, was a misconception, and this is the first possibility. This would be why the Gravelstone scales used in the construction of the Dragonkin failed to grant them immortality. They've all simply expired, and their immortal properties are no longer present. Either because the scales themselves are dead, having been removed from the ancient dragons they came from, or age has worn away what golden magic had previously been present, and this is the second possible reason. Either that, or simply the ancient dragons' immortality fell due to the fleeing of their god, and, like, the loss of their blessedness by the Elden Ring or something. This would be the third possible reason. Hopefully, we'll actually find out why the Dragonkin soldiers failed so hard more conclusively in the DLC. It might also be worth noting that the gold we see on Placidusax and Fortisax appear to be distinctly yellow modern gold, rather than red-tinged primordial gold. This doesn't conclusively tie into anything as of now, but maybe it'll prove to be relevant at some point in the future. It might not, but, Before we go, there's one more thing left to mention regarding Faram Azula. Why the fuck are there so many horse skeletons in here? I'm dead serious. There are so many entombed horses in this fucking place. There might actually be more horse skeletons in Faram Azula than there are Beastman skeletons. Why? Why have they been preserved with so much pomp and circumstance, while Beastmen are shoved into the architecture and hung from the fucking trees? How the hell did so many horses even get in here in the first place? And furthermore, why is nobody talking about this? Just like, why? Right. The Erd Tree and the Great Tree being the same organism. And the Great Tree also being the form the Erd Tree took during the age of the Ancient Dragons. This is exactly how worship of the Ancient Dragons was decided not to be a heresy. The Ancient Dragons didn't serve the Golden Order, but they did serve the Great Tree, and since the Great Tree was the Erd Tree, it was contrived that worshipping the Ancient Dragons couldn't count as worshipping something that went against the Erd Tree. Remember that as shown several times by the rest of the game itself, and then proven by us firsthand if we use the Mending Rune of Death for our Elden Lord ending, the concept of heresy is legitimately fake. As we well see, the creation of heresy is solely motivated by politics, to be changed and churned as different needs arise. That the Ancient Dragon Cult justifies its own existence with the technicality of all things is on purpose. Just like with every other instance of something being declared heresy, you're intended to notice how stupid it is. It does not conflict with the Erd Tree. Yeah, well, it certainly conflicted with something, didn't it? The Great Tree being the form the Erd Tree had during the Age of the Ancient Dragons is also expressed by the very aspects of the Crucible incantations themselves. The Crucible incantations manifest only those natural features which are all found at once on a single creature, the dragons: wings, horns, tails, feathers, and fire breath. And if we look outside of just the aspects of the Crucible spells, we find other features unanimously shared in the dragons as well. Sharp teeth, digitigrade legs, and even having 2 pairs of wings specifically, rather than just 1. Additionally, the fire breath we bring out as an aspect of the Crucible is specifically non-magical fire breath, produced from a physical organ. Unlike the lightning spells of the ancient dragons, flame breath is still retained amongst the modern dragons, indicating that it's natural rather than something you'd need to be taught, as the glintstone and rotting dragons show us as well. The condition of a dragon's physical body can directly affect the nature of their breath attack, and as an aspect of what the Erd Tree's primordial form did during the previous age, absorbing the magical energy of its worshippers just like the Erd Tree did prior to the Shattering. It's a natural body part whose remembrance, as it were, can be magically summoned, just like the rest of the dragons' physical features can, when we incant the aspects of the Crucible itself. That the Erd Tree was physically the Great Tree in the past also ends up explaining why the Erd Tree Sanctuary has, of all things, an elevator from Faram Azula connected to it. It also provides a decent reason, I imagine, for how the ancient dragons had enough beef with the Golden Order as to attack them first, and why Grandsax, during his initial attack on Leyndell, observably didn't target the Erd Tree, or even come near it. It's definitely not like he couldn't have simply landed here first if he wanted to. And as to the popular theory of the Great Tree being like the origin of life in the ancient past, that concept is not present in the game's canon, and to be honest, I don't know where that idea even comes from. Nowhere is it implied that the Crucible of Life was the origin of anything, other than the Erd Tree itself on account of being its primordial form. That it's described as a melting pot would necessarily mean that the actual material being melted, like, came from elsewhere and was put into the pot. A furnace doesn't just make shit out of thin air. It melts inserted material into a new form, which is exactly what the Erd Tree already does with its imbuing of the power of life itself into runes through the Elden Ring. And if the names of Ordovis and Siluria being references to the real-life Ordovician and Silurian periods are any evocation, then you'd think a supposed origin of life would at least have some sort of reference to aquatic life, where life actually did originate from, right? And yet, the aspects of the Crucible include nothing of the sort. Flight and flame breath most certainly do not evoke primitive life forms. This video goes into fair detail and explains a lot of things that are otherwise easily forgotten from the story of Elden Ring. There remain some things, however, where a canonical explanation is simply not present. Questions to whom their answers don't exist. I'm hopeful that such open threads will be addressed in the eventual DLC. Especially since many such questions, I believe, almost assuredly, can be traced unto a man alone. Indeed, the very last of the still-living demigods. A man whose eternal slumber, in fact, isn't even assured, if Gideon's voiced concerns foreshadow anything. The reason I'm mentioning all this, though, is that right now, with the game in its current shape, there is very little I can explain regarding Miquella other than bring up all the unanswered questions that end up tying directly to him, or appear heavily involved in his motivations. Why exactly was Radahn created in the first place? Miquella, however, was involved in the development of the Golden Order fundamentalism, along with having a canonically close relationship to Radahn, and of course having vested interest regarding his and his sister's afflictions. Miquella would, I'd say, absolutely have learned the true natures of behind his father and mother, and how it led to the twin prodigies being born the way they were. And in regards to that, we also don't know exactly why Miquella and Malenia were made to be born as Empyreans. With the very politically messy situation of Radagon's epic divorce and second marriage to Marika being done in order to accomplish it. Ostensibly, the twins were born the way they were because additional Empyreans were desired as more potential successors to Marika. But that premise alone sidesteps other obvious questions, like why more potential successors would be wanted if Ranni already existed. If the need was political, that they needed Empyreans who were recognized as being Marika's direct children, then what would have been the point of creating Ranni? Of course, there are easy explanations that we can make up, but the answers to these questions themselves aren't actually present in the game. Miquella, however, would have such answers. We also have no idea who precisely Saint Trina was. Despite obviously having an important connection to Miquella, and cut content telling us that Saint Trina was Miquella's magical alter ego, in the actual game, we're never told this. Pretend you don't know about the cut content and only look at what exists in the game itself, and Saint Trina could be just about anything. Maybe Miquella's teacher or student, or some kind of descendant like Malenia's Valkyries, for instance. By the way, did you know that the 6 weird petal ghosts that Phase 2 Malenia can summon matches the 6 confirmed daughters of Malenia that we see in the game? 5 for Millicent and her 4 sisters, and the 6th one, of course, being the original owner of these clothes, having successfully bloomed just before Malenia's arena. Coincidence? Maybe. But, probably not. Anyhow, how the hell did Miquella even craft the unalloyed needles? What's up with this mention of fate again, right? Cheating fate? Does that mean we could have used it to pick the lock to the Fingerslayer and Nokron? And what the hell does the ghost in Castle Soul mean when he refers to Godwyn as Miquella's comrade? Comrade in what? What were they supposed to have been collaborating on that apparently got interrupted by the Knight of Black Knives that would motivate an attempt at bringing him back? Second last of all, what did Gideon mean when he says the Queen's sorrow was justified after we confirmed for him that Miquella had been stolen from the Haligtree? Is he referring to how, since Elphael has a locked treasure room containing a seal of Queen Marika, that Miquella was given some kind of duty or responsibility in regards to the Haligtree project that Marika entrusted him with, showing not only that Marika had been aware of and supportive of Miquella's endeavors prior to the Shattering, but that she was also aware that the resulting instability of the Shattering also put Miquella's plans at risk, which is why it's the confirmation, specifically of the Haligtree project going awry, that justifies Marika's sorrow, in Gideon's opinion, as it proves her concerns to have been reasonable all along, and that she was upset that indirectly forsaking Miquella was a risk she'd have to accept in order to achieve her ultimate goal of killing the Elden Ring? Like I said, many questions. But of course, the most prominent question of all regarding these twins is what the hell was the Battle of Ionia for? Considering the fact that this completely mysterious purpose, which across the entirety of the game is completely unacknowledged, proved to be of such grand import that solely to accomplish it, Malenia forsook Miquella's needle and willingly embraced the Scarlet Rot just to defeat Radahn. And we know it isn't related to the Scar Scourge event. Radahn's gravity lock in the skies only ended with his death. Not only does Radahn's actual death in-game have zero connection to any of the events regarding Miquella and Malenia, you can complete Mohgwyn Palace, kill Mohg, and complete Millicent's questline without even seeing Redmane Castle, but when we finally meet Malenia herself, she still introduces herself to have never known defeat. She has no comms admitting her loss when we defeat her, so evidently, despite everything that happened in Caelid, Malenia's mission was a success. Her goal was only so far as to disable Radahn. So what the hell, right? What the hell was Malenia supposed to be defeating Radahn over that she determined it would be worth nuking Caelid to do it? Again, as of this video's release, a canonical reason behind the Battle of Ionia simply doesn't exist. Miquella's story just isn't over yet. Technically, Malenia's story isn't over yet either, but I reckon at this point it's mostly over. What information stands to be revealed is, I think, most likely all pertaining to the backstory of the Scarlet Rot itself, and what that implies for Malenia's ultimate future or whatever. Point is, though, that there's a lot more for me to talk about regarding her than regarding her brother. So, what's up with Malenia? As I mentioned earlier in the video, by the end of Godfrey's rule, the Erdtree had stopped producing sap. With no sap, no amber like the egg from which Ranni was made could be obtained. Still, Empyreans happened to be needed, so instead, through natural sex between Marika and Radagon, the twin prodigies Miquella and Malenia were born. This use of inbreeding succeeded in keeping pure Marika's very literal divine bloodline. The children of her and Radagon were indeed Empyreans, but it also directly resulted in the twin prodigies' disabilities. Miquella's physical growth was permanently stunted, and Malenia was afflicted with a chronic illness. In some way or another, the Scarlet Rot exists as the artificial creation of a now defeated outer god, described in legend as Rot itself, where it was worshipped at some point in the distant past. Of this figure itself, the originator of the Order of Rot, we get very little. In the Grand Cloister, we get our hands on a weapon explicitly crafted from the relic of this outer god, described as coming from a great scorpion's tail. Since it's specifically identified as a relic, we can tell that it's an actual piece of this outer god's original body, so it would appear that they are some kind of great scorpion. In any case, I'll be referring to this enigmatic figure as Rot God. Whether the Lake of Rot before us is literally the dissolved remains of Rot God's corpse, still living only in its immortal essence as a Scarlet Rot itself, or instead the invention of Rot God, the only thing left after it was defeated, is up for you to decide. In any case, all the Rot God is now is old news. Today's god of the Scarlet Rot is, of course, Malenia, and observing her interactions with the distinctive plague, we're able to see exactly what people like Gowry and the servants of Rot actually mean when they describe the order of Rot that the Scarlet Rot embodies. The cycle of rebirth put into practice. As Gowry recounts, and as items like the prosthesis wear heirloom corroborate, Malenia was born with the Scarlet Rot illness. But as we can observe by the lack of any presence of the Rot in Leyndell, this was not when the Scarlet Rot was actually unleashed. Instead, the Scarlet Rot appeared during the events of the Battle of Ionia, where grown-up Malenia fought with General Radahn. As we learned from the game itself, and as shown in the game's E3 reveal trailer, Malenia abandoned the Unalloyed Needle in Caelid, the device that held back the spread of the rot within her body, and impales herself through the heart upon Radahn, and directly from her death, the Scarlet Ionia blooms for the first time. In our battle with Malenia at the foot of the Halictree, these events repeat. We see her fall to the ground, and our character, believing her properly dead, walks past her. Moments later, however, Malenia rises again, as a scarlet flower blooms once more. As both descriptions of the ideals of Rot espouse, death begetting life, decay and rebirth, the Order of Rot starts with some other living thing's end, and so the Scarlet Rot requires death to begin its process in making that ideology real. Only from Malenia's death was the Rot capable of resurrecting her as the goddess of Rot. But why is this so? Why is it that the Order of Rot, completely subjective as ideologies inherently are by their very nature, was defined as requiring death as a starting point, such that the Scarlet Rot requires an organism's death first, before magically manifesting the order that it acts as vision for, be it dying to the Rot itself as it happens to Millicent, suicide as it happens for the First Bloom, or at the hands of one's opponent as it happens against us, before being reborn. Life, but more specifically, the magical energy innate to life, is what the Scarlet Rot consumes. Like all other forms of magic, it's this raw energy that's required for this ideology of Rot that the Scarlet Rot embodies to actually be made manifest. And as we see, the Rot is exclusively involved with the living, infecting plants, animals, and even the Crystallians, glintstone robots that, while being a unique form of life formed from inorganic crystal, are themselves explicitly living things. This is in juxtaposition to the Scarlet Rot's total ambivalence towards the actually inorganic. As shown most prominently with the stone buildings we used to cross the Lake of Rot, these things have been straight up submerged in these infested waters for who knows how long, and yet whatever mechanical devices exist underneath the lake to make these structures rise up like they do, they still function without issue. Simply put, where there lack any living things to kill and make reborn, in accordance to the ideology it embodies, the Scarlet Rot has nothing to do. This is why the Rot itself tries to kill the likes of Malenia and Millicent in the first place. You would imagine for an illness that's trying to spread, killing one's host would be unproductive, but for the Scarlet Rot, an artificial creation that's only like a plague, rather than actual natural illness, killing their hosts is exactly what's desired, because only from another being's death is the Scarlet Rot able to obtain the raw magical energy it needs to magically put into practice its cycle of rebirth. It's this principle in the Order of Rot's design that makes the Scarlet Rot so supremely dangerous. Malenia isn't just someone who never knows defeat, she's someone who can't know defeat, because should she die to her opponent, well, we see what happens. And if there's one thing this game's story teaches us, it's that in the end, somewhere or another, death will come for us all. That said, just like the Elden Ring, another magic creation made to enforce someone's ideology, the Scarlet Rot isn't as all-powerful as its worshippers describe it as. As its fundamental precept realistically implies, requiring the death of something else to function, in isolation, the Scarlet Rot is sterile. First, it must be distinguished that Rock God was legit defeated. Whether you choose to describe Rock God as killed, imprisoned, sealed away, or whatever, it remains above all that Rock God himself is no longer an active player. Observe how the rot fails to spread horizontally into Noxtella, sealed off by an ordinary stone dam. Not only that, it fails to even spread directly down from the waterfall in the Grand Cloister into Estelle's arena. Without the magical support of a god, the magical creation that is the Scarlet Rot becomes, in essence, impotent. The Lake of Rot also serves to confirm the apparent stagnation that we see in Caelid. Countless years have passed since the Battle of Ionia. The Tarnished were first called back to Lands Between, with the Round Table Hold first being founded, living through its glory days and subsequently falling, and yet, by the time we finally make it to the Lands Between, Limgrave remains unmarred. With nothing to eat, the Scarlet Rot is left to simply sit and starve, only able to spread so far as over creatures that physically enter their waters. And as for the future of our now once-defeated Empyrean in particular, there may be hope yet for her as well. If we follow Millicent's questline up to its good ending, and she gives us the original fully functioning unalloyed needle that Malenia first abandoned all those years ago, we can return it to her. She gives us the non-functioning unfinished needle it would appear she had previously during our own battle. This is most likely why her unplanned death at our hands leads to the second bloom in the first place, and takes back the metaphorical pride she had left behind at the Battle of Ionia. Now, with a tool capable of negating fate, eschewing the influence of an outer god just as the unfinished needle was at dispelling our character of the frenzied flame, time will tell if the eventual third bloom, foreshadowed in the description of the Scarlet Ionia incantation, will truly come to pass. Without their goddess, the Ionia flowers that grow over Caelid will be doomed to remain as they are, abandoned and unblooming. With Malenia's own story well covered at this point, there's still a lot to talk about regarding the parallels between the works of our Goddess of Rot and the works of her mother, Queen Marika. The surface-level differences between these two gods and their domains belie a shared thematic origin. For even while the Golden Order is rather pretty, and the Scarlet Rot is fugly as hell, we're able to see that, fundamentally, they are the exact same thing. Blights upon the land, choking out everything on their way like an urban sprawl. As a reminder, in the context of describing the orders that exist in this fictional setting, we are defining the word order only as it's used in the game's story. Order is the enforcement of an ideology. Now, this graph is just something I've made up, but I believe it is able to accurately classify the important details surrounding the story's use of order and their need for Empyrean. In essence, you should be able to slot in any clear instance of an order from the game into this chart, and that's exactly what I'm going to do, beginning with red and yellow. Perhaps the most prominent of similarities between the Golden Order and the Order of Rot is how they've changed the color of the skies where their influence is strongest. Piss yellow and shit red, respectively. By the fact that such striking aspects of the landscape are banished by the lack of daytime, or by the presence of rainfall, however, distinctly indicate that these very effects are actually the direct result of air pollution. As in, the presence of actual red and yellow particles being physically in the atmosphere. And, by the nature of sunlight refracting through that atmosphere, the skies themselves are thusly colored as well.
The gold that enshrouds the heavens.
This would be why the wrong-colored skies dissipate when it's nighttime, where there isn't enough direct light, and why the colors dissipate when it's raining, where the rain physically disperses the particles responsible out of the way. Further analogies to pollution are also easily found. In any case, we see that both the Order of Rot and the Golden Order share this direct aspect in, where their power is most apparent, directly transforming the land around them. Both even have associated plants from which their influence over the land is physically spread. Towering Ionia flowers serve to spread the Scarlet Rot in self-evident ways, literally producing the substance. The Erdtree, however, acts more so like a great central beacon from which the influence of the Golden Order is directly transmitted. Even the minor Erdtrees have an observable physical influence on the land directly surrounding them, by the spawning of these golden aspen trees and golden sunflowers that appear even around the minor Erdtrees in Caelid, where the rot has succeeded on infecting the avatars. The magic of the Erdtrees themselves yet remain, and they still use golden magic when fighting us. The scale to which we see a god able to magically subjugate the land is what puts the prospect of an Empyrean ascending to godhood with your order onto such a high pedestal, but it's still worth noting that, physically speaking, the direct influence of these fancy orders remain locally limited to the organisms that, in essence, dispense them. As we see by the orders of Altus and Caelid themselves, there is physically a limit to a single god's power. but it's still the borders of Caelid and Altus themselves. Despite both the Erdtrees and the Scarlet Rot's territory being as large as they are, off the backs of the Empyreans whose magical energy fueled their growth, it is still acknowledged that the power present in an Empyrean isn't literally infinite. The Erdtree compensates for this problem by the usage of its root network. By using its root network to directly sap the raw magical energy of the dead, the Erdtree was able to remain powered and continue its enforcement of the Golden Order over its direct territory, which is how the Altus Plateau is forced into what is essentially its permanent season of harvest. The Scarlet Rot, however, compensates for the same limitation in a different way, by being a ceaseless infection. Instead of needing its influence to be fought for and protected like Marika's Erdtree, the Scarlet Rot fights for itself and sustains itself in perpetuity. External support isn't as important for the Scarlet Rot's mere continued existence as much as it is required for the Scarlet Rot to at all expand its influence. Because of their nature as magical creations, though, that exist solely to bring the ideologies they serve into reality, they do require external support to continue existing. I feel this is exemplified very notably in how neither the Erdtree, none of its offspring, nor any of the creations of Scarlet Rot feature any aspects of greenery. Symbolically, and perhaps even physically, both the Erdtree and the Scarlet Ionias lack chlorophyll. They're unable to produce their own energy. This is a reflection of how both creations are, in truth, artificial devices. These two ideological instruments flip the natural order upside down, placing themselves at the top of the food web where every other organism feeds them instead, subsisting entirely on the taking of magical energy from other living creatures. Where the Erdtree acts parasitically, and the Scarlet Rot is more predatory, both of these creations share the aspect of being parodies of the natural entities they derive from. Instead of being like a real tree, producing food and oxygen, or like real rot, breaking down matter that's died of natural causes, and dispersing those materials and nutrients into the environment for other organisms to recycle and produce new growth from, the Erdtree and the Scarlet Rot directly sap from the environments around them, turning them barren and requiring external support by their worshippers just so the very objects of their worship are able to continue their destructive existences. Blinded by their ideology, they cannot realize that in continuing their current practices, their single future is to perish, with nothing but a wasteland left behind. That's all to say, in essence, they're machines, designed for a purpose and needing to be manned by the people responsible for their existence in order to actually achieve that purpose. Beyond sharing an affinity with shitty plants, however, both orders also have congruently transfigured people acting as their servants. From the Erdtree came the Erdtree Guardians, humans who, upon their natural deaths, rose again with saplings spreading from their backs to protect the Erdtree and its offspring, with it being postulated by the narrator whether the Guardians should be considered part tree themselves. The Scarlet Rot, however, spawns the Servants of Rot, people covered in fungal growths, and having worshipped the Scarlet Rot itself in the distant past, now serve Malenia in turn. In addition, we have the Erdtree avatars and the Kindred of Rot, creatures that were outright birthed from their respective life forms, rather than being merely transformed humans, both with uniquely associated weapons, and both with similar purposes, single-mindedly serving that from which they were created. Consider as well the so-called blessings of the Erdtree. By spells like the Erdtree's Blessing Incantation and the Sacred Flask of Tears, we're able to tell that the blessings imparted by the Erdtree are, physically speaking, the restoration of someone's health. In-game, this is obviously in the form of our HP merely refilling. But diegetically, it's this very literal replenishing of one's vigor that made the sacred tears of the Erdtree and the grace brought about by such certain blessings so effective at spreading the Golden Order's faith. Think about such a situation from the Order of Rot's perspective, however, and the effects of its divine gift. Where the grace of the Golden Order rejuvenates you and staves off death, the Scarlet Rot hastens your death. For the Order of Rot's ideals, however, a faster death leads to a faster rebirth, the earlier enforcement of the cycle to which the ideology of Rot entirely revolves around. Are these two substances, as produced by their respective magical plants, not by the perspective of their own worshippers, exactly the same? These clear thematic similarities between the two orders seem to exist at first, despite the core tenets and functions of their ideologies themselves being completely different. The Elden Ring's fundamental purpose is to gather the magical energy of all life for its ultimate master, the Greater Will, with the Elden Ring itself being designed to fit any role whatsoever in achieving this goal, not just for the lands between on Earth, but also for the dozens of other Erdtrees on other alien worlds we see in the arena of the Elden Beast. The Order of Rot doesn't serve anything other than itself, however. Its creator, Rock God, is gone, but the Scarlet Rot itself lives on. All magical energy that's obtained by the Scarlet Rot and its destruction of life is recycled, only aiming to perpetually enforce the cycle of rebirth, for, if Gauri's awe is any indication, solely a perceived intrinsic value in that process. If we consider the actual outcome that both orders desire from the perspective of the land and its own native inhabitants, these surface-level differences become irrelevant. It's made clear that to the subjugated, the natural world to which both the Golden Order and the Order of Rot come to project their wills onto, that their creators decided what best, they become utterly the same. The embodiment of another's ideals, destroying all opposition like a vicious plague. The only other successful Empyrean, that is to say, an Empyrean who ascends to godhood in Elden Ring is, currently, Ranni, but only if you accomplish her Age of Stars ending. The difference with Ranni's ascension, however, is that rather than ascending with the order of another being, Ranni attains godhood to force an order of her design. In other words, she becomes a god not for anyone else, but for herself. And it's important to specify here that this exactly is what her story is actually about. A common conception regarding Ranni's side quest and ending right now is along the lines of Ranni, permanently freeing the earth from the influence of all outer gods and outside interlopers, and the enforcement of singular orders over the lands between, once and for all. This, however, is incorrect, and comes from the poorly translated English versions of her dialogue. If we look at a better translation of Ranni's dialogue, in this case, how she describes her order when we speak to her doll in Ranni's Rise, things are made more clear. Let's look at the actual criticisms Ranni has for the current order ourselves, or rather, the singular criticism that Ranni mentions in regards to the Golden Order. Again, in order to maintain the shallowness of the plot, only what's directly relevant to the greater story of the game itself is presented to us. Ranni brings up two things in describing her order. The first is where Ranni's order and the Golden Order are the same. She considers the premise of a singular ideology governing life and death and so on to still indeed be necessary. Or at the very least, she has no problems with this premise by itself. Where her order differs is in that the Golden Order is worshipped. The people are aware of it, they're even able to study it. Everyone is aware of the great force that dictates their lives, and Ranni believes it would be better if the people under such an order were not aware. Recall how in all of Ranni's dialogue, the greater will itself is never brought up. Ranni only expresses contempt for the Two Fingers specifically for trying to control her, and criticizes the Golden Order alone. And since her eventual position in the Age of Stars is straight up identical to what the Greater Will's position was, hiding out in outer space, Ranni wouldn't even have anything to criticize the Greater Will for that she doesn't do herself. Other than, specifically, the having of your direct agents spread worship of you amongst the people under your control, which, by no coincidence, she directly addresses and resolves. She literally replaces the Greater Will. That's what she's doing. The Greater Will is called thousands, if not tens of thousands of moons away by Enya, if what she's referring to in regards to the Two Fingers and the Greater Will's conversation taking so long is in regards to the light years in distance that their communication has to cross, leading to such a massive delay that yet Enya is able to estimate confidently at the same time. But exactly like how the Greater Will is already unable to be perceived, Ranni starts a 1,000-year journey to remove herself from being perceived as well. The real difference is that Ranni is choosing to remain unknown as well. When we side with Ranni as her eternal consort, that's us agreeing with her opinion. That one, her ideology specifically is what should become the eternal order over the lands between. That the flaw in the Golden Order wasn't that the people were under the unopposable thumb of a god, indeed, of a greater will, it's that they were conscious of the owner of that thumb's existence. And two, that making the shattering happen was still worth that goal. Because, newsflash, in the Age of Stars ending, the lands between does remain under the control of a god. Ranni, she's an Empyrean, remember? A new god to forge a new order?
Have you heard? Lady Ranni has departed on her journey along the dark path of the Empyrean.
Embodying an order and ascending to godhood is what Empyreans do. Despite abandoning what's called her Empyrean flesh, Ranni literally does succeed Queen Marika in her Age of the Stars ending. just as she was planned to do by the Two Fingers. Ascending to godhood remained her destiny. And since in that ending she physically flies off into space, well, we know what gods located in outer space are called, don't we? Ranni's story isn't about the banishment of outer gods, it's about the creation of one. And as an aside, if at some point in the future it isn't revealed to be something else, this is my guess as to what exactly Ranni's Dark Moon is as well. Fulfilling the same roles as the Erdtree and the Scarlet Rot, the moon acts to magically enforce the order she's envisioned for the lands between and its inhabitants. The patterns we see inscribed on the face of the moon itself fulfill the same role as the Elden Ring did. That is to say, being where the ideology is physically inscribed, that the appliance in question serves to enforce. The Dark Moon itself, by the way, that cold and leaden moon that is Ranni's sigil, does not physically exist as an actual entire moon. There is only one physical moon in orbit of the Earth, as shown by the singular moon globes in Caria, the Carian Study Hall, and Raya Lucaria, and when we see the actual moon for ourselves, the mountaintops and elsewhere, it appears as Renala's full moon and Ranni's Dark Moon combined. They're not actually separate things, they're just different incarnations of the same singular object, that is to say, the full moon itself. I mean, can you imagine what the tides would look like if the Earth actually had two moons? Anyhow, as Ranni's Hallowbrand explains, she killed herself at the precise moment of Godwyn's demise, making it so that she only lost her body but kept her soul alive, whereupon Godwyn lost his soul but his body was kept alive. Later on, at some point after, Godwyn's living and death corpse gets stolen from Ariza Hero's grave and stashed in the now nameless Eternal City in Deeproot Depths, but that's a story for another time. What's important for Ranni is that she doesn't actually die. As we ourselves, our very player character, describes to Rajir that he then repeats back to us, Ranni's form is of a living doll, a living soul inhabiting a living body, just an artificial one. And by remaining properly alive in this fashion, Ranni retains that power of the Empyrean. The difference for her now is just that she's no longer genetically connected to the Elden Ring, and subsequently no longer able to be influenced by the Two Fingers. Ranni's story as an Empyrean becoming a god of her own accord also serves to exemplify the creative freedom at hand that being an envisioner of an ideology ordinarily implies. The Elden Ring's fundamental goal was harvesting the magical energy of the lands between its inhabitants, taking the immortal essence, in other words, the spirits, from their ashen remains and producing from it the magical letters of the Two Fingers' language of light. Personally, I imagine that the Erdtree's magical energy is sent directly to the Greater Will by means of its prominent sunbeams. In the form of light, that magic power might still take a long time to arrive, but it'd still arrive, right? In any case, the Elden Ring's base objective was that its Erdtree obtained complete control over the souls of its subjects. This is shown in how the Elden Ring is so open to being edited. Whatever extra bells and whistles are added to its order, its main purpose of producing code remains fulfilled as long as the Elden Ring itself is kept intact. To sate the myriad potential whims of whoever its current masters on that particular planet are, it's able to support just about any ideology, including really stupid ones like the Dung Eaters. The Order of Rot, by comparison, has no interest in harvesting magical energy and sending it someplace else, or even serving anyone in particular in the first place. Even Malenia is physically harmed by the Rot, losing her limbs and eyes, with the inevitable result, if nothing was done, of her being ultimately killed before being reborn again. The Order of Rot works only to spread its beauty of begetting death, begetting life, and so on unanimously, and this is shown in how the Scarlet Rot acts like an all-consuming plague. Unlike the Elden Ring, it has no greater goals. You might even say it has no greater will. As we've defined, however, order is just the enforcement of made-up rules, whether they're subjectively good rules or bad ones. That Ranni's order is specifically based around an ideology that she just comes up with on her own, referenced from the inanimate forces of the moon and the stars and the chill night and so on, confirms that there are no specific requirements beyond, I suppose, general cohesiveness that an ideology otherwise requires in order for it to be magically made real. It's only a case of whether there's enough power on hand to do it. Keeping this framework in mind for lining up the narrative elements between the forms of order that we see in the game, I believe the chaos represented by the Flame of Frenzy is made much easier to understand as well. Because as we'll see, everything regarding the yellow chaos flame precisely inverts the nature of order. The vision itself, as it were, the Flame of Frenzy. Unlike order, which must be designed and transcribed into one form or another, its single tenet, as we might call it, is simply the end of the world. Melting everything back into the one great, as Hayata tells us, translating the words of the Three Fingers. And who is the vessel for this vision of frenzy? Us. Well, first it was Vike, but he ended up losing his mind and became unfit and got locked into this jail, I guess, but whatever. After him, it was us. Convinced by curiosity, or shabriri, to go to the bottom of Landell and get ourselves fondled by Three Fingers, we inherit the Flame of Frenzy, and our fate becomes that of collapsing in front of the fractured Marika, and awakening as the Lord of Chaos, assuming we don't use Miquella's needle afterwards, of course. Rather than needing the power of an Empyrean to force their chosen order onto the land, the Flame of Frenzy only required someone powerful enough to get the Elden Ring out of the way, allowing the yellow chaos flame to spread unopposed. Our player character, by the by, obviously can't in-universe become so overcome with despair as to harbor the Flame of Frenzy themselves. We inherently retain our ambition to become Elden Lord no matter what, never losing our guidance of grace and always being able to respawn, just like how in Dark Souls we never go fully hollow and are always able to respawn at the bonfires. That's why we need the Three Fingers themselves to physically invessel us with the Flame of Frenzy, if becoming the Lord of Chaos is our goal. Frenzy itself is birthed from the despair of the Land Between's inhabitants. The currently known first instance of the Flame of Frenzy being summoned was by the Great Caravan after they were buried alive. But rather than spreading physically, through the Erd Tree like with the Golden Order, or through infection like the Order of Rot, the Flame of Frenzy can find itself in the eyes of anyone, anywhere. Such are the endless possible sources of bottomless despair. As to when exactly the Three Fingers and all this frenzy stuff truly enter the picture, well, I don't think we can say for certain, at least right now. Currently, all we know about the Three Fingers is that they're considered the Lord of the Frenzied, that we find them in a hidden chamber at the very bottom of the subterranean shutting ground, and that Hayata is the very first direct translator they've ever had, whereupon they previously could only communicate through the likes of fingerprints. Along with shabriri being like a body jumper, Hayata seeming to be a body jumper, but like unknowingly, but also Arena still right there, and other such things. I don't want to say anything further about the actual story surrounding the Flame of Frenzy until more information comes out. But I will say this. There is no chance in hell that the Three Fingers isn't lying out of his ass. I guarantee to you. Like, are you listening to this guy? All that there is came from the One Great. Wow, what next? The Elden Ring is the anchor of all lands, wellspring of all joy? Just think of how you got here, or hell, how Hayata got here. She was planning on becoming a maiden for the Two Fingers, but the eating of the shabriri grapes essentially fooled her into becoming a reader for the Three Fingers instead. You cannot take this dick at face value. Maybe even more so than these guys, it has a lot to gain by persuading our character specifically as the inherently bar none strongest tarnished into getting fingered just once. Knowing what the act of magic is at a fundamental level, we recognize that the various spells we collect over the course of the game are, in essence, records of precise magical phenomena, be them incantations of fireballs and lightning bolts written in books, sorceries of shooting stars and meteors written in scrolls, or whatever other indistinct mediums are used in-universe, but just not shown to the audience, like when we buy spells from merchants. When we actually cast these spells in-game, what happens in-universe is that our character is successfully envisioning a specific magical phenomena with whatever equipped spell they have as reference, and then bringing that to life. But exactly what are these spells themselves? What's the difference between a sorcery and an incantation? And what's supposed to be represented by a spell's stat requirements, along with the in-universe meaning of us having intelligence, faith, and arcane? In other words, while we know where our magic comes from, what really is it? Sorceries are about you recreating the powers of inanimate objects. The intelligence attribute is about the understanding of those objective forces through study, with which the subject of the sorceries themselves manipulate, leading to the increasingly effective replication of that power by the spellcaster. That's why all the glintstone sorceries are the products of sorcerers studying the stars, and spells like Spiral Comet and stuff like the Graven Mages are the products of trying to create their own stars. In essence, it's emulation of the various laws and forces with which the universe works, and utilizing them for your goals. For such emulation to be done, an understanding of the inanimate power that you're taking reference from needs to be attained. As such, it uses your int stat. And this is expressed through the various forms of magic that solely require intelligence to cast. Carolo sorceries, which are based on the power of comets. Olivinus sorceries, which are based on the study of meteors. Carian sorcery, which is based on the powers of the moon. The sorceries of the Crystallians, who are inorganic robots. And gravity sorceries, which are based on general relativity and are obviously inanimate. Incantations, however, are replications of the power of another animate entity. It's a recreation of power that the spellcaster literally believes in, and believes in so utterly and legitimately in the strength of that entity they worship that their literal trust, that is to say their faith, is what determines the magic's efficacy instead of, like, an actual understanding. Most important to this dichotomy is that faith is an inherently subjective thing. It's not objective like natural forces studied with intelligence. It's based on the individual's belief in something else, something that is subjectively trustworthy to the spellcaster. In all of its ordinary definition, incantations are literally powered by the strength of one's faith in what they are worshipping. And this is expressed through the various forms of magic powered by faith as well, in that they all specifically channel another being's power. The bestial incantations taught by Garank, the beast clergyman, the dragon cult incantations worshipping the ancient dragons, the Erdtree and ancient Erdtree incantations, obviously worshipping the Erdtree itself, the fire giant and fire monk incantations, which worship the power of the flame of ruin and the fell god, the frenzied flame incantations, which of course channel the frenzied flame, taught by the Three Fingers, the incantations of the Two Fingers Faithful, the Godslayer incantations, which channeled the power of the Glowmine Queen, and served to most prominently, in my opinion at least, exemplify the subjectiveness present in faith. The Glowmine Queen herself is defeated, her Godslayer's greatsword lying alone, but if one believes enough, like her children still do, and like we might if we have enough faith ourselves, the black flame can still be brought out. And the Servants of Ra incantations, which worship the Ra, now starring Malenia of course. This distinction between faith and intelligence is also expressed in the Golden Order incantations and the death sorceries, which require both to be used. Golden Order incantations are the worship of the Elden Ring, but is also a study of the Elden Ring's power itself. The objective forces that are considered to be behind the Elden Ring's functions, scholarship in all but name, intelligence and faith. This is further shown in how Golden Order spells like Regression and Causality require purely int. To cast these incantations requires solely the comprehension of these, that are in Elden Ring settings, scientific laws. We can tell by their names and descriptions that the concept of causality being mentioned here is the same as the concept of causality in real life, and that regression is just the fundamentalist's way of describing what we label as entropy. Entropy is indeed a scientific law, and from both of these incantations being labeled as scientific laws, we can tell that they're supposed to be actual objective forces, ones that are studied and don't require someone's subjective trust in order for the concepts themselves to be fully imagined. Thus, they solely require a high enough intelligence to successfully envision from these incantations. As a note, it's important to recognize that while entropy is a scientific law in real life, causality is not. The law of causality incantation requiring only int is in fact a narrative reveal. Causality itself, the premise that every event is inherently the result of a past event, is objectively true in Elden Ring setting.
This information does directly lead into the topic of the next video though, so I'll leave it at that for now.
The death sorceries channel the power of the Rune of Death, which of course came from the Elden Ring itself, as indicated by their logo being the curse mark of death that we know is created by the use of the Rune of Death. The faith comes from the Servants of Death's worship of the Rune of Death, originating from the Elden Ring. The intelligence comes from acquiring an understanding of what death was. As the Rune of Death itself was separated into Malekith's sword and stuff, it needs to be recreated by the spellcaster. And such, it requires an understanding of the objective nature of death itself, like how it worked and how it was produced. Sealed away, the Rune of Death and its powers now exist outside the Elden Ring that it comes from, and thus unable to be cast with just faith alone. The magma sorceries of Mount Gelmir just channeled the power of the Serpent God, bringing in the faith, and the natural power of, like, volcanoes and plate tectonics and stuff bring the intelligence. If I were to hazard a guess, that's perhaps why it's called magma sorceries specifically, and not, like, lava sorceries. Since lava is external, but magma is internal and still part of the earth itself. It's the product of the natural forces that lead to the volcano's creation, not just what jizzes out of the volcano after all those internal forces finally reach their breaking point. Faith's narrative usage also brings a wary eye to the aberrant sorceries, which are purely powered by Faith and were explicitly discovered alongside red glintstone, magical amber not made from the Erdtree or found from blue and blue-green comets or from purple meteorites, but explicitly made from the blood of humans, an origin of earthly nature if I've ever seen one. As such, while we currently have no idea what exactly the Blood Star is, we do know that its power is somehow based on something inanimate but unobservable. It's a sorcery that solely requires faith. In summary, sorceries are the replication of the magical power of an inanimate thing, that through full understanding of the power that one is creating, as represented by intelligence, the spellcaster is able to emulate with greater efficacy. Incantations are the replication of the magical power of an animate being, that through full trust in that power that one is borrowing from, as represented by faith, the spellcaster is able to channel with greater efficacy. It's this fundamental opposition between sorceries and incantations that's also why, so far at least, who knows what stuff the DLC will introduce after all, there don't exist any bi-curious spell tools. In Elden Ring, the distinction is a meaningful dichotomy, expressing the difference between someone's belief in what's objective versus someone's belief in what's subjective, and yet both are still just as effective at making magic. So you can perhaps imagine the message behind this fictional concept as being that since the outcome for either or is the same, it means that in this setting, the art science of magic is powered by a sort of trust, just inherently, and that intelligence and faith are just two paths that, rather than run opposite to each other, run parallel to one another, both leading to the same destination that is the act of magic itself. Separate in principle, but still identical in essence. Arcane, though, regards that which does lie outside this dichotomy. Arcane is used in this game to indicate that something is diegetically weird. That is to say, things that are in-universe, not within the boundaries of what should be considered normal. From the perspective of, if not some grand fourth wall decided general perspective, then merely our player character's perspective. These are what go under the category of weird. That's what the word arcane actually means, by the way. It just means weird. This relation to weirdness and weird/esoteric knowledge and stuff is thrown in all the things that interact with our arcane stat, and is very particular. It's not used as a throwaway category or anything like that. At least in-universe it's not. Such powers used here are merely, diegetically, mysterious. Albinoric equipment, that as the Albinoric staff explains, scale with the Albinorix's innate arcaneness, the pagan magic used by the Serpent Bow, the works of lost civilizations, like Aocade's telekinesis, whatever the hell the clinging bone is supposed to be, and the oracular bubbles used by the priests of the ancient dynasty, the civilization that flourished before the Erdtree mentioned in the Shofra and Ainsel maps, builders of the Ul and Erd Palace ruins, the two Hallowhorn grounds, what's now Mohg's mausoleum, and the rising structure in the Lake of Rot, as well as the Grand Cloister itself. The physical transformations of Dragon Communion, which is able to uniquely change your body, as shown most prominently by the turning of those who OD on Dragon Communion into worms. The faith coming from believing in the powers of the dragons themselves, and the arc being whatever weird shit goes down inside your body after you consume a dragon heart, that makes you grow a big head or arm or whatever and then return to normal. And finally, the channeling of power from a being that's not terrestrial, but rather extraterrestrial, such as the formless mother that Mohg communes with, powering all the accursed blood stuff like all the Lord of Blood weapons, and the blood flame Morgott uses, which crossed over to him due to his direct genetic connection to Mohg. The blood incantations themselves, of course, use both arcane and faith. They use arcane because the power came from Mohg's communion with the formless mother in the first place, but also require faith because the actual spells themselves come from Mohg and his accursed blood specifically. Is there anything magical I've missed? Oh yes! It is not currently clear to us what exactly the primeval current is. Just like with Miquella and the Glomite Queen, a canonical explanation does not currently exist. But before that, I believe there are a few confusions in terminology and how the primeval current is treated by Raya Lucaria that I believe could muddy the waters in regards to us figuring out what it actually is in the future. So allow me to explain in greater detail what exactly the term primeval current means, as referred to in the game by the likes of Sellen and so forth. I will admit, however, that this part will be, at its core, entirely about semantics. The primeval current is just the name for a conspectus. The confusion around how the primeval current is described in-game comes from a misunderstanding as to what conspectuses themselves actually are, because the game uses the word conspectus in a way that, appallingly, at least for me, does not match how the word is used in real life. Here, the word conspectus is just the fancy-pantsy euphemism this game employs to replace what are literally just ologies. Scholars of the Ichthy conspectus pursue the mysteries of fish, and so forth. You know in Skyrim, you ever fought those rats? No, they aren't rats, they're skeevers. This is the same thing. Still, it's worth going over what the Academy of Raya Lucaria's orthodoxy is. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. But I wrote down all these notes, and to hell if I'm going to waste them. You saw the title of this video, so you agreed to this too. To start, students at Raya Lucaria don't get to study a conspectus when they first sign up. They gotta earn it. By itself, this is well known. Only those recognized as worthy of donning a stone crown even get to study a conspectus. But conspectuses themselves are not to be interpreted as the names of subjects that are themselves taught at Raya Lucaria, nor as some kind of club that scholars dedicated to a subject join. To illustrate the first point, the Elven conspectus. Meteors, of course, is not a subject all by itself, because whatever classes actually appear on the syllabuses at Raya Lucaria, there aren't going to be any subjects relevant to the study of meteors that would somehow not also be relevant to the study of, say, comets. Nobody's in Raya Lucaria going like, oh, period 4, that's meteors class. I hope I did well on my meteors test. Just like if you go to a university to study ornithology, you don't simply attend a class called ornithology every day until you graduate. You attend actual classes that you end up sharing with students majoring in completely different topics to yours. And then, once you complete all your courses and submit your thesis or whatever, you get your ornithology degree. Now you're an ornithologist. And that's exactly what earning a stone crown is. The stone crowns being graduate's degrees. Their purpose being to mark the recognition of a sorcerer by the Academy as, like, fulfilling their education, bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. But from here is where Raya Lucaria diverges in function compared to school in real life. Raya Lucaria's purpose behind teaching sorcery isn't for their students to finally leave the academy and find a job with their new certifications or whatever. It's for their new sorcerers to help advance the study and practice of glintstone sorcery as part of the academy. And if you wonder why Raya Lucaria would have any interest in teaching sorcery in the first place to people who don't already know the arts themselves, the game itself acknowledges why. Seclusion is no way to foster discovery. When a sorcerer at Raya Lucaria is deemed worthy of donning the stone crown, they finally become permitted to study a specific conspectus. The conspectuses themselves being, of course, ologies. In other words, directions of research that are officially recognized by the Academy itself. The stone mask scholars of these conspectuses will proceed to now dedicate their time to forwarding the knowledge of sorcery along the path codified by their conspectuses' founders. That's why the sorcerers who wear the stone crowns are called the studiers or scholars of that conspectus. They're researchers of that ology. You'll recall how sorceries that originate from the same conspectus are all themed around the same thing. That's precisely what they are, a single theme to be pursued in the advancement of glintstone sorcery. The Kerelos conspectus pursue the mysteries of comets, and their spells are all about the recreation of comets. The Elivenus conspectus is about the study of meteors, and their spells all share the theme of shooting stars. The Lazuli conspectus is just about, well, learning sorcery from Caria, it seems. We don't get to see any spells attributed specifically to them, so let's just pretend that any spells they did invent were just attributed to the Carians themselves. The Twin Sage conspectus is specifically for those that are granted research of multiple kinds of sorceries. Just like how a botanist would likely be denied a grant for research of something like theoretical physics, a scholar of the Kerelos conspectus would likely be denied support for the research of something unrelated to comets. Those who are officially recognized as studiers of the Twin Sage conspectus, as shown off by the glintstone crowns they be granted, are free from this limitation. Like how you would perhaps describe someone who's earned more than one PhD, scholars of the Twin Sage conspectus were the Academy's elites, not in anything like money, but in intelligence, capable of mastering multiple advanced sorceries from different disciplines. It might also be important to put into perspective that these are ordinary humans who aren't able to level up like we Tarnished can, magically increasing our intelligence instead of studying the old-fashioned way like these guys did. So, perhaps being able to cast more than 2 spells is a meaningful achievement for them. I'm sure they do their best. Finally, the Haima conspectus is about using the strength of glintstone sorcery to act as peacekeepers during times of conflict. And to this end they studied the sorceries of cannon fire and the gavel. As we can see, each conspectus is about a certain direction for glintstone sorceries to progress. And this is how whatever magical theory was behind the creation of Thops' barrier was described as a discovery worthy of founding a new conspectus over. The spell is figuratively his dissertation. As we're able to confirm, this force field producing sorcery is literally the first of its kind, justifying why the theory behind this barrier was groundbreaking enough as to have deserved the creation of new Bluntstone Conspectus, or whatever it ends up being called. Perhaps one that'll come to be described as dedicated to the pursuit of defensive glintstone sorceries. And this spell works too. Only 18 intelligence required and it can slap away the golden laser beams of the Elden Beast. So while I don't know what Thops exactly managed to figure out, I would say that it passes field testing. As a final note, the Hierodis glintstone crown is specifically not related to any of the Academy's conspectuses. It's still given to sorcerers that prove themselves worthy of a stone crown, of course, they earn them after all, but the graduates themselves who are awarded these crowns are merely those who choose to conduct their research abroad, rather than affiliated with the Academy itself, and this is symbolized by the lack of a glintstone cap on their helmets. This is also why the Haima crown wears a hood over where its glintstone cap would be. It represents temporarily leaving the Academy. With all that understood, how the primeval current is referenced in-game actually begins to make sense. It's a name for an ology that's banned by the Academy. As it's described by the game itself, and as it's treated by Sellen, it's a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. Note that it says it exists within glintstone sorcery, rather than as something separate to it. Of course, this is justified, as the literal first primeval sorcery is what would go on to found the practice of glintstone sorcery, and subsequently, the Academy of Raya Lucaria as a whole. The current itself is also spoken of in the same kind of figurative physicality as the conspectuses as well. The gavel and cannon of Haima, drawn from the Haima conspectus, as if it was some kind of physical object. And the primeval sorcerers, who glimpsed into or made contact with the primeval current. The way a sorcerer would glimpse into the primeval current is the same way a theoretical physicist would glimpse into, the atom, through scientific inquiry. The main mystery itself, of course, does remain, as to what subject exactly that those who follow the primeval current seek to understand. The primeval current is just a study of something, well, primeval. It's mysterious. You'll recall that the revelations described by each primeval sorcerer, despite all being from glimpsing into the primeval current, have zero actual relation to one another. Comet Azura is about the empty abyss of space. Stars of Ruin is about a star cluster, very much not an empty abyss. And Founding Rain of Stars is about glintstone comets falling onto the lands between itself. All completely unrelated phenomena, yet still all fall under the teachings of the primeval current's pursuit. Beyond that, I don't think there's anything I can tell you while still remaining within the bounds of canon. Perhaps we'll learn more from the DLC. Perhaps it will remain as it is, mere mist. One thing at least we can say for certain, since the primeval current spells solely require int to cast, we can be assured that whatever it is that the primeval current studies, it is something that is objectively real. Oh shit. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to begin the next segment of this video. You see, now that I've gone over how forms of magic and stuff are all classified, and what the mental requirements behind sorceries and incantations represent, I'm trying to figure out how to begin talking about how magical energy as a whole is treated within Elden Ring setting, and I am not having an easy time of it. You see, magical energy, or, well, the power of life itself, has two very important ties into two additional, extremely broad elements of the game. So I think it might be worth beginning somewhere around the end, and then showing you retroactively its examples in the game itself. Otherwise, I'll be dealing with 3 Ranni in the egg situations at once, and nobody wants that, I'm sure. So, souls are made out of the power of life. Now, that statement might not be 100% accurate, but is accurate enough to account for the story as it currently exists. I'll explain what I mean by that a little later on, so just bear with me. Now, souls and subsequently magical energy exist outside the physical world. In other words, souls can be described as metaphysical. This is our fundamental starting point. Souls exist outside of the material world. Because of this is how people like Darian and Devon exist. A physical exchange isn't involved when the two, share their soul. It just happens. Darian dies in the Round Table Hold, but the soul of D or whatever has no issues making its way to Devon in the Shofar Aqueduct. That's just one example that exhibits the immaterial nature of souls. This is also why it's mental characteristics exclusively that determine our ability to actually cast magic. We have to use our minds because only our non-physical imaginations are able to interact with our own equally non-physical life energy. Now, do you remember what I said at the very start of this video? That magic is a process of bringing the unreal into reality. This is exactly what's able to happen to souls as a whole as well. Radahn tells us that, under the control of the Golden Order, immortal essence is made into spirits. In other words, they're turned into ghosts. Just like how magic brings a fireball from a metaphysical realm of the imagination into the physical realm of reality, magic can bring the equally metaphysical soul into reality as well. That's why the term spirit is used, since the souls of the dead have been literally brought back into the world of the living, hence spirits. Also, since spirits themselves are self-evidently the souls of dead people, we should treat the terms soul and immortal essence as interchangeable. And Radahn is describing something that's continuing to exist beyond a living thing's death, so immortal essence is a pretty appropriate name too. The reason this is enacted by the Golden Order is because, as we know well enough, you can't interact with something that doesn't physically exist. And since souls are where magical energy is, if you want to in any way harness the life force of a creature other than yourself, you need to materialize their soul to get to it. Because otherwise, an individual's essence of life is exactly as incorporeal as their own minds. And while a creature can tap into their own magical energy with their own mind without much complication, one person's thoughts can't directly interact with anyone else's thoughts. So all in all, consider these are extended baselines, addendum to the basics of magic I introduced at the beginning of this video. 1. A living organism is composed of two elements, a body that exists physically and a soul that exists metaphysically. 2. Magic is able to be used to bring that soul into the physical world, turning it into a spirit. And 3. When a living organism dies, the material body deteriorates, but the still ethereal spirit continues to exist, and from there it can be manipulated externally. Now, as to why death specifically is required for magic to be able to pull a soul into reality, in regards to an in-universe explanation, we don't know. There's no conclusive reasoning behind this apparent fact in the game itself, and dancing too much with conjecture can lead you down a million miles to nowhere. What's apparent at least is that the actual pattern of death, specifically being required to perform any kind of magic mumbo-jumbo with that creature's life force, appears identically in several independent instances across the game. So although we don't know physically why, it's clear enough that it is a necessary part of the process. At the very least, the thematic reason behind it is pretty obvious. So, now that I have gotten that baseline out of the way, as clumsy as it may have been, I think we're ready to continue. Oh, and by the way, the term soulless is used in some places in the game. That term just means dead. There's nothing special behind the word, it's just poetic. To start off, here is also what I meant earlier when I said that the statement, souls are made out of magical energy, might not exactly be accurate. What do we see happen when an enemy dies? Indeed, runes come out, or rune fragments if you want it to be precise. The individual letters of code, that language of light taught by the two fingers that the Elden Ring itself is also made out of. Runes are made from the power of life, so it's clear that, because of people's souls existing as spirits under the Golden Order, upon those people's deaths, their spirit just gets turned straight into runes, right? Well, it's not exactly that clear. See, we also find in-game examples of people dying, their life force getting converted into runes, and in addition, their spirit dwelling upon their corpses. Evidently, not all of a creature's spirit necessarily gets converted into runes upon their death.
This is how obsessed I am about details, by the way. You won't get content like this from someone with the eyes of a normal person.
So what exactly is going on? There are two equivalent explanations, that with the game in its current state at least, we can treat as interchangeable. The first explanation is that immortal essence and magical energy, while both exist immaterially as an individual soul, are not actually one thing, and that it is in fact inaccurate to treat immortal essence and soul as the same. And when a living thing dies, only the magical energy itself is what gets turned into runes, and the immortal essence is where the actual ghost comes from. The second explanation, which I like more personally, is that an individual soul is made up solely of magical energy, and that, normally, the Golden Order does convert a living creature's entire soul into runes. The reason ghosts are able to form is, instead, as a byproduct of the shattering. Due to the state of the partially broken Elden Ring and its partially broken Golden Order, while clearly still active to an extent, we know it's not functioning as it's fully intended, and because of this, only a portion of a spirit's magical energy is able to be converted into runes, with the rest of that individual soul stagnant, potentially manifesting as a spirit instead. To reconfirm, however, both of these explanations are functionally identical. Additional information released after the posting of this video notwithstanding. It's your preference depending on which explanation you think is nicer. With that out of the way, let's finish our topic on the creation of runes. Souls, now called spirits of course since they're in the physical world, exist physically rooted to their original bodies. We end up holding an entire school bus of ghosts by the end of the game that we're able to summon anywhere we want, and that's solely through our carrying their physical remains. As Ranni explains to us when she gives us the spirit calling bell and the lone wolf ashes, what's special about these remains are that they're unreturned to the Erdtree. From this, and the whining of a certain spirit under Stormfront catacombs, we're able to see what the intended course of action was for the likes of corpses and their souls during the Age of the Golden Order. Upon a living creature's death, their corpse would decompose, as corpses are wont to do. The souls of these dead creatures, made physically into spirits by the Golden Order, remain rooted to their corpses as this happens. Then, through the use of the Erdtree's continent-spanning root network, these physical remains are absorbed and brought to the Elden Ring to be turned into runes. Whether you subscribe to Explanation 1 or Explanation 2, the clear reason why runes appear in front of us and then get absorbed by our character is due to the Erdtree's root network not being able to do so itself. Just barely hanging on, the Elden Ring is able to maintain its conversion of soul into spirit, and thus the continued production of runes. So, with nowhere else to go, the runes go into us instead. Now, the reasons behind absorbing runes, and subsequently big runes, and why only the Tarnished and the demigods were considered capable of repairing the Elden Ring in the first place, tie into our memory of grace. But I'll talk about that part when we get to it. What's important here is to see how runes are used, and how it allows for the formation of ghosts. Now, after a living thing's death, their spirits are, by default, rooted to their original bodies, and are only capable of manifesting near those remains. Clear exceptions to this pattern, like the Headless Soldiers, all have some kind of magical thing going on that, where explained, allows them specifically to break that pattern. Most spirits exist formlessly, without any defined shape, such as the ones on the Chrysalid's memento, and all the summonable ashes we find when we're not making use of them. The spirits of the dead are physically there, they just aren't doing much. It is possible, however, for spirits to manifest largely as well, taking shapes that are fully corporeal and solid, reflecting now how the spirit was like from back when they were still alive. And it'll be the likes of these specifically that I'll be referring to as ghosts in particular. The term phantom would perhaps be better, but... And just to confirm, the use of the word ghost here is something I'm just making up for explanatory purposes. There's no substantive difference between Banished Knight Oleg as he appears in his box, and Banished Knight Oleg as he appears on the field. It's just that when Oleg is small, and in general, I'll be calling him a spirit, and only when Oleg is big, specifically, I'll be calling him a ghost. Now, as stated previously, it's due to the Golden Order's materialization of souls in order to extract the power of life from them that spirits are able to exist at all. But this process itself, the materialization of souls, is not exclusive or originating from the Golden Order itself. As the remembrance of the regal ancestral spirit informs us, their phenomenon of spirits and of life sprouting from death exists outside of the Erdtree's influence. A civilization that uses no advanced technology, not even writing, and yet these fallen kings create ghosts and extract the energy within them like it's no big deal. It's also why Ranni specifically mentions life and souls existing as one when referring to things she'd still consider keeping under her new order. She's describing the bringing of souls into the material world, so that both the body and the soul exist in the same place. The using of magic to materialize the soul is a process that keeps convergently being made because it solves such a common problem for most ideologies as goals. By the way, did you notice that the ancestor spirits are in fact horses? Don't let their horns, which are not antlers, just horns that are antler-like in shape, fool you into first glances. If we compare the skulls of an ancestor spirit to a horse's and a deer's, we see that the spirit shares with the horse skull a long straight jaw and deeply recessed upper teeth, as opposed to a deer's skull, which has an upcurved jaw and prominent upper teeth. Ancestor spirits also have uncloven hooves like horses do, as opposed to deer, who, due to their difference in habitat, have cloven hooves instead. Now, you may be wondering, is ancestral spirits actually being horses actually important to anything at all? No. I mean, I guess you could say that it further leads us to the realization that Torrent is an ancestral spirit himself. But, it's a little superfluous compared to the other, much more obvious things showing that Torrent is an ancestral spirit. One unique aspect of the way ghosts appear in Elden Ring, as an extension of the magical process we know allows them to exist, is that they're legitimately physical in nature. They can be touched, of course, and from there, fought, killed, and even smelled. Most notably, however, is that we can take their stuff. The physical possessions of a fully formed ghosts are all shown to physically exist. The equipment they wear can be dropped, and objects that are personally held by a ghost, like Latenna's birthing droplet for Philia and the somber dragon smithing stone she rewards us with, and the stuff we get from finding the painter ghosts, can evidently just be given to an ordinary living person without any complications. In other words, fully formed ghosts just exist, fully physically, the same way as normal people do. Yet, some ghosts don't manifest like this. Some ghosts are visible and able to be heard talking, but aren't fully corporeal. Some ghosts are able to move around and even give chase, while other ghosts appear to just stay in one spot. Many ghosts we meet are those whose spirits have been embiggened through external means. Spirit calling, wraith calling, the bells of the walking mausoleums, and Torrent, obviously. Some ghosts, however, appear to manifest without any such aid, maintaining their corporeal form independently. Some ghosts act fully consciously, retaining all their memories and even their free will. Latenna, as a prominent example, is able to speak to us freely with no issues, and is clearly in full control of her actions over the course of her story. And yet, some ghosts, who we summon from their ashes, will fight by our side and assist us, when they really, should not be willing. And yet, some ghosts actually don't fight on our side, despite us having their ashes, because they're unwilling. Some ghosts don't even appear to have realized they're dead, or even be able to notice their surroundings. So where is all this variation supposed to be coming from? Or, in other words, what effectively is a living thing's soul? We know well enough that spirits are the souls of the deceased, but since souls themselves aren't exactly, real, it's hard to be sure what a statement like, ghosts come from the souls of the dead actually means, without defining how the concept of souls exists in Elden Ring's setting first. So, from figuring out what souls are, we'll also be able to find the factors that distinguish spirits that hang around versus spirits that don't, as well as what the difference is supposed to be between a formless spirit and an embiggened one, along with all the clear variation we see in ghosts as well. So let's get into some ghosts. For a start, we see from the Mausoleum Surcoat and the Headless Soldiers as a whole, that ghosts can reflect the image of their bodies at their very moment of death, not merely excluding their head, but including the bloodstain on their clothes that came from their head being chopped off. Along with other ghost characters like Latenna, Battle Mage Hughes, and Performer Trisha evidently keeping all their possessions that they had upon their demise, it's clear that, up to where spirits specifically are concerned, a soul exists like a snapshot of that creature, including their physical equipment. The reason such import should be given to this preserved memory-like property we see in all these ghosts is that the deciding factor regarding whether or not someone's spirit will yet cling onto their remains after they've died proves to be, in fact, memory itself, or effectively a creature's mind where the capacity for memory comes from. Observe every collectible spirit ash in the game. What do we see? First of all, the vast majority of spirits we find are from people, humans and intelligent non-humans. Second of all, for spirit ashes that don't summon people, we see they're either individual creatures of relatively high intelligence, or the combined ashes of multiple otherwise less intelligent creatures. Now, you might recall Miranda Sprouts here in Gawk. Am I claiming a plant to be intelligent? Intelligent as, say, wolves, dogs, rats, and stormhawks? Indeed I am, for recall what we see in the Perfumer's Grotto. Miranda flowers in clear cooperation with the human perfumers, just the same as the likes of wolves or dogs. Along with the fact that Miranda flowers are capable of casting their very own spells, which we already know requires a consciousness, their having an appropriate mental capacity for the formation of spirit ashes is assured. And third of all, observe the descriptions themselves of all these spirit ashes. What characteristics does everyone share? Well, obviously, they all describe the person or people or creatures that the ashen remains belong to. And that right there is our confirmation. How can I say so? Once more, it traces to how Elden Ring is actually written. It's self-evident that in every item description, the narrator is describing events related to, or the creation of, or the physical features, or just rumors that are always directly related to the item themselves. Why is this significant? Because Elden Ring exclusively uses its narrator to refer to information or knowledge that does itself literally exist in universe pertaining to that item. Think about it. The Giant Crusher's description is information that an in-universe person familiar with the weapon would know. The Duelist Helm's description is giving us information that an in-universe person familiar with that helmet knows. The Dragon Greatclaw's description is giving us information that the Draconic Sentinels themselves know. Same with Giza's Wheel and the Golem Greatbow and the Newman Runes. All information that an in-universe person familiar with Giza's Wheel and its historical significance, the Golems and their origin, and the Newman and their shared connection to Marika knows. This pattern is maintained up to the most extreme cases too, where the person in the know is either one single person or people from the fucking future. The Wing of Estelle, the Great Runes, Mogwin's Sacred Spear, the Sacred Relic Sword, every single item is deliberately written to match the style of taking existing information from an in-universe perspective, no matter how specific that perspective in question is, that a metafictional narrator then repeats to the player. It's a stylistic decision the game always follows, for outside of literal gameplay information, the narrator never zooms out, even so far as restricting what story info is given to the player by using it sticking to this pattern as the excuse. And for an example of an alternative stylistic choice, by the by, you can compare this game to the likes of the detailed, parable-like item descriptions in Blasphemous. In any case, the reason pointing this pattern out is relevant to the likes of our summons is that the perspective the narrator draws from in the descriptions for these spirit ashes includes the actual spirits themselves. A direct quote from the Soul Jars of Fortune, the original name and personal wants of the spirit jellyfish, the apparent fondness shared by the fanged imps, the final moments of this individual warhawk, and so on. The information relating to the spirit ashes is from the spirits themselves, or in other words, from the spirits' own memories. That this fictional concept of a spirit clinging to their body after death is determined by the inherently subjective factor, what's essentially the life form's most prominent memories of themselves, all at once instantly justifies every single point of variance we see in the myriad ghosts that populate Elden Ring's world. It's why when something dies, sometimes their spirit clings to their ashes, but most of the time they don't. The final memories in question have to simply be powerful or emotional enough to preserve the snapshot of who that person was, that with the art of spirit calling, one can then tease out and amplify. It's why some ghosts fight and other ghosts don't fight. The spirits who fight are those whose memories are just of themselves fighting like they did in life. Some ghosts stay still in one spot, repeating a single line over and over. As their bodies expired, those were their very last thoughts. It's why Latenna the Albinoric, one of few who deliberately aimed to become a spirit, evidently has all her memories. She knew she was going to die and be resurrected, and because of that, she had the opportunity to simply prepare her mind ahead of time. It's also why the Mausoleum soldiers appear without their heads, while other ghosts appear as if unharmed. Like Latenna, the headless ghosts were aware beforehand. Since our brains do in fact retain consciousness for a few moments after being beheaded, and the people themselves knew exactly what was going on, just like Latenna did, the ghosts of the mausoleums perceived and remembered their headless appearances, thus preserving those headless bodies as the shapes of their ghosts. And it's why the likes of Perfumer Trisha and Battle Mage Hughes don't end up choosing to refuse their summons like the Stormhawk King does. Their final memories or whatever simply don't include us killing them. For Perfumer Trisha, her memories are of her history as a healer of the poor. For Battle Mage Hughes, his memories are of his love of warfare. And indeed, as Renna herself offhandedly acknowledges when she gives us a spirit calling bell.
The spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past.
It's honestly really elegantly designed. I just realized, although it's not related to ghosts, Selen's primal glintstone is also an example of souls being composed of that individual's memories. Selen gives us her soul, like the whole thing, without any rune business getting in the way, and we put it into a new body, and afterwards, she's just 100% back. This is actually a really explicit reveal of the two components that make up a living thing. I should have used this at the start of this segment. Would you believe it if I told you I figured out the physical body and metaphysical soul thing solely through observation, and only remembered these two items literal months afterwards? Now that we know what makes a soul cling to their original body, what's going on between a spirit that's formless and wimpy and a spirit that's corporeal and buff? It's essentially the amount of life force that they have. The situation can be equated to a deflated balloon, where the rubber of the balloon is the spiritual snapshot that clings to their remains, and the air inside the balloon is the power of life. Even in a deflated balloon, there's a tiny bit of air still in there. This is equivalent to the wimpy states of our spirit ashes, as well as the likes of the spirits we see dancing about in the chrysalid's memento. Now, let's partially inflate the balloon. It's not all the way full, but its shape is very much more balloon-like than it was before. This is equivalent to the likes of stationary NPC ghosts, the painter ghosts, and these walking guys that we find sometimes. Now our balloon is fully inflated, good as new, almost like nothing had ever happened in the first place, and this is precisely equivalent to the likes of fully corporeal ghosts, like the Headless Knights, the ghostly soldiers in Castle Sol, and every kind of ghost we see that got summoned artificially. In a very apt sense, the act of summoning spirits is like pumping a deflated, that is to say, formless spirit with enough magical energy as to make them effectively just fully alive again, at least until they get killed by the next thing. And as a final note, before we go into all the other stuff pertaining to souls, bell bearings and remembrances and the like, we must now address the unique properties of puppets. We go through the creation process of puppets with Celavis, and it's relatively easy to explain. By using starlight shards, one is able to brew a special potion that, when drunk by an individual, through magical mumbo-jumbo, takes complete control over that individual's future. In other words, it takes away the drinker's free will, and for Celavis's potion specifically, makes the drinker travel to and enter his basement. After this is done, and through additional magical mumbo-jumbo, an actual puppet item is thusly created. So what are these exactly? As unintuitive as it first appears, puppets are literally identical to spirit ashes. They're little boxes with ghosts in them. In fact, they're so identical to spirit ashes that not only are they summoned with a spirit calling bell, they're upgraded in exactly the same way as spirit ashes are as well. So what the hell is supposed to be the point of such a fancy-pantsy procedure if the end result is the same thing you'd get just by killing someone, right? Well, that exactly is the point of this fancy-pantsy procedure. Observe the descriptions of a spirit ash and a puppet. Spirit ashes are the original remains of the spirit in question. Puppets are not. Okay, the difference is that the ghost of spirit ashes comes from the ghost's corpse, right? Puppets, however, don't. They're ghosts that are contained artificially in a little box instead of in their corpse. So, it means they're still alive. The difference between a spirit ash and a puppet is that spirit ashes are used to summon ghosts from the dead, and puppets are used to summon ghosts from the living. The reason puppets are different, despite looking and functioning exactly the same as spirit ashes, is because they allow us the functions of spirit ashes without actually involving the deaths of anything. Because, as we'll see, these original bodies of the puppets are still alive. Selen's storyline confirms it for us, though. After obtaining Selen's primal glintstone, we have to find a compatible new body to transplant it. The only compatible host of this type that exists, however, was one of Celavis's puppet bodies. After transplanting her soul, Selen's dialogue tells us why.
You've helped me fill a new body once again, and it's truly a gem. Young and full of vigor, a snug fit for my primal glintstone.
Evidently vacant of soul, yet explicitly alive. You might even call Celavis's puppet bodies precisely half alive, allowing the also half alive soul of Selen to be transplanted, and resulting in giving us a person that is indeed fully alive. Recall also how the bodies of people who've become puppets don't decompose, where if we otherwise kill that person ourselves, their remains obviously do. And that Celavis's basement and Pydia's balcony are both under the effects of a pact of non-aggression. Pydia could at least justify such an effect being present by motive of self-preservation, but what's the purpose of a non-aggression pact being over Celavis's basement, where Celavis himself isn't? It's to ensure the safety of his puppets' bodies. And while puppets also exist without a free will, it's clear by the fact that the Nox Night Maiden and Swordstress, spirits of one of the Nox's highest clerical ranks and their bodyguard, chose to become puppets, that the motivation behind the Nox's original invention isn't the same motivation as behind Celavis's continued production of them. That puppets are made from bodies of the living, rather than the bodies of the dead, is what justifies their invention by the Nox. The invention of puppets allows the creation of ghosts without the involvement of anybody dying to release their souls, circumventing a limitation that every other form of magical soulfuckery in the game is beholden to. What the Nox succeeded in inventing was a one-of-a-kind method of separating souls from bodies that is completely closed off from outside interference. Because nobody actually dies in the process, no matter what order or magical effects someone finds themselves in, their spirits will remain fully intact, not turned into runes, not recycled by the Scarlet Rot, not eaten by the ancestral spirit, or anything. No, it does not. I have no idea, because in all other aspects, they literally are the exact same as every other ghost in the game. This is the only thing where puppets are different. So, I hope this comes up somewhere, if not in the game as it is now, then in its DLC, because otherwise, I just wasted all our time, didn't I? So you better hope all this actually matters, because if it don't... Now that we've gone over everything having to do with the byproducts of rune production, let's really go over runes themselves. To describe runes in the most functional of terms, we already know how they're made, so runes, or more specifically rune fragments, are the singular letters of a magical language referred to in its entirety as code, with the language itself belonging to, or being an invention of, the Greater Will. As we see, the Elden Ring, sent by the Greater Will, is made of code, and the two fingers, also sent by the Greater Will, are the ones who taught the language of code to humans. Now, as you'll recall, for any kind of magic to be performed, it requires a vision for the magic to bring into reality. This principle results in the fact that magic is only able to be performed by individual creatures, whose conscious minds are capable of producing a solid enough mental image. This premise is reflected across literally every instance of magic being performed in the game, except for with code. As we observe throughout the game, code is able to perform any variety of magical acts without any sort of mental requirement by the actual individuals involved, beyond having the language itself. Code is used to strengthen the body, to manipulate natural forces like gravity, to create matter from nothing, and so on. Again, through the story's deliberate shallowness, we are told only the two characteristics about code that are relevant to the game story. In this case, it's how code is able to accomplish magic so uniquely. The first thing is that it's holographic. Code is able to exist independently of any extraneous physical medium. As opposed to written language, which requires something physical for the text to be written on, or spoken language, which requires something physical for the sound to travel through, code appears to just hang in the air. It's able to just exist by itself. The second thing is that code is imbued with the power of life. The second thing explains itself. Being imbued with the power of life itself is how the acts of magic accomplished with runes are provided the required magical energy, fulfilling the second principle of magic in this world's magic system. So, what is existing formlessly supposed to accomplish? By ways of elimination, it would seem code's ability to exist non-physically somehow fulfills the first requirement of magic, the need for something that exists outside of reality, for magic itself to actually bring into reality. And, as code itself is explicitly non-physical, just like how magic is able to interact with souls, turning them into spirits, magic is able to interact with code, turning it into its various forms of magic. Due to how code is made to exist formlessly, in the same way someone's imagination is made to exist formlessly, the language of code is able to fulfill the first principle of magic. All that's happening is instead of being made from a formless image in a creature's mind, code is used to make magic from a formless image the words themselves describe. Where the gravity well sorcery involves the spellcaster in question imagining these rocks flying into the air, and requires the intelligence needed to understand how exactly the forces of gravity need to be manipulated in such a task, these words we see with the Shofar Hyperloop just describe the same kind of thing. You may be wondering, however, where the hell is the sense in that? How nice. The completely made-up rules of a completely made-up system are made up to turn out to, indeed, be followed by something that is also completely made up. It's literally coherent. But hey, if Elden Ring's magic system was designed by its authors to also include, like, the unique independent effect of generating a cup of coffee when you do a somersault, and someone does a somersault and generates a cup of coffee, that'd be just as literally coherent. Here's the burning question, though. One that's burning a lot brighter than questions for otherwise narratively purposeless trivia, like who these guys' names were, why the lands between are so crazy small, how Kenneth Haight counts as royalty despite not actually being a demigod, and other shit. Narrative holes that, while not having in-universe reasons, easily justify themselves with their real-life reason. Reasons like, in a story where certain characters' names indicate relevant information to the plot, not convoluting that list of names with irrelevant characters, and making the game actually fun to play. And because the plot of Kenneth Haight's side quest is because whatever royal connections he does have, he comes to consider them too weak to actually justify his taking the throne of Limgrave. And as such, his goal becomes to find someone who would be a more direct heir to the throne. Now that the last of the Golden Lineage is dead, the quest itself ending with, of course, Nepheli, descending from the Stormlord that Godfrey initially killed in his invasion of Limgrave, and thus the legitimate Princess of Stormvale, as well as the one to whom the Stormhawk King originally belonged to, hence Nepheli recognizing the smell of his remains as of her first hawks, and that smell bringing back her memory of who she actually is, something she had evidently forgot upon her being adopted by Gideon after losing her guidance of grace. All of which facilitated by, it would seem, the apparent canonical fact that Nepheli is actually legitimately explicitly gullible. Anyhow, it all concludes with her lineage being recognized by Kenneth Haight of being worthy of ascending as the Queen of Limgrave, even despite her being a tarnished, so that should tell you how confident he really is. And by the way, if you're confused by how Nepheli is given the title of Lady, despite obviously becoming the ruler of Limgrave as a whole, it's because in Japanese, the term for Lord, Monarch, and King or whatever is all the same single word. And this word is also gender neutral, so have no doubt by the end of her and Kenneth's side quest, Nepheli is Queen of Stormvale. What the hell was I doing? Oh shit, I got so sidetracked explaining the side quest of my best friend Nepheli, I forgot I was pretending to be angry about how little sense code appears to make. What the hell is supposed to be the logic behind a spell written down on something still requiring the spellcaster to use their own imaginations in casting it, but code, which is, despite being all fancy-pantsy formless whatever, literally just also spells written down, doesn't require that? Well, here's actually why. And to be honest, you might have already just figured it out while I was yelling. But consider how ordinary language actually, works. What's literally happening is someone is thinking something, right? Then, wanting to communicate those thoughts to other people, they emit certain sounds, or perform certain movements, or make certain markings, that by themselves have no actual connection to the speaker's actual thoughts, but are, in essence, simply agreed upon by the other person to represent the specific concepts that the speaker's thoughts align with, and that, upon receiving, our speaker's audience is able to recognize and, judging by the agreed upon meanings of the language used, generate an equivalent thought in their own mind. Of course, it's unnatural to explain the concept of language in this exact of a fashion. Communication is something we all intuitively understand, but this is what the use of language, literally speaking, is. You will notice then that with how language actually works, there is a fundamental limitation. There isn't actually any direct transfer of thoughts between the speaker and their audience. Both parties involved agree that one thing corresponds to a specific meaning, but that's just agreement. The actual meanings themselves that each party has agreed to assign to that specific thing are literally completely different, and there is no way to tell if both parties' thoughts actually match, or if the speaker has actually communicated the exact meaning to their audience that they intended. You can describe a billion different details, or draw the most fidelica drawings, or do the most elaborate anything, and still you have no way of actually telling if the message you have in your head has actually gotten across. And brother, our imaginations have a lot of potential variations. I know I've noticed it. I noticed this shit so hard I wrote a poem about it while I was in high school, and just look at what I'm trying to do now. In Sunken Valley High School. Even so, on their legit own, languages are meaningless. They're merely objects, without an audience to apply their own internal meanings to that external medium. A language is just, well, it's just nothing, you know? No different from the rest of our universe and the materials it's made from. The only reason that a concept like meaning exists, because evidently it does exist, you can't imagine a color you can't see, is because we, with our conscious motherfucking brains, created it. We created the concept of meaning so hard that we even created the concept of no meaning. The number 0, you'll recall, had to be invented. And that, thematically, is what magic in Elden Ring is actually all about. Order. Think about what that actually is. It's our brains looking at something and deciding not just that there's this completely invisible biz going on, but also inventing the concept of value and deciding that this completely invisible biz is not just meaningfully different from this, but that making this is good, and that the otherwise completely coincidental process of it returning to this completely invisible biz is bad. Dare I ask, what even is the actual process of creating order? Of doing things purposefully? Of deciding that your will was what's greater? Great enough, more so, as to force the world around you to match, other than literally bringing your imagination into reality. Right? Who did that? Oh yeah, I did that. X-fucking-actly. Oh, fuck. Ah, the forces of entropy are taking what I had away from me! And so, the reason code is designed to be special in the way that it is because of how it, as a language, relates to that fundamental subjective barrier that all real languages share. With any kind of prayer book, or a spell scroll, or whatever, you can read the book yourself. You can have someone describe to you what that book says. But unless you actually use your thoughts, unless you paint within your imagination and bring out the actual image described, unless you actually successfully transfer from the physical into the metaphysical, the actual meaning of the spell you're taking reference from, unless you personally, subjectively understand what's actually going on, that the spell you're referencing has tried so hard to bridge that gap for you, unless you are individually capable of reaching over that chasm, the span between speaker and audience, unless you are able to create the meaning required with your brain for your essence of life to then take hold of and manifest straight into the real world, then all you're looking at are marks on a piece of parchment. Your mind is the only thing that can make it matter. Unless you're dealing with code. The Golden Order fundamentalists use the power of causality and regression to describe the Golden Order, but they didn't just pull those concepts out of their ass. They chose those concepts because they also can be considered to apply. The Golden Order produces code. And code is a language that, magically, exists as something that actually contains within its words intrinsic, objective meanings. The letters literally have a life of their own, and as such, as a form of meaning that is nonetheless objective in its existence, without any kind of extraneous medium, code can be used by anyone with the know-how to make you anything you want. Indeed, all you've got to do is find the words to describe it with.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
How's that for Universe Explained, huh? By the way, you know how runes are described as yet still being imbued with the power of life? Do we ever get to see an example of a rune that isn't imbued with such power? As a matter of fact, we do. The inactive Great Runes that we receive upon first defeating the Shardbearers, devoid of benediction, the runes are held by us, yet literally powerless. But by scaling the appropriate divine tower and approaching the two fingers resting above, we're able to have our Great Runes recharged. Imbued with magical energy again, the powers within the Great Runes get restored and are now able to actually be used by us. Now, our last topic at hand regarding the usages of runes is perchance their most prominent one: the replication of boss items from remembrances, and the buying of dead people's inventories through bell bearings. This is shown clearly enough by how we interact with the twin maiden husks and the bell bearings. Literally, using these strange items that somehow form from the spirits of dead NPCs, and in essence, summoning the ghost of their inventories through the twin maiden husks, where a spirit calling bell is to summon an ally from the dead, and the humongous bells of the walking mausoleums summon an army from the dead. The jingle bells of these finger readers are enough to summon the possessions of the dead. As we well know, the shape of someone's soul includes their physical stuff. From there, with the magical energy code is imbued with, by making use of enough runes, we can reshape the items of those who perished. Sorceries from sorcerers, incantations from clerics, smithing stones from smithing stone miners, and so on. This exact process is also what's going on when Enya creates replicas of certain boss equipment from the remembrances for us. The same way we replicate, say, the Axe of Godric from his remembrance, we also replicate infinite meat from the meat peddler's bell bearing. And just like how the legendary figures of the remembrances only had one of each item when they died, so you can only make one replica from that remembrance. Which, to confirm, by the by, are indeed duplications. As one of the fingers' eternal voices, Enya has the necessary expertise with code as to where the twin maiden husks summon lost items from bell bearings, summon similarly lost items from the remembrances formed from the spirits of exceptionally powerful figures. Or is it rather hewn into the Erd Tree, or hewn by, like made by the Erd Tree personally? I'm sure there's some kind of error between these two statements, but functionally their meaning is the same. Due to the nature of how runes are produced, from the individual souls of the dead, it can thus be used to essentially gauge how much magical energy a creature had once contained. On account of how literal the term power of life actually is, it's no surprise that creatures who are more lively contain magnitudes more magical energy than the likes of averager creatures. And since we've seen how souls naturally take the shape of, or reflect in one way or another, the memories and identities of their original owners, we can see how the most exceedingly lively of individuals, dare I say, demigods and even the greater of the champions, have hefty enough souls as to, over the course of the GO's spirit-to-rune conversion process, produce more than just the mere single letters we call rune fragments. The sheer density of their power results in the formations of what are, perhaps even literally, memoirs, physically a dense pack of code, describing that powerful individual and the stuff that most define them in concrete detail. Coded memorials that only Enya proves to be capable of reading, due to her knowing the same things that the two fingers themselves do. Thus, how she is able to recreate for us the signature stuff that belonged to the individual described in the remembrance itself. And in the case we don't want to do that, we can just break them too, back into their singular characters. And by the way, unless some new information comes to light, this is also my guess as to what exactly the second phase of the Rennala boss fight is. It's the equivalent of Ranni's memories of Rennala, preserved from her now anti-born body's brain or whatever, being made manifest by all that magical energy contained within the amber of the egg. And that beating the second phase is just us defeating the egg itself, resulting in, of course, getting the egg's great rune, and being why no more of Rennala's sweeting survive, because the egg doesn't have the rune anymore to, help them along. They all just instantly perish, rather than survive for a little while and then get reborn again like they did before. Although I will admit the topic isn't something that interests me that much, so I haven't really thought about it, so I don't know. Anyhow, what happens when we crush a remembrance reveals most precisely the difference between them and runes. Rune fragments are just individual letters. Remembrances are like full essays, where an essay has a specific, complex meaning that individual letters obviously lack. Single letters themselves can, with effort, be rearranged and potentially used in a much greater variety of ways. With runes themselves, though, we're able to level up, barter with ordinary people, spirit tune, upgrade weapons, and so on. With remembrances, only Enya knows how to make use of them, and even then, your only options are to use them in a single specific way, or break them back into their constituent pieces. And for some creations deriving from remembrances, we need additional runes for those as well. The nature of how remembrances form also serves to justify why only the remains of powerful figures, those entombed within the walking mausoleums, are able to be used to duplicate remembrances. When we duplicate a remembrance, it's us taking that great density of magical energy within the spirit of the dead guy entombed there, and using the resulting magical bandwidth, as it were, to produce a copy of equal measure to a remembrance we previously had. And, by extension, this is why only the belled walking mausoleums, distinct in that they hold the remains of dead demigods exclusively, are able to duplicate the remembrances of other demigods. Recall how Ranni had to use Godwyn's assassination in order to split her own death in half, as opposed to just some rando. We see that the life of one demigod is only equal, in some mumbo-jumbo sense, to the life of another demigod. As such, only the soul of a dead demigod has enough magical juice as to recreate the transcribed soul of another's from. This process is congruent with how lost Ashes of War are used to make duplicates of other Ashes of War. Devoid of any memories, but it's still the remains of, like, a guy who died swinging. That force of life, also present in every other Ash of War, is still there. It's just that unlike every other Ash of War, the immortal essence belonging to these lost ashes have no kind of surviving identity or meaning with which that magical energy has anything to do. Like a chalkboard whose writings have worn off. Thus, we have the opportunity to just write something in. In this case, using one of our Ashes of War whose soul does have memories as a reference. Remember, magical energy by itself is an objective universal force, like physics or math. Take two of the same model of calculator and write the same equation from one onto the other. Both calculators will give you the exact same answer, despite literally being two different objects. In function, they're legitimately identical. Indeed, how could we expect anything else? Thus does the copy pass into becoming the genuine article. Now, as to whether we should actually consider all this as evidence of Hidetaka Miyazaki's and George R.R. Martin's itinerant genius, or instead no more than a number of fortunate coincidences stacked on top of each other, out from just a few coherent parallels between what are otherwise completely basic game mechanics, I'll have to leave that up to you. Blood exists as the natural physical medium for the power of life. This is how glintstone, magical amber made from petrified blood, is, as Selin explains, embedded with the powers of life, and thus capable of serving its purpose as an external magical conduit in the first place. It's also how different varieties of glintstone are able to exist in the first place. The different colors and magical affinities we see come from the original life forms, whose blood the glintstones in question were made from. Starting with Selin's examples, golden amber, what we may call yellow glintstone, came from the sap of the Erd Tree, and is associated with the Erd Tree's magic, if you can believe it. Blue glintstones comes from the blood of aliens, the life there in the stars, and is associated with the orthodox of glintstone sorceries as a whole. Red glintstone, we learn, is made from the blood of humans, and is associated with the also human blood involved aberrant sorceries, channeling the power of the mysterious blood star. And finally, purple glintstone comes from the blood of the falling star beasts, or maybe whatever the blood equivalent is for their species, as I'm pretty sure these guys are made of rocks. Regardless, we see such stones on their very bodies, and of course the crystal themselves resonate with gravity sorceries. Now, for the likes of blue and blue-green glintstones, sadly, we don't get to actually meet the original life forms ourselves. Unless you counted like Estelle, but that'd be like if you met Frankenstein Jr. and he said that'd count as you meeting all the original owners of his body parts too. I know what you're thinking though. Where does the Gelmir glintstone staff fit into all this? And I will tell you the truth. I don't know. Red glintstone? Are these supposed to be the same red glintstones made from human blood by the staff of the guilty? It isn't a translation error either. The Japanese versions also just use the word red for both of them, so it'd seem like it. Yet, Alberic's equipment doesn't work with magma sorceries, and the Gelmir staff doesn't work with aberrant sorceries, so there is evidently some kind of meaningful difference between these two magical rocks, despite both being the same color. So I'm going to be honest, all I can give in regards to this stick is conjecture. Again, my goal for this project isn't to explain the best possible story of this game, just the canonical one, presented by the game itself, or in this case, as close to canonical as can be achieved. As such, take my basically imaginary explanation with appropriate doubt. Now, the Staff of the Guilty tells us that its turning of the blood of sacrifices pierced by it into glintstone is similar to hex magic. And as we know, Rykard invented the magma sorceries that the Gelmir staff enhances by adapting the ancient hexes of Gelmir into the modern system of sorcery. The hexes themselves came from the society that inhabited Mount Gelmir prior to Marika's invasion, who practiced the same sacrifice-involving forgotten religion referred to in the Serpent God Curved Sword description. The Serpent God in question is obviously the snake that Rykard feeds himself to and all that, and the immortal great serpent that the Serpent Hunter was originally crafted to destroy. I would suppose, considering the similar to hex magic specified in the Staff of the Guilty description, that its producing of glintstones out of human blood just happens to be convergent with whatever off-screen process is used to produce the Gelmir glintstones. Smoldering, right? Volcanoes do that, and since the Guilty staff is similar to hex magic, and the magma sorceries are specifically adapted from hex magic, maybe there's a bit of a common ancestorship thing going on. Plus, we find the smoldering staff at Mount Gelmir, so there. Perhaps what physically produces the variety in glintstone is indeed the color, or rather, physical components that the blood used to make it was composed of, providing why these two glintstones, despite looking the same, have different affinities. At a finer level, just like between a cold-blooded animal and a warm-blooded one, they're made from different stuff. And if you'd allow me to make up what this difference was, it'd just be that the Gelmir glintstones are made from the blood of snakes, where heretical glintstones are instead made from the blood of humans. It should be affirmed that this interaction between blood and life energy exists as a natural phenomenon within Elden Ring setting, and is present universally in naturally born living things. By observing the more unique creatures in Elden Ring, we can see how the magical characteristics of blood affect the world at large, and how the biologies of some life forms take this principle into account. I speak of course, of the man-eating Miranda flowers and the intrepid land octopi. This mention of human blood being a requirement for the land octopi to produce offspring is an obvious reference to the likes of other blood-borne mammals like mosquitoes, whose females require the protein in blood to produce their eggs. But these octopi ovaries specify that it's human blood in particular that they require. So, what is supposed to be present in the blood of humans that isn't present in the blood of, say, any other mammal? A sufficient amount of magical energy. For one reason or another, female land octopi lack the required life force to bear young all by themselves. As such, they consume the energy-packed blood of humans in order to compensate. Does this imply anything about the land octopi as a whole? Does it connect to their clear affinity with Miquella's faction, including the fact that some land octopi are even able to drop sacramental buds? Well, you tell me, cause I legit don't know. Tell me what you think in the comments or something, because just looking at land octopi make me queasy. Has a lingering warmth reminiscent of human skin. Why did they say that? Why does it say that? Is the game just being a dick trying to be gross, or is that actually supposed to imply something? Ugh. Anyway, Miranda flowers. Full name, man-eating Miranda flowers. As the titular Miranda powder they produce is evidently magical in nature, being necessary ingredients in magical perfumes, it's clear these unique plants incorporate the magic present in human blood as well. Especially unique about these plants, however, is that their eating of humans is only one aspect of the species being extremely adaptable to magic. Miranda flowers exist in a number of varieties based on adapting to the magical natures of their surroundings. Ordinary Miranda flowers make use of a magical spell unique to them. Blue Mirandas, however, found in Liurnia, use a unique form of glintstone sorcery instead. Mirandas also show their startling adaptability to magic in achieving a symbiotic existence with not just a scarlet rot, but the fucking flame of frenzy as well, incorporating the rot and frenzy statuses into their pollen. Blood acting as a natural conduit for magical energy, the channel by which the otherwise untouchable essence of life is able to directly interface with the material world, is also how the game's story literalizes concepts like imperial families who've descended from divine figures, or curses that spread amongst family trees. The way it does so is, by the nature of the power of life existing outside the bounds of the physical world, appearing only as channeled naturally by the blood of living things, certain magical enchantments upon one's flesh, whether they're considered curses by one, blessings by another, appear across individuals not connected physically or even ideologically, but biologically. These unique enchantments of the blood are bound not to any single idea or physical thing, but in essence to a physical pattern, in this case the pattern of one's genes, very literally by their lineages. A clear example that we're already familiar with is Radahn and his red hair. Despite not having fought in the war against the giants, he was nonetheless marked by a curse from them. In reality, Marika was the one who was marked by this curse. Due to Radagon's genetic connection to Marika, existing as some kind of magical offshoot from her, and being the same reason why the Liurnian demigod still counted as the direct offspring of Marika herself, the red hair curse spread to him, just as it would go on to affect his children with Rennala, Ranni, Radahn, and Rykard. The second example, as I also mentioned, is Mohg and Morgoth's blood flame. We know for a fact that blood flame is exclusive to Mohg's blood in particular. None of the other royal omen in those subterranean shunning grounds have access to it, and by the growing of omen horns on the blood nobles and red Albinorics, we see that it's Mohg's own accursed blood that they've taken into themselves. And yet, Morgoth has access to blood flame too. The reason this is so is because they're twins. Literally, they have the same blood. That Morgoth detests and Mohg adores flows through the veins of both, and where Mohg's blood became enchanted with blood flame, Morgoth's, being the same pattern, became enchanted as well. What's expressed most importantly here is the lack of any kind of physical or mental connection that these, enchantments of the body require. Rykard and Radahn didn't even exist during the war against the giants, when the curse had actually been cast, but due to the functions of blood as a portal between the physical and the metaphysical, the matching pattern of their biologies makes a singular effect manifest across otherwise completely disconnected individuals. Understanding the importance of this interaction between blood and magic, we are thus brought to the final subject of this long video. One that incorporates all the knowledge we've so far covered, and perhaps the one topic that, singularly, acts as the most vital to Elden Ring's story as a whole. I speak of course, grace. Indeed, back in the good old days before all of that. If you were someone who had grace, that meant you were immortal, and it gave you golden eyes. And if you didn't have grace, that meant you were normal, and you had ordinary eyes. However, as the Two Fingers tell us, grace just seems to no longer work the way it used to. As we see well enough, the demigods themselves, eyes still shining gold, have no evident trouble in eating shit. Not to mention the several already dead demigods to which the game leaves unnamed. While perhaps more importanter vital functions of the Elden Ring's order, such as the production of runes, remain at least partially intact, other, seemingly more extraneous functions, like the granting of immortality to Marika's descendants, have clearly been lost. Yet again, as the Two Fingers tell us, this is in fact a direct result of the greater will renouncing the demigods. With their immortality forsaken, a path is laid bare for us tarnished, to whom the greater will itself called into action, to kill them demigods and take their great runes. But, after the events of Leyndell, we learn that the Fingers only fed us lies. The greater will's abandonment of the lands between is proven plain as day by Enya when she reveals to us that, merely for the Two Fingers to speak to the greater will, centuries, if not multiple millennia, would have to be passed. And as a result, everything the Two Fingers previously tell us is recontextualized. Every action they accredit to the greater will, in turn, proves to have been the actions of the Fingers themselves. The GW's own envoys, and the bringers of code, the language of light by which the Elden Ring itself is constructed of to the lands between, their being rumored as the purported masters of grace in circles less loyal is proven well-founded. It wasn't the greater will's decision, but theirs, who, only after seeing the shattering Peter into an undeniable stalemate after the Battle of Ionia, chose only then to finally resurrect the Tarnished. And of the demigods losing the powers of their grace, just as the Two Fingers held control over the grace of the Tarnished, they held control over the grace of the Shardbearers. Severed from their immortality, no longer confined from death, their great runes are now able to be collected. So, what exactly even is grace? Grace is a result of a living thing being imbued directly with the power of life by the magic of the Golden Order. Or, in other words, grace is the name used to describe the magical effect produced by the Elden Ring's imbuing of blood with magical energy, providing the immortality described by the death indiscriminate excluding Golden Order. Now, to be transparent, the word immortality itself isn't used anywhere in the game. But, to be frank, it's patently obvious that that's what grace does, and that was what made it a big deal in the story. So I will take it for granted that you and I are both already aware that Grace's whole deal was that it made you immortal, or I guess invulnerable would be a better word. To start, it's important to confirm that grace exists as a direct product of the Elden Ring. It's the intentional result of Marika removing the Rune of Death when the Golden Order was first composed, thus showing how the two fingers have such remote control over grace, why returning the Rune of Death to the Elden Ring is what turns off the golden shell of the Erdtree, why only the legit descendants of Marika intended those big pieces of the Elden Ring after it was broken, and why the Tarnished, because of their memories of grace, were the only available backups for gathering the great runes after the demigods themselves failed. As you might have already guessed by its nature as a result of enchanted blood, just like with the Red Hair Curse and Blood Flame, grace also spreads genetically. As we know, us Tarnished are the descendants of Godfrey's army, who were made mortal again long ago by the taking of their grace by Queen Marika. By this, plus the genetic vector of grace's spreading, we inherited our ancestors' grace, or rather, their memory of it. And our having of this magical memory, etched into our minds as it were, is what leads to us being resurrected by the two fingers, allowing us, uniquely amongst mortals, to be capable of collecting the great runes and repairing the Elden Ring after the also capable demigods all appeared to refuse. Just as well, the non-demi part of the demigods comes by their descendants from Marika herself. Looking upon their eyes, we see gold still shines, and while in the present day their grace has been deactivated, we know as much from the death of Godwyn, the first of the demigods to die, that they had just as much the benefits of immortality that their grace gave them, as their own mother did. Oh, also, another point by which we see that the grace of Marika has been deactivated is through how we don't get any rune items from killing the demigods, as well indicated by their great runes being bereft of power when we first obtained them, despite their grace being visibly there, in their eyes, due to the enchantment over Marika's own blood being shut off. There's no magical energy in that blood as is shared amongst demigods, as opposed to the way it still clearly exists in the blood of the Erdtree. As such, the demigods' vestiges of gold and so forth aren't meaningful for us to pick up, we just aren't able to use them. Now, despite grace having two different vectors of contagion, I guess, the effect produced is exactly the same across the board. The only difference there might be between one person with grace and another would simply be an amount. The concentration of grace, you could say, within one's actual body. So before we continue, let's go over how exactly Grace's feat of immortality was actually done. First, one very basic fact must be established. The term Blessings of the Erdtree is just another name for grace. It's the Erdtree's blood, or well, sap since it's a plant. Because drinking the sap of the Erdtree was a singular method by which anyone not a direct member of Marika's royal family, where they inherited their grace directly through their genetic connection, could receive the benefits of grace in any measure, this is why grace is so often referred to as the blessings of the Erdtree and so on. As the description of the sacred tear says, for theirs was once a certain blessing. This is why all the cultural iconography depicting grace depicts it in the form of a golden liquid, including in the rune arc's description, where the Elden Ring's lower arc is considered to be like a basin where its blessings pooled. It's because for the common people, that was what grace physically was. And it's why, of course, when the Erdtree stopped producing sap, it was such a big deal. Altogether, by looking at how the blessings of the Erdtree are described, we'll be able to figure out what grace actually did, literally speaking, that was considered as the giving of immortality. The Blessings Boon incantation, along with, I'm pretty sure, everything in the game that name drops the blessing of the Erdtree or Golden Order or whatever, all work towards the specific effect of restoring your HP, showing us implicitly how grace actually made the Golden Order's promise of immortality manifest. But wait, how can I even say in the first place that the gameplay effect of restoring our character's HP is able to signify anything within the narrative itself? Recall how in this game, your character's attributes are direct representations of their in-universe state. The act of leveling up is explained as an in-universe magical technique, and increasing attributes like your int makes your character a diegetically more intelligent person. NPCs are able to take notice of your character's stats. Selen will remark differently upon your character depending on how high their int stat is. And the term Vigor, the attribute we level up to increase our character's HP, will even be name-dropped by certain NPCs, with them using those terms accurately as to how they pertain to gameplay. What this shows is that, along with how literal all the magic-related attributes are, the other stats of our Tarnished actually exist diegetically as well. And by this, we're able to see how grace in universe gave people immortality. It restored their HP. Or rather, it produced an effect that came to be considered immortality in popular culture. As we know firsthand, labels like eternal are just that, arbitrary labels. To die is explicitly a fundamental, inevitable course for all living things in Elden Ring's universe, and you don't need me to prove that Marika's empire had the capacity to lie about things. As such, it'd probably be more accurate to say that grace provided the illusion of immortality, as its effects are ultimately, inherently, a forestalling of the inevitable. To be fair, however, from the perspective of a legitimately ordinary person, what could grace be other than immortality, if that's what you were told it was? Sickness, physical damage, and so on, using the game's stats as representative of the setting itself, as the story allows us to do, such things reduce our HP. They reduce our vitality. Grace steps in and brings that HP back. It restores our vitality. For those with enough grace, such as the people referenced in the descriptions of the heroes' runes, and of course, the members of the royal family themselves back when their grace worked, the HP restoring effect of the Elden Ring's power is extreme enough as to make those blessed by it functionally invincible. Like, basically, this is what the story in the hero's rune description is describing. Like I said earlier, invulnerable might be a more accurate word as a whole in describing Grace's effects. But hey, if you saw this, you'd call it immortality too. Plus, I think the word immortality is cooler, so there. In any case, having grace was why no demigod had ever died before the events of Godwyn's murder, itself only having been achieved by special means through the use of the Rune of Death, as well as the reason why omen babbies born of royalty, meaning those born with grace, didn't have their horns excised, but were instead thrown down the drain, intent on being imprisoned for eternity. Their bodies couldn't be damaged, and it was understood, just like with every other demigod, that the royal omen were still going to live forever too. The effects of grace simply made it so that being meaningfully hurt just wasn't something that could happen. The gameplay effects of the Erdtree's Blessing also, amusingly enough, indirectly allow us to see why the Rune of Death worked as well, in its unique ability to, evidently, just negate an individual's grace, as it did for Godwyn. Where having grace is a constant replenishing of your HP to max, the Rune of Death reduces your max HP. Literally, the Rune of Death imposes the logic of, you can't regenerate HP if your maximum HP is 0. Oh, and the last thing. This is what's going on with Gold-Tinged Excrement, Beast Blood, and subsequently, why the forces of the two fingers appear to have access to so much corpse wax. Corpse wax is the common name for adipocere. In essence, normal decomposition requires moisture and oxygen for the microorganisms actually responsible for rot to do their work. Parts with low moisture, but still with exposure to oxygen, decompose relatively slowly. If a dead body has no moisture and no oxygen, then it hardly decomposes at all. But if a dead body has moisture, but no oxygen, then instead of undergoing decomposition, the body undergoes a process called saponification. Instead of rotting, the fat of the body gets converted into soaps. The reason this is relevant is because, as we are explicitly shown by the descriptions of the Gold-Tinged Excrement and the Beast Blood items, grace makes it so that things both retain their moisture and avoid decomposition. Gold-Tinged Excrement and Beast Blood containing grace in the first place explains themselves. A carnivorous animal like a rune bear eats a guy who happened to have grace in him. As that guy's remains are digested, some of that grace enters the rune bear's bloodstream, with the rest of the grace coming out the other end with everything else. As a result of grace's inherent nature of magically keeping up something's vitality, so to speak, this is why Gold-Tinged Excrement and Beast Blood never dry or undergo actual putrefaction. They're unable to be damaged, as it were, by the likes of the bacteria who normally break these remains down into the soil. This exact same effect exists over actual corpses as well. The dead bodies of those who had grace don't undergo decomposition because of it. Since the cadavers remain moist and don't rot, the fat in them is converted into adipocere, and evidently, I guess, that shit is just magically able to be used to make guys. And it would seem shoot laser beams. Release the power of corpse wax. What the fuck? Well, in real life, the development of adipocere results in basically a cast of the original body's fat content. Kind of like the mineralization process that makes fossils, very accurately preserving it. So maybe this power of ancient heroes being held within corpse wax is like reflective of that. Like some kind of magical preservation, like with glintstone and blood, just with fat instead. Patchwork of champions. In any case, is obviously referring to the same kind of blessed warriors mentioned in the description of the hero runes. So upon their own deaths, the Adipocere that formed from their non-decomposing bodies somehow preserved their warriorness, I guess. The same as we see from the likes of Ashes of War, and with a bit of ingenuity, the forces of the Golden Order were able to make some brand new fighters by jamming them together. What a strange detail though, right? Maybe it's why us Tarnished were Godric's favorite thing to collect. Maybe our bodies don't decompose. I don't fucking know. By drinking the grace-infused blood of the Erdtree, your body incorporates that magic into itself, exactly like what happens with Smaragd and all those wizards. We're told as much that having grace is indicated by one's eyes being the color of gold, but we're able to see material evidence of this as well, confirming it to be true. By their descriptions, we know explicitly that the rune items we collect over the course of the game are instances of grace. And, as we can see from their icons, they are literally the golden colorings those blessed by grace were all characterized with. As it would appear, that effect upon the eyes came from the Erdtree sap taking root in one's irises, for some reason. While we don't get to learn why the blessings of the Erdtree appear in this way, the thematic reason, again, is obvious enough. Anyhow, that's what all the rune items actually physically are. They're just chunks of the Erdtree's immortal sap. When the person themselves got killed and their body got digested or decomposed, the still immortal substance itself was all that remained. The lingering residue of gold and all that. These simple properties of the Erdtree's grace also show us why it was used the way it was historically. Instead of using like code itself and advertising the Golden Order through what would be otherwise equally miraculous feats, depending on the Erdtree's sap gave way for the Golden Order to easily seize control over the common people. While code has more applications as a whole, it requires a trained professional to actually make use of. Not only that, but upon being learned, that individual is able to both use code independently and teach others to use it too. That's not secure. On the other hand, receiving the benefits of the Erdtree sap is simply from, well, drinking that physical substance. The benefits are as plain as day, both for the recipient and for the benefactor. Without doubt, the impartation of grace makes a display of both supreme power, but also benevolence. It's simple enough in its appearance as to not be confusing to the plebeian, and able to be completely controlled in its dispensation. You can say it has to be earned. It's like the difference between cash and scrip. One potentially allows for independence, the other guarantees a dependency instead, and you won't find something easier to inspire worship with than that. And as we see by the so-called acts of the greater will, grace is also something that's just able to be shut down whenever you wish. As to how the enchantment of grace is actually made in-universe, the method behind it is anticlimactically simple. You just take some blood, and you pump a shit ton of magical energy straight into it. The same power of life that the Elden Ring imbues runes with, right? Imbue it into blood instead, and there we go. That really is as deep an explanation as that exists. Life is evidently life. The more of it you get, the more of it you have. As to the particulars behind how exactly the Elden Ring, puts that juice in there are two explanations to choose from. What do we see happen when we use an instance of grace? Obviously, we physically break that grace in our hands, and runes instantaneously fly out and into our character. Your explanation behind this can be either 1, the Elden Beast does what it's told, and it takes the magical energy it has access to, that it would normally turn into runes, and instead just throws it into some blood, in which case our breaking of a rune item is us literally breaking, like that hardened golden sap into dust, and releasing that raw magical energy, which is instantly converted into runes the same way the souls of the people we kill get converted the instant they die. Or 2, the Elden Beast does what it's told, and takes the runes it has lying around and describes a spell in which the magical energy within those runes is used to empower some blood. Like with how the runes in the show for Hyperloop empower it to float in the air, in which case our breaking of a rune item is just breaking the written spell itself, physically infused into that hardened sap, and that spell's code is released as individual letters, like with remembrances. Both give us the exact same outcome. And while there is a chance that the DLC will introduce some new information regarding this topic, I don't think those chances are very high, considering how, irrelevant the question of how does the Elden Ring put the power of life into the blood in the first place actually is. So it's up to you, whichever you feel is nicer. Personally, I like the second explanation more. I said as much earlier, but I want to reiterate how extremely fundamental it is to Elden Ring's plot, that magical effects being put on blood results in those effects spreading genetically. Outside of the politics and morals espoused by the plot itself, this fact is directly responsible for basically the entirety of the actual game's events. To start, it's this mechanic of blood that actually makes the difference between the grace of those descending from Marika and the grace of those blessed by the Erdtree, despite grace itself not providing any different effects. Instead of something else's blood that they had consumed and incorporated into themselves, of which there is necessarily a finite amount, the grace of Marika is intrinsic to the demigods' bodies. They are her descendants, partial copies of her chromosomes, and thus physically sharing her blood. In a very literal fashion, the demigods' grace comes from their very bones, exactly like how Bloodflame manifested in Morgott after Mohg's communion with the Formless Mother and the enchantment of his blood with Bloodflame. And thus why it wasn't something able to just be removed. It'd be like trying to take the flour out of a cake, where, I guess, taking the grace of the tarnished was like taking cherries off the top of a cake, because their grace was like added on after the cake had already been finished. As an addition, it's worth noting that while Godfrey is referred to as a demigod in the English version of Godric's Great Rune, as we see, Marika was able to just take his grace away from him, making him an ordinary mortal human again. Despite being considered publicly as part of the Golden Lineage, as Godric's Great Rune describes, we know in reality that he's just one of the progenitors of the Golden Lineage, where Marika was obviously the god, and the non-magical Godfrey was the demi, thus being why their children are, of course, demigods. Godfrey's grace was simply the same kind of grace as every other mortal had, from the sap of the Erdtree. To reiterate, the Shard-Bearers are all defined explicitly as being the direct descendants of Queen Marika. It was that intrinsic magical connection to Marika, the Elden Ring's vessel, that went on to allow for their existence. When the Elden Ring got exploded and the pieces all flew out or whatever just before the start of the Shattering, the biggest pieces of it landed in other instances of Marika's blood, those biggest pieces being what we call the Great Runes, which we're told granted the demigods in question who obtained them massive increases in power, leading to the Civil War. But being born a demigod didn't automatically result in that someone bearing a shard when the Elden Ring was destroyed. As opposed to other people of royalty like Kenneth Haight, where whatever genetic connection he has, while evidently enough to have given him the grace of Marika, as we see by his golden eyes, was not enough to have actually granted him a great rune. What determined which demigods became shard-bearers versus which demigods didn't was whether or not the demigod in question had a close enough connection to their matriarch, pretty much just by them having enough grace in them. Enya tells us that the reason Godric was the weakest of the shard-bearers in particular was due to being so relatively distant, genetically, from his great-grandmother. And this is corroborated by Godric's own Great Rune's appearance, as it's the faintest by far compared to those of his uncles and aunts. The same is why the vast majority of the Omen in the Shunning Grounds, despite explicitly being royalty like Kenneth Haight was, also never obtained Great Runes, except, of course, for the two Omen descending directly from Marika herself. It would seem that despite being part of the so-called Graceless Omen, Mohg and Morgott had enough grace in them anyway. The importance of genetics mentioned in Mohg's Great Rune is also why Rykard and Radahn's Great Runes appear slightly similar to Malenia and Ranni's Great Runes. It represents them sharing Radahn as their father. This mechanic of inheritance is also how Empyreans actually are what they are. As we see by the sharing of a death between Ranni and Godwyn, and the ability to recreate Malenia's remembrance at any of the Beld Mausoleums, Empyreans are still, indeed, demigods too. Additionally, while we know well enough that the importance of an Empyrean is that they're uniquely able to become gods, we also see that the classification of a god is itself an arbitrary one, rather than dependent on some kind of fundamental property. The reason behind these seemingly conflicting conceits, however, draws down to the Empyrean's inheritance. As Marika's grace is linked to her genetics, and grace itself is just the result of jamming a shit ton of magical energy or runes into someone's blood, Empyreans, sharing literally 100% of their genetic material with Marika herself, inherit, basically, 100% of the magical energy that she has. Their bodies inherit magnitudes to magnitudes more vitality than basically any other living thing. And with that greater amount of magical energy, Empyreans are thus able to accomplish greater goals. Observe Miquella and his Halictree. Not even labeled as a god, Miquella is described to have watered the Halig tree with his own blood. The blood in question evidently proving to be quite nourishing, as its size is already comparable to the Erdtree when we reach it. What's notable is that this act itself of feeding an organism magical energy through human blood is completely mundane within Elden Ring setting. As we've discussed before, otherwise natural creatures like land octopi and Miranda flowers seem to depend on the consumption of magical energy for their growth. The difference here is just that Miquella's blood has so much more magical energy than immortal humans, that instead of making something like, say, this, or even this, it made something like this. What this proceeds to reflect is the fundamental equality that's actually present between an Empyrean and any other person, and ultimately an Elden Ring story as a whole. The same universal mechanics are still at play for everyone involved. The same rules all still have to be followed. The difference is merely in scale. And yet, with as humongous differences in scales as these, how can you not miss the forest for the trees, and conclude that there actually is some kind of objective difference? Some kind of something that just fundamentally, universally, will prevent the likes of you from ever matching the likes of them. There just has to be, right? Oh, and just to cover all the bases, while the daughters of Ionia are indeed demigods, as we see from their eyes, they're all inheritors of grace, they were born after the smashing of the Elden Ring, so it's not possible for us to tell whether or not they would have been eligible for bearing great runes. And, while Malenia almost certainly would be eligible for being a shard bearer, she's already dead. If her body had picked up a great rune, it's long gone now. Oh well. Anyway, instead of us getting a great rune from our ancestor like the demigods did, all us crummy tarnished get is our memory of grace instead. Or, in other words, the memories of actually first having grace that our ancestors experienced, that we've finally come to inherit. Not merely having grace at all either, but having first grace, as we're well told by the strongest of the golden rune items. The grace of gold blessed those who are first to serve it with the most vivid coloration. So these are the memories of big grace too, since we descend from Godfrey's own army. Generational baggage indeed. But the actual reason as to why our memory of grace is important is because it solely is all that connects us to the grace of the Erdtree, and subsequently the Elden Ring itself. Despite the physical, bodily connection being gone, as we obviously don't physically have grace in our bodies anymore, thanks Marika, this metaphysical, imaginary connection evidently remains. What does the sustaining of this direct mental connection to the Elden Ring do for us Tarnished? Well, 3 things precisely. To start with the first, and I suppose we could say foremost of our Memory of Grace's features, it's how we came back from the dead. As we see by using the item, invoking our Memory of Grace sends us back to our last used checkpoint. In other words, it literally transports us to the grace of the Erdtree. As an aside, this is how, while we know for a fact that the Tarnished left the Lands Between by boat, by the lack of any kind of large landed boats, it evidently wasn't how we came back. As the game so daintily acknowledges, calling the Lands Between across the fog, and Malenia referring to us as traveler from beyond the fog, we got here by being teleported, the same way we crossed the fog into the final boss arena, as well as, probably, the way we teleport to every other site of grace on our map. Or hell, even the few ways we get teleported against our will, like the spell that takes us to the location of the Rune of Death. Whatever it was exactly though, the very first place our character gets teleported to is the Chapel of Anticipation. How nice for the chapel to have been built on an island outside the reach of any of the myriad threats awaiting us Tarnished on the mainland, where our Finger Maiden, who would surely have given us the invitation needed to go straight to the Round Table Hold, had been waiting for us. Although as I recall, where mine was concerned, it seemed she was distracted by something. In any case, the rest of the Memory of Grace's description is in reference to how Tarnished are revived by it. The same way our first deaths were negated at the start of this grand adventure, our memories of first grace continue to negate our deaths, allowing our body to continually be reconstructed. In effect, for we dead who yet live, falling in battle will be no big deal. For as we see, it is indeed that metaphysical connection to the Erdtree's grace that's responsible for a Tarnished getting reconstructed after their various deaths. It's also, incidentally, what our runes actually get lost for. When a Tarnished who still has their memories of first grace dies, their soul returns to and is subsequently refueled with life force by the grace of the Erdtree, reconstructing their body and bringing them back into the action. The way by which this is accomplished is what the runes we leave behind are used for. By the creation of a tiny golden sapling, just like the kinds produced by the golden seeds, our business is able to be beaconed back to the nearest checkpoint. When we retrieve our runes, that's just us reabsorbing all the runes that the illusory sapling was made out of. That's why such saplings are described as illusory in the first place, despite evidently being there. They're just made out of code. This is how using the sacrificial twigs allow us to revive after death without spending our runes as well. The twig, being a piece pruned from the Erd Tree itself, is what's used to beacon us to the nearest site of the Erd Tree's grace, instead of using our runes to sprout an entirely new plant. It's also why the Dung Eater's curse is considered so foul and dangerous to us Tarnished as well. It's very literally our soul returning to the Erd Tree that allows us to recover from dying. Returning to the Erd Tree is exactly what the Seedbed curse prevents. That so much magical stuff is dependent on, essentially, an individual Tarnished remembering something is also why it's possible for Tarnished to lose their ability to see the guidance of grace. For that is precisely what the second feature our Memory of Grace gives us. And subsequently, it's why the game treats us, as a Tarnished who is still able to see the guidance of grace, as something of a rarity. Now, by the already established importance of the mind and of memories, you may have already, on your own, figured out that an individual's conscious feelings are capable of interacting directly with magic as well. I said as much when we went over ghosts, but if you had any doubts, we can safely set them aside. The premise of emotions interacting directly with magic is introduced to us explicitly if we follow Millicent's questline. Thus, we're able to take note of the clear pattern behind Tarnished who maintain their memory of grace, allowing them to still see the guidance of grace, and Tarnished who forget their memory, marked as those who've lost their ability to see guidance. More specifically, we're able to take note of how retaining one's memory of grace is shown to be directly dependent on one's own ambition of regaining that grace. Our own character obviously retains their memory of grace. It's in our very inventory, representing our ambition to become Elden Lord, and we're pointed out in-game as being one of a few Tarnished who are still able to see the grace's guidance. Gideon is another one of these few Tarnished who retains an ambition as well, telling us that he aims to become Elden Lord just like us, and as we learn from Enya, as the only Tarnished before us to have obtained 2 great runes, he's not bluffing either. And, as we know personally from our thrilling conversations with Morgott, his specific goal is, as he repeatedly states, to destroy our ambition. Indisputably a professional in dealing with Tarnished aiming to become Elden Lord, the Fell Omen most certainly knows what he's talking about in regards to taking us out. But solely wanting to become an Elden Lord isn't the only thing that allows someone to maintain their guidance. Corran tells us himself that his goal isn't to become Elden Lord, but to be advisor to whoever the Tarnished is that does become Elden Lord. Yet, Corran's robe explicitly informs us that, by pure determination alone, it would seem he maintained his guidance of grace regardless. Knowing that such an otherwise cliched concept as your feelings directly interact with magic is canonically on the table is what allows us to more confidently take note of how the game states that a Tarnished's own emotions are legitimately what determines whether they keep their guidance of grace, rather than such descriptions as we find in Corran's robes being figurative instead. Having this pattern in our hand, we're thus able to see what's going on behind the myriad instances of those who lost their memory of grace, and how it's solely a determination to regain that grace at all that allows you to be guided by one's memories of it. Radahn, aimless and cowardly as she is, explicitly never had it. Rogier once had it, but has since lost it, and as revealed by his armor, the man was violently fucking depressed. Nefeli also loses her guidance, but she loses it so hard that, besides losing her memory of grace, she loses her memory of a fuckload of other things too, and becomes completely emotionally dependent on Gideon until she manages to remember. And of every voiced Tarnished NPC whose death we're able to witness, we also see the unanimous pattern of them literally giving up their hopes. Dialos, both of the D brothers, Patches even. But most prominently in Gideon. We are explicitly told by Gideon that he aims to become Elden Lord like we do, that that's what makes you both fellows, and so on. It's no authorial mistake that during this time, where this ambition is maintained, he's only found in the Round Table Hold. It's to skirt around the fact that, since he evidently still has his memory of grace, just like we do, to him any death is merely a cycle, just like it is for us. Only at the end of the game, where when we meet him, he tells us the entire quest of the Tarnished is a farce, as our ultimate goal of killing Marika is simply and utterly impossible, where he's most indubitably lost his ambition to become Elden Lord, that we actually kill him and he stays down, with his final words repeating, with no remorse, that he's simply given up. Tarnished lose the guidance of grace when they lose their memory of it. In other words, when they discard what they're here for. If they forget and lose that imaginary metaphysical link, if they lose their ambition to get their grace back, then their connection to the Elden Ring's power as a whole is lost. And, while according to Corrin at least, it's apparently possible for a Tarnished who loses their ability to see the guidance of grace to regain it, such an occurrence isn't anything we witness ourselves. With all this in mind, we also come to an understanding as to why basically everything about the Round Table Hold appears as if it was designed to help motivate the Tarnished, because that's exactly the case. The Round Table Hold gives the Tarnished a home base for them to rest and make friends. All they're given by the awe-inspiring Two Fingers is praise and encouragement, and even incantations created especially for them to help in keeping them healthy. And the first thing every Tarnished even meets upon their reaching the Lands Between, their Finger Maiden, providing strength through leveling up, companionship and travel, and advice on behalf of the Two Fingers to whom they belong. In addition to the facilities of the Round Table Hold, the Finger Maidens serve to further enforce a feeling of dependence and gratitude upon the Two Fingers. They'd also serve as a direct method by which each individual Tarnished can be monitored. Although, no one needs to worry about that. It's not like they have a secret clade of assassins on the ready or anything. And since we know that grace as a whole, as a product of the Elden Ring, is controlled by the Two Fingers, it shows how the guidance of grace used to be what led a Finger Maiden and their paired Tarnished to meet, as well as why what instances of guidance that we find are described as the Elden Ring itself apparently telling you to do shit. It's because that's literally supposed to be what the Two Fingers are making it do. Although I must append an important provision with that explanation. The actual, in-game places the guidances of grace point us to do not align with what we're told about them narratively. If the Elden Ring itself is supposed to be beckoning us, then surely the rays would just point us directly to the locations of all the Great Runes, so we can get all the pieces back together. But as we see, we have rays pointing to places like the southernmost point of the Weeping Peninsula, no rays of guidance pointing towards Malenia or Miquella and Moog Underground, and even rays of guidance pointing us towards the Forge of the Giants, which is obviously nobody's intentions other than Marika's. From this, you might presume that the rays of grace are a product of Marika herself instead. Melina says our checkpoints are from the grace of the Erdtree after all, and Marika has at least some kind of unbeatable control over the Erdtree itself. But that idea comes with the same discrepancies. Why Weeping Peninsula? Why Caelid? Why Mount Gelmir? And so on. So, for these reasons, just like with the precise positions of the checkpoints themselves, the actual placements and directions of the guidance of grace are not narratively meaningful. Only that they exist as a concept, and what we're told directly about them by in-universe sources will be what I'll take into account. At the very least, the single thing we are actually told regarding the various directions guidance points us to also appears to suggest we don't really think about it outside of direct communication to the player.
It will lead you, Tarnished, to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave.
Getting my hands on your homo hammer is the only reason you're alive right now, Vare. Oh, also, this is what's going on behind all the Wandering Nobles. The reason it's pointed out explicitly that these people are both nobles and undead is for us to realize that they're in the same situation as us. Like the Tarnished, they, or their ancestors, had imbibed the blood of the Erdtree while they were still alive. Only society's elite were allowed to take the Erdtree's blessings and benefit from immortality therein, especially once the Erdtree stopped producing it entirely, hence why there was the belief that those living at the base of the Erdtree, or in other words, the rich nobility who lived in the golden metropolis of Leyndell, were all born blessed. The belief came from witnessing the biological inheritance by which grace spreads, the misconception only being that the grace came from a proximity to the Erdtree itself, rather than from your ancestors being blessed by it instead. What happened to the Wandering Nobles was that the same thing the Two Fingers did to shunt the Tarnished back to life by their memories of the Erdtree's grace all across the world, affected those who happened to match the same criteria as the Tarnished on the Lands Between itself as well. This is why it's pointed out that all the undead nobles are wanderers who've traveled far from their homelands, but now have lost what they're looking for. Exactly like us Tarnished, their memory of first grace once guided them too, until over the countless years since they woke up, they've lost it. Indeed, forgetting what they'd once been searching for, whatever exactly that may have been for the noble in question. And as an extra before we finally continue on, All this memory of Grey stuff gets completely negated for those who die from Deathblight specifically, as represented by us as players permanently losing all our runes. Deathblight's whole deal is that it completely fucks over the Elden Ring and all its shit. Coming from the paradoxical, half-dead, half-alive existence of Godwyn, it's a state that was completely unanticipated in the Elden Ring's programming. Literally, it makes the Elden Ring glitch. Although, by installing a patch, we do have the option to turn that bug into a feature. This is subsequently why the death sorceries that belong to the servants of the Rune of Death and the powers of the Rune of Death itself, most notably, don't inflict Deathblight. Deathblight is exclusively a product of Godwyn being non-binary, as it were. As such, it's why the use of Deathblight was able to ignore the Pact of Non-Aggression over the Round Table Hold, and why the Fingerslayer Blade is capable of harming the two fingers in the Greater Will, where the Rune of Death evidently can't. Obviously, the Greater Will and its direct servants aren't going to be vulnerable to a tool of their own creation, but the state of living in death was something they just never anticipated, and thus never prepared a defense against. And, I suppose, to reiterate what began this digression, it'd be why all the runes that would have been left behind as a golden sapling for you to pick up just get deleted instead. But, to be honest, I'm considerably certain that death by Deathblight is intended to be of the same caliber as, getting eaten by Rykard. Where us being able to retry at a checkpoint after dying in that fashion isn't actually a part of the story, but rather just a concession for the gameplay. About midway into writing the script, I came to decide that it might be worth specifying how, just like in every other Soulsborne game, the actual video game system of our character respawning after we die is not the actual same thing as what's brought up in universe, as the group our character belongs to, the Tarnished, having the ability to come back after they die. This is most apparent, of course, in how nothing ever diegetically mentions the likes of enemies respawning, the lack of mini-bosses respawning, that enemies only respawn when we rest at a checkpoint, that the bosses we face are apparently willing to just fight us over and over and over again infinitely, or that we're somehow able to respawn from this. Have no doubts, it is all contrived, but there is a good reason for it. Behind this weirdly specific conceit, which you'll notice repeats itself in every Soulsborne game, is the thematic connection between us, the player, and our main character, where our character is threatened to fail in their quest by, giving up. We are threatened, as it were, to fail in beating the video game if we give up. Our player character will, in-universe, respawn if they die. That's a canonical part of the game's story, and this is something that's acknowledged and sometimes talked about by the rest of the game's characters. And, in-universe, that which stops our character from respawning is if we, as Margit puts it at least, lose our flame of ambition. In Dark Souls, this concept was going hollow. In Bloodborne, it was like becoming blood drunk or something, and in here, it's losing our guidance of grace. In real life, of course, the only way our character stops respawning, as it were, but more succinctly, fails their quest, is if we choose to stop playing. Where we give up is represented by our character doing so as well, and that there exist other people belonging to our character's group, who also exist in the same circumstance of knowing that they'll return to life over and over again until they relinquish their goals, is the theme this recurring narrative conceit actually works to serve in all of the Soulsborne games and stories. So all in all, I guess, all that's really worth getting is this. Our player character is part of a group of people that are going to come back to life after they die, but only if they have the emotional determination to get up and keep on fighting in spite of having just lost. And that this narrative concept is not literally connected to how we're able to retry after getting a game over. The connection is solely a thematic one. All the video game cinnamon sins bullshit that happens when we game over and retry are simply not part of the story's equation. In the exact same way that, the changing of the appearance of the world that comes from us changing our graphic settings isn't part of the narrative's equation either. Anyhow, as I was. Deathblight's entire deal is that it just utterly fucks up the Golden Order, so I have to doubt Tarnished even being capable of reviving from it in the first place is actually supposed to be a thing. Deathblight is specified as something that only works against the Tarnished after all, and malingering with Deathroot and joining those who live in death means precisely that our soul doesn't get returned to the Erdtree. You don't get more Deathrooty than this, so while the jury may be out, I do feel confident enough to say that us coming back from Deathblight is not canon. Now, you may be wondering, why is maintaining one's guidance of grace such a big deal? Why is maintaining this magical connection to the Elden Ring such an important factor that the Two Fingers established a league of assassins just to take out those that lost the ability to meet it? Indeed, What is supposed to even be so special about the Tarnished in the first place that makes them the only people, other than the demigods, who are apparently capable of collecting the Great Runes in order to repair the Elden Ring, rather than, say, any other person who doesn't happen to be Tarnished? The answer lies in our Memory of Grace's third and final feature. It's what makes us Tarnished uniquely capable of repairing the Elden Ring. Our Memory of Grace is what allows us to hold the Great Runes. While the Tarnished are obviously not the only mortals able to interact with code, since rune fragments are observably used as the common currency over the Lands Between, only the Tarnished who've retained their Guidance of Grace and the demigods are shown to be capable of dealing with Great Runes. This is the precise reason why it was only the Tarnished who are capable of repairing the Elden Ring at all, where other mortals simply aren't. Keeping our Memory of Grace is what allows for the magical connection that subsequently allows for us to collect the formless chunks of the Elden Ring's code. This is all finally reflected in our fight with Gideon. He used to have the ambition to become Elden Lord, and we know he had 2 Great Runes as well. But after he's given up and we kill him, his Great Runes have evidently disappeared, with that mental link to the Elden Ring gone. So have gone those pieces of the Elden Ring itself. In some meaningful way, the remembered grace of the Tarnished and the shard-bearing grace of the demigods closest biologically to Queen Marika match, making us Tarnished the only feasible alternative for repairing the Elden Ring. You know, maybe what's going on is some kind of magical bandwidth situation. Only those with enough enchanted blood in them, whether by inheriting Marika's blood or by being abundantly blessed by the Erdtree, have enough hemo storage space available as to contain large enough packets of code like the Great Runes, where everyone else only has enough space as to hold rune fragments instead. As the highest level Golden Runes tell us, the first to serve the Golden Order were blessed with the most grace, and we know explicitly that our memories of grace are, indeed, of the first. So perhaps like how inheriting a large enough amount of Marika's grace was required for a demigod to inherit a Great Rune, inheriting a large enough amount of the Erdtree's grace was required for the latest of the Tarnished to be capable of just being able to hold any Great Runes at all. Maybe. My explanation does check out, but I can't consider it conclusive. As of now, take this as just what it is, conjecture. Anywho, such are the 3 properties granted by a Tarnished retaining their Memory of Grace. Keeping us alive, ordering us around, and allowing us to repair the Elden Ring. But there's one more important point remaining. As I said before, only the demigods who happen to have a close enough genetic connection to Marika ended up with Great Runes. You might have already noticed, however, that that statement has an obvious discrepancy. Godric receives a Great Rune. Okay, but Godofroy doesn't. Nor does the still-living body of Godwyn receive a Great Rune either, despite both obviously being members of the Golden Lineage as well. Gideon makes no mention of Godofroy or Godwyn in speaking of the Great Runes that the Round Table Hold seeks to collect. So what, did they just not get one? Precisely so. For in addition to having a close enough relation to Marika, for a demigod to have become a Shardbearer, we see that they are additionally required to have been the latest member of their family line. The reason Godofroy didn't receive a Great Rune is simply because he's an older gen demigod than Godric is. This is also why there's no mention of any of the Shardbearers we fight having children prior to the events of the Shattering. They just didn't have any. This exact phenomenon is present within the Tarnished as well, only instead of with the Great Runes, it's our memories of First Grace. Check for yourself if you can't believe me. Every single Tarnished in Elden Ring is the latest member of their bloodline. Across the entirety of the game, there are not just 0 family reunions between generations, but of the strict few instances we do see of parent and child relationships, they're all exclusively the products of adoption. While by the Hoslow brothers, we're shown that Grace is able to descend horizontally, just like it does for the Omen twins, the twin prodigies, and the Carrion Royals, Grace's relation to Great Runes and the memory of Grace only descends down generationally. As an aside, this does also confirm that Nefeli is not the daughter of Hoarah-Loux, but was merely a part of his tribe, by which Hoarah was just a chieftain. If Nefeli actually was a descendant of Hoarah, then Hoarah would never have been resurrected, just like everyone else's parents. As both Hoarah and Nefeli state by labeling themselves simply as warriors, they don't actually have titles or last names. Nefeli wouldn't have any legitimate claim to the throne of Stormvale if she was a child of Hoarlu anyway. That isn't being the child of Godfrey, patriarch of the Golden Lineage. That's being the child of some rando foreign barbarian from across the sea, not even have any familial connection to the lands between themselves. How would the stuck-up Kennet Height recognize that as a right and proper lineage? Anyhow, as for why this extremely specific phenomenon is the case, I actually have no idea. There isn't anything in the game that directly acknowledges this bizarre premise. It just is what's being unilaterally depicted, for some reason. In a way, it is consistent with other things we hear about grace, like that it drips down and pools and stuff, and thematically, that grace and the powers and responsibilities attached get inherited by the newest member of that bloodline, literally like it's a political title, speaks for itself. But in terms of an in-universe reason, I'm unable to find anything that lead to a coherent explanation. What is supposed to be, like, magically distinct between old blood versus new blood? Because it's clearly not age by itself. The likes of Godfrey and Gideon, who knew Marika personally, were evidently among those of the Tarnished who never bore any children before they died. And yet, as we can see, Grace had no trouble in bringing them back to life the same way it brought back everyone else. But it really leaves you wondering, don't it? Is this transfer of destiny thing something that happens instantly when a new member of the bloodline is added? If, like, Godric had been born only a few months before Marika broke the Elden Ring, would that baby have been the Shardbearer? What if a Tarnished had a child after return to the lands between? Would it be like with the Daughters of Ionia and they just be normal, or would the memory of Grace instantly carry over? Were there any Tarnished children that got teleported to the Chapel of Anticipation? Did the Round Table Hold have a daycare? Okay, surely there must have been, right? Like, some tween-age kid all pumped up with pride, like, yeah, I'm gonna be Elden Lord! Like, that fit all the criteria. They got the ambition, they got the lineage, they'd retain their memories of grace, so they'd be warped with everyone else, right? What would the Round Table Hold even do with them? Okay, there's no way they'd just be killed. The Round Table Hold had, like, tons of different people. There's no way the likes of Corrin or Nefeli or Lionel or Lionheart or whatever would just stand down if kids were being thrown off the Chapel of Anticipation as they came, right? So, they must have put them somewhere. But just... where? What a fucking video, huh? Well, I won't pull your legs. There's more where this came from, just nowhere near as long, so you can expect it to take a lot less time than this one did, too. So, did you like it? All this? I said as much earlier, but when your goal is just piecing together a single work of fiction, you're at least dealing with a closed system. If the story itself is coherent in the first place, which Elden Ring fortunately is, there's an endpoint where you've collected everything, and you piece it together without any mistakes, and you're finally right. But more so, it means that there are a million imaginary endpoints where you're actually wrong. Back in, like, June, I thought Godwyn's assassination was pre-Godfrey's banishing. I even thought the fucking Star Scourge event was pre-Shattering. Messed up, right? By the time I saw the truth, I had already become emotionally invested in an entirely alternate timeline that existed only in my head. And since from the start my goal had been to just read what's canonical to this game out, I ended up having to scrap a lot of notes. Now that's just one example of my hidden journey over the course of this script's production. I've tried my best in making sure I didn't get anything wrong or miss anything in this video, but with the nature of this game, it is very easy to do that. So, if you think you've spotted something I've stated in this video that conflicts with some other information present in the game that I failed to take into account, I beseech you to post it in the comments. I'll either put the correction into the video description or create a pinned comment mentioning them, and if possible, the implications the revelation in question would have towards what I've said in the video itself. Such is the price of freedom. If the goal for this video was doubling down, I could easily run with that idea. As I said, consider such a prospect yourself. My snake eyes are only here to explain what the story is. What it should be is on you. This game ain't no less fictional than anything else, so now that you do know what is and isn't, maybe you can make shit up with your whole chest, as it were. It's a lot more fun, in my experience, to destroy on purpose rather than grope around in the dark and destroy on accident. In any case, the next video will be focused on explaining precisely what fate is in Elden Ring's world, and it should be released not too far off from now. And then, after that, I'll be going through the full history of the Eternal Cities and the actual story behind Godwyn's assassination. The conspiracy as a whole is a lot simpler than you'd first expect.
On account of the fact that the first NPC you meet in Deeproot literally tells you who ordered the fucking hit.
But that's just because the murder itself is actually the tip of the iceberg. So tell me if there's anything else you want me to talk about or explain from this game. Those videos will be a lot shorter than this one was, so I'll have room to add stuff in. Until then, though, I'll see you around. Cheers, boss.